Part One, Chapter One of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. Part One, Berkshire. Chapter One, Aberration. Upon Good Friday, in the year 1918, the will of the whole English nation was drawn out by the pull of the tide of battle, and joined issue with the will of the advancing enemy. The incomprehensible possibility of national destruction gave the national will power actually to throw its weight into the line of battle, and to become part of the agony of resistance. Fear united the people in one heart, and out of fear came courage. They accepted the alliance of death and of suffering, and the terrible alliance of ruination, and were ready to exchange life and security for one or all of these, if by so doing they could maintain the continuity of resistance. There was no fervor nor illusion nor patriotic glory to gild the sacrifice, and no enthusiasm nor ardor nor heroics to hide the nakedness of reality. Each individual stood there, having already in thought surrendered all that is called desirable, and to his eternal honor had compacted with fate only to receive back the remnant. There was no parade, nor crying up of the compact. Nobody spoke of it even to a neighbor. On the surface life went on as usual, but the thinness of the surface and the superficiality of civilization was apparent. While the body went upon its Good Friday holiday, and even, liberated from toil, indulged in pleasure, the ghost filled with a desire to join its fellow creatures in death stole out to the battle to watch the effort of the will and the course of the battle, and sighing was itself caught up by the intention of resistance, and thrown into conflict with the intention of advance. All this and more was gathered into the consciousness of one young woman, who, herself becoming ghostly, lost her consciousness in the battle. She wandered up and down in the morning air, and watched the aeroplanes rise and fall about her, and the clouds of smoke vanish away on the wind. Far below her, in the mirage, the battle progressed silently and without the irregularity of physical effort, while high over her head, over the mountains of her imagination, an invisible shell passed from time to time, creating a rainbow of despair. Now she saw the battle as a whole, in which there was neither one side nor another, but only a host of men consumed and annihilated by the completed idea of opposition. Now, between the banks of rank fog that issued from the putrid battle ground, she saw millions of men in gray and clay colored clothing moving in masses across a wilderness of destruction. Now descending to earth, she became part of that force of resistance which is greater than force of arms. She had no idea that the battle had ever begun or would ever end, or that her part in it would ever diminish, nor that the agony of physical tension would ever be abated. There was no blood, no cries, no horrors of war, for the whole scene was a reflected conflict upon the battleground of the mind. Instead there was anguish, fear, and dread from which there was no refuge. Suddenly darkness clapped down over everything, and receding an immeasurable distance into space, she saw the blaze of war smoulder upon the earth's surface like soot sparks in a chimney grate, and then go out. Instantaneously she passed through a sensation of the paradox of human greatness, and found herself again in her own house, returned to her common senses. She got up from her chair, put her hands in her coat pockets, and began to walk up and down the small white room. She could think of nothing but the war, and feel nothing but the danger of England. To-day danger was no vague word, denoting the imminence of harm, but a fact close at hand, a state which only prolonged concentration of effort could change, and the phrase "the danger of England" had ceased to connote a possibility and had become an actual thing. England was not only an island in the middle of the sea, it was an abstract reality, and now it trembled upon the edge of the future, about to disperse like morning mist, or to gather up into a pillar of cloud, a sign of the accessibility of the ideal. There was no room for passion to day. The base foundations of human civilization were visible, and the sight of them inspired no passion. They were as ugly as the bottom of the sea, desolate as the wilderness, and the mind viewed them with heroic acknowledgment. Upon the superstructure, thin and transparent as glass, floated the emerald green of England, frail and beautiful, with the blue sky of its summer, the blossom of its spring, its autumnal woods, its wintry hills, all as elusive as happiness and as precarious as fortune, and there it must float, a far off loveliness, until the present state was ended and its inhabitants could return to it. As the young woman continued to walk up and down, incoherent and irrational thoughts began to course through her head, backward and forward like alternating winds, and she began to feel that she was sinking into the wildness which produces ruin. But quickly she controlled herself, and forced her mind to admit only ordered thoughts again. Josephine Miller was 26 years old. Her head was small, her eyes large and not particularly expressive, and the rest of her face had an uncouth character, as if she was descended from gypsies. But her complexion was not gypsyish, and her features could hardly be called so. She had an abundance of dark brown hair cut short, and curled in smooth curls. Her figure was good, a little above the average height, but her bodily movements were incompatible with modern grace, and her manners were not either pleasant or cordial enough to render her amiable in society. She had a low voice which she spoilt with an outlandish accent, and though she had plenty to say, rarely said it, or indeed made any effort to charm away by any art of conversation the adverse impression which her appearance created upon strangers. After walking up and down for some time, her thoughts and visions finally left her, and she was able to look at the clock. It was only 11. She had still to pass 2 hours before visiting Mr. Hunt for lunch. She wished that she were back at the office, where even upon Good Friday there was too much to do. She wished still more she could go down immediately to Berkshire, and had not to stay at the office all to morrow; and she felt angry because she had been unable to go there last night with her dearest friend, Susan Sharp, with whom she shared this house in London. Presently she went into the bedroom, which was a quaint old fashioned room upon the floor above. The house was called a maisonette, and was the two top floors of a large old residence. The rooms were low ceilinged and paneled in white painted wood, and though the house was in a poor part of the city it was light and airy. Josephine was usually fond of her house, but to day she did not like it. Usually she was fond of the long cherry colored curtains at the sitting room windows, and the gold and cherry colored chairs, ancient and second hand, come down in the world like the rest of the place. She liked the mirror over the mantelpiece, and a frame of carved flowers, which she had painted natural colors. She liked the small faded Aubusson carpet on the shining black boards, and the rosy shades upon the electric lights. To-day, however, all this furniture, and the whole house, and every material possession of hers, had lost reality and become part of the rubbish heap of ruination. Some day she might pull the chairs out by their legs, and put them down again on the black floor, rehang the curtains, and polish the mirror, which for her to-day was cracked across. In the bedroom she changed her clothes, and threw her discarded garments on the white French bed, with its yellow bed cover printed with tulips. The bedroom was heaped in her mind on the same stack of rubbish as the sitting room, and the end of England presented itself now as a mountain of wrecked household goods, theatre trash, restaurant furniture, motor cars, railway carriages, and Atlantic liners. The slow match was lighted, and unless she could break the train everything would flare up. In spite of the brilliant sunshine outside it seemed gloomy in the bedroom, but in the young woman's heart it was more gloomy still. The old wish for plenty of money came back, and immediately she recognized that such a wish was too foolish to hold her. The ghosts of her customary wishes revisited her, her desire for love, her desire for public life, for a husband, for James Blanchard's approbation, and Susan Sharp's happiness; but they were like wishes revisiting the corpse that had created them. In order to fill the time she dressed herself fastidiously, and decided to look for her gloves which she had long ago lost. But unfortunately she found them in the first place she searched, and she had nothing to do again. She began to wonder if after the war she should endeavor to make a name for herself, and to become what is called famous. But fear came over her, and to day she found that she dare not be anything but herself. She went to the glass in order to ascertain if even herself were really there, and found that she had become a mere female form. In this state she passed the whole morning, wandering about like a man condemned to death, who has in mind the possibility of a reprieve, and though small things filled the moments, they were not actual, nothing was actual, nothing signified to her soulless and will-less body as it wandered listlessly about the house. End of chapter 1. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 2 of If All These Young Men by Roma Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Berkshire, Chapter 2, Noon Sleeper. The town was as empty as on Sunday, for everybody had gone away into the country. Every park, every pond, every grassy spot and waterway within reasonable distance of London was covered with men, women, and children to whom the green grass was a luxury, and the lanes, transformed into paradise, were as full of lovers as they could hold. All the houses in Carrington were empty, and the ruined cottages upon Carrington Waste seemed to be the first ruins of a deserted town. Overhead the clouds drifted in the blue March sky before a wind that filled the deserted streets with whiteness. The white sunshine turned the crude posters on the hoardings surrounding the Waste to patches of delicate colors, and the smoked bricks of the houses to pink and yellow stones. In the street butterflies of waste paper fluttered up and down, and in a place near the gutter lay the sluggish yellow body of a banana skin. Upon the Waste green grass was shooting up through the soot and broken bricks. 7 cabbages in a plot were unfolding their leaves, and a creeping Jinny on the broken down house was again attempting to overcome the dirty walls and reach the upper story where a figured wall paper was exposed to the rain and wind by the fall of the front of the house. In Mousewold Street, by which the Waste was bordered on the south, there was neither cat nor dog to lap the bright blue puddles of rain water, or to chase the paper insects. No black mouser ran across the open spaces after sparrows, or sat in the bread shop window waiting for the return of the baker and his family. Cats had been exterminated in those parts when food became scarce, and now only the ghosts of stray cats filled the dark Waste with cries at midnight, and flitted across Carrington Road in front of trams at noon. Carrington lay south of the river, and though surrounded on every side by slums and streets of dirty houses, might have been on the outskirts of Cambridge or Nottingham rather than in London. Mousewold Street itself resembled a country lane. Its clay surface was full of ruts and holes, grass grew along the gutters, and the houses on either side were set at irregular intervals. They were all dilapidated and dirty, with the exception of a long, low row of model flats that had only recently been erected. Mr. Sebastian Hunt stood at the window of one of the flats, gazing out at the panorama of houses upon the far side of the Waste. The short blue curtains at the window gave the morning light that poured in from the north a blue quality, which, casting a blue reflection over the young man's face, made him appear to have come into modern times out of a picture of sainted Italian clergy. He was very tall and emaciated, and his long body, clothed in a worn brown suit, might from the way he held himself have been as full of holes as that of his patron, the martyr Sebastian. His pipe was in his mouth, which was small and definitely marked, and surrounded with a pale border, before the dun blush of the shaven beard and moustache began. His chin was long, his cheek bones high, and his nose large, and on it rested a pair of horn spectacles. He had a high white forehead, and his head behind it was thinly covered with brown hair. From the look upon his face he seemed to have been standing at the window a considerable time, and to be in a condition of extreme exhaustion. Owing to his thoughts, which at this point left him, he was entirely exhausted, and slept for a minute at the window without knowing that he did so. He awakened, sighed, and began to look troubled and uneasy, but becoming again suffocated with sleep, moved and threw himself on his new blue sofa in order to try and find repose. Now that he was upon his back, however, he could not sleep. so that he picked up a volume of Thomas Hardy's poems that lay on the floor, and opening it at random began to read. At first the words conveyed nothing to his mind, and served only as a vehicle for his deep feelings which he could no longer be troubled to bring to thought, but so often had he read these poems that soon his mind began to run along the same channels as before, and he revisited scenes that he knew as well as the scenes around him. Mr. Hunt's youth had not been very happy. From the earliest times he had been at odds with humanity, and had found society contrived so as to inflict upon him the greatest possible inconvenience. His childhood had been full of sinister and ugly shadows that crept out of nowhere and cast gloom over his heart. From his youth he had liked poetry, ease, luxury, and even profligate pleasures; but he had been birched into the playing field, and seen his Shelley and Swinburne thrown into the waste paper basket. His early and desperate passions had found no noble or fine response, and at 19 he had thought death the most desirable of the few states open to him. All his life, for 27 years, poverty and ill health had been his share. Nature was his only solace. He got from trees and fens and hills and meadows the response that he could not evoke from men and women; and his passionate nature expended its forces in adoration of the tender and majestic beauty of the hills and valleys of England. First he loved England, and then he loved his new home in the model flats of Carrington, and apart from these he only cared for Everett Sharp. But at present all his emotions, except the primitive passions of earth and sun worship, were exhausted through the war in which he could take no part. The room in which he lay was small and clean. Two good Japanese color prints hung upon the cream colored walls. A gray hair carpet covered the floor, and around the walls stood his dearest personal friends that knew his secret personality, but were to strangers only a few pieces of mahogany furniture and a case of books. The two windows in the room both faced north, but it was a cheerful and a pleasant place, and owing partly to the light color of the walls, and partly to the affection which was lavished upon it, it did not possess that cave like atmosphere peculiar to rooms never visited by the sun. It overlooked the whole of the waste, and this, combined with the chastity of its appearance, led one to believe that Carrington was indeed Cambridge, and that not far off the river of Byron and Rupert Brooke wound under the smelly woods of Grantchester, and wandered away past the drooping willows of King's College, under Clare Bridge, and out into the lonely fens of the Isle of Ely. After reading for about 10 minutes, Sebastian Hunt let the book fall from his hand, for his eyes were tired with work, and his senses were exhausted by the war which seemed to day to drag his heart and mind out of him, and he could no longer see nor understand the words. To night he was going down to his old cottage at East Newton under the Downs, where he was to remain for full 6 days. The luxurious memory of the country crept over him, and took his thoughts away, and he began to dream vaguely of the familiar Berkshire landscape, and then to nod slightly with the oncoming of true somnolence. Automatically his hand went up to remove his reading spectacles and to rub his eyelids, after which performance he yawned, threw his head back upon the cushions of the sofa, and fell into a noonday sleep. End of Chapter 2, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 3 of If All These Young Men by Roma Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Berkshire. Chapter 3, The Photograph. The young man had not been asleep for more than 20 minutes before the sound of his door knocker falling on the knob broke into the room and dispersed those airy beings which steal quietly about the defenseless sleeper at noonday and tease him into faint fantastical dreams. It fell again, and Mr. Hunt awoke, started up to his feet, and cried, "Damnation!" Heavy with unfinished sleep, and still half dreaming, he stretched his arms above his head, yawned again as his arms fell to his sides, and repeated, "Oh God! Damnation!" His breakfast still lay upon the table, because he was without a servant, and had not the energy to clear it away himself; and as he looked at it he made a motion with one hand as if to push it out of sight, then, irritated because it did not vanish away like magic, went to the door to let the stranger in. He pulled back the catch and opened the door a little way at first, because he feared unconsciously, as he had always feared in childhood, that a tiger, death or nothing, might be upon the mat. There stood his friend Josephine, whom in a moment of happiness last week he had invited to lunch. "Hello, Josephine," he said, and opened the door wider with a jerk, as if in the act there was something to be shy about. "I expect I have come too soon," she answered, smiling at his wild and creased appearance, "but I got sick of sitting with my feet on my own mantelpiece." "Come along, then," he said in a loud voice, for he was very shy, "and sit with your feet on mine." Directly she got inside the door she took her feathered hat off like a cavalier, and exclaimed, "Eh! I am glad it is a holiday. Can I comb my hair?" "Yes, go into the bedroom, won't you?" he murmured, and opened the door for her into a small and ascetic bedroom that was as clean and tidy as the sitting room. Possibly there were days upon which it was not dusted, for he had no one to do his domestic work for him, and possibly from time to time the bed remained unmade from the moment when he dragged himself out of it in the morning until the moment when he rolled himself upon it again at night, but to day everything was tidy. There was not much furniture in the room and no pictures, but on the top of the chest of drawers stood the photograph of a young woman of 29 years of age, and over the mantelpiece hung another photograph of her at the age of 21. Josephine noticed these photographs and thought how much more charming Everett Sharp looked in these surroundings than in any other, and while Sebastian was holding a black comb up against the light, she said silently to this creature who was so lively in the photograph with her steady gaze and half smile that it was possible to converse with her. "You are a queer creature, Everett Sharp. I can hear you saying the most incredible things to him, and when he asks you to marry him, answering, 'No, Sebastian, I simply couldn't.'" "You are quite right, my dear," replied the photograph. "I am too incurably virgin." "Can you use this comb?" said Mr. Hunt, shattering the delusion as he handed her the black comb which was none too clean, then he left the room in order to shuffle the breakfast pots away into the kitchen, and to heat up the lunch. Josephine could not find a looking glass in the bedroom, so she went into the bathroom where the glass that Sebastian Hunt used for shaving stood upon the top of the window sash, about a foot above the level of her eyes; and being of the nature that makes free with what it finds to hand, she took the glass down and returned with it into the bedroom, where she combed herself at its diminutive surface as well as she was able. The glass was so close to her face that she could see the grain of her skin, and each one of her eyelashes. She had fine eyebrows and eyelashes, but her complexion was not good. She made a grimace not unlike the grimaces men make when they feel their newly shaven chins, and put the glass down upon the chest of drawers, and although she was quite ready, hesitated to go into the sitting room because she was a little timid of Sebastian after their last meeting, which had been a merry one. She went over to the window and looked out over the waste, which she thought a pleasant spot, associated as it was with Sebastian, to whom it formed a background. She noticed the gay pattern of the bedroom wallpaper in the ruined house, and thought how pretty wallpapers covered with pink roses were, but immediately the war rose from the ground and overwhelmed her. It was a few minutes before she regained the power to move. Only action can keep her alive under its domination. At last she went into the sitting room where Mr. Hunt was setting the table, and feeling that it was necessary to begin a remark, said stiffly, "Can I help?" "No, thank you," he answered, with an effort that cost him physical pain, and disappeared into the kitchen. Josephine sat down on the bright blue sofa, and stared without much attention at the caricature of a well known Cambridge philosopher. Next to this drawing was a small water colour of a toadstool, which was both charming and finished; and upon the other side of a brass carriage clock hung a photograph of a classic Greek dish, upon which were two figures dancing round an almond tree. She got up to look at the dish and to note, as she had often done before, the beauty of the technique of the drawing upon it, and having satisfied herself that ancient Greece was what she thought it, she returned to the sofa. Time passed very slowly. She stared at the prints on the walls of ladies in 6 or 10 kimonos with musical instruments in their hands, and then her glance fell on a plate of apples. She wished that a law which sprang from the very root of social life did not exist, and that she could eat one. Presently Sebastian came in with a jug of water and a plate of bread, and she forced herself to exclaim, "The war!" and thus gave him to understand how it possessed her. "Yes," he answered, and the word escaped from his deepest feelings just as hers had done. He vanished into the kitchen, and again she was left to examine the room in order to pass the time. The objects in her own house had seemed illusions, but those here had a significance augmented 10 times above their usual significance, and she saw their details as if she had the clear sight of fever. She looked at everything in the room, and although she only examined what was there for anybody to see, she came to new conclusions about Mr. Hunt, one of which was that he was extremely receptive of affection when he felt sure of the person who offered it. After a little while she got up, and finding a book of Japanese prints upon the bureau, sat down on the floor behind the couch, because there Sebastian could not see her if he came into the room. She began to look through it, but in a few minutes Sebastian ceased clattering about with the pots and said, "Draw up, Josephine." She got up, and putting the book down open on the back of the sofa, remarked, "I like that book. There are some decent prints in it. I don't like one peony in a bowl, and all that." "Yes, they are not bad prints," he said, as he drew a chair out from the table for her to sit in. "What is a Yoshiwara woman?" she asked as she sat down. "One worse than a geisha," he replied, and the conversation thus coming to an end, they began their meal. They ate in silence for a little while, and then Sebastian said with an effort, "I cannot offer you anything to drink. I tried to get something yesterday, but found it impossible." "I don't drink when I am happy. It is a waste." "Of happiness or port?" Josephine laughed. "Oh, of happiness." "Yes, I agree with you, but I cannot drink when I am alone. I can only drink in good company." To this delicate compliment she replied, "Then I am sorry you have no port, but I don't think I could oblige you by getting drunk to day; for extraordinary as it may seem, I am happy." Sebastian drew in his breath in a chuckle, full of metallic vibrations, and said quickly, "I believe I am too," and they immediately became constrained with shyness. In order to relieve the tension he cut some bread in very thick slices, and in the cheerful tone he used when he was shy, cried, "Have some bread?" "Thank you, I will," she answered, as if the matter were of great weight. Then silence entered the room, and their minds, which they had wound tightly up for the purpose of uttering a few words in conversation, spun round like the wheels of a clock when the mainspring snaps, and they felt a little more at ease. They gave up any attempt at talking, and Josephine on her part indulged in a series of those light and kindly feelings which made her friendship with Sebastian pleasant, but which she feared to communicate to him, because though not amorous they were a little sentimental. On the other hand, she felt that she knew him so well that it was ridiculous not to talk naturally with him, and this combination of restraint and frankness, and the fact that she imagined she was a complete stranger to him, made her awkward and shy in his company. Mr. Hunt knew her better than she supposed, though only a little better, but sociability with human beings was difficult to him, and on this occasion his ordinary embarrassment was complicated by feelings as sentimental as those she felt for him. Though he was tender toward Josephine, he did not wish to fall in love with her or to entangle himself in a new devotion that, like his former devotions, would end nowhere. Nevertheless, the flickering of the new flame was pleasant, and though he reassured himself that he was bound for life to Everett Sharp, he began to suggest to himself that, having waited upon her without any hope of marriage for 7 years, his obligations had lapsed through length of time, and that when it came to a matter of pursuing the essential happiness he might consider himself free. Yet he loved Everett with such sincere devotion, and admired her with such sincere admiration, that it seemed impossible for him to do anything contrary to her wishes. As he mused about her he felt himself inclined to resent her domination over him, but was only a little resentful because he had no real desire to assert himself. At last they finished lunch, and Josephine said, "I will help you to clear." Sebastian answered neither yes nor no, so they walked in and out of the kitchen, carrying a glass and a plate or two every time, because they were too idle to look for the tray. When this was finished they returned to the sitting room and stood for a minute doing nothing, until Mr. Hunt offered Josephine a cigarette, and suggested that she should sit upon the sofa before the fire. At the same time he drew it up in such a way that in order to get any warmth himself he had to sit on it beside her, which he did after an obvious delay that caused her to smile to herself, but she had not the courage to say, "Come out of the cold, Sebastian, and sit on the couch." No sooner had he sat down beside her than he found it necessary to get up and fetch the apples upon which her mind was set, then he threw himself upon the sofa again, and pushing the plate toward her, said, "Have an apple." They were beautiful apples, and Josephine was glad to see how careful he had been to get her the best, because it showed that he felt both politely and kindly towards her. She said, "I do like apples." "I did not get you russets. I remembered last time you were here you said you did not consider them apples." She was delighted to think he had remembered what she had said a week ago, and feeling warmed towards him, smiled and cried, "Nay, you are right. Apples are apples, and russets are sweet wood." He cried out spontaneously, "Nay!" and slapped his hand on the sofa as he laughed, as if to say, "I love her when she says nay like that." They were getting on a little better together, but allowed too long to intervene between this and the next subject of conversation, so that the spark of geniality flickered out. Mr. Hunt lit his pipe with a twisted piece of paper, and then sat back on the sofa and stared into the fire. His mind began to hurry along as if he were travelling at a great rate through time, and Josephine had the same painful and unpleasant sensation of swift progression. She took up the book of Japanese prints again, in the hope that she might draw him to look at it with her, yet she was too cowardly to invite him to do so, but by making remarks about the pictures she managed to stop him staring into the fire. Although he wanted to look at the prints with her, he did not frankly approach her and turn the pages, but first came nearer than was necessary, then held off, and then came near again. In this manner they succeeded in seeing most of the pictures simultaneously. When the book came to an end and they were thrown again upon their own resources, it occurred to Josephine to ask Sebastian how he was going to pass his holiday. "I am going down to East Newton," he answered. "I am going down to Weir." "To the Sharps?" "Yes, to Boxwell House." They both thought, but neither of them dared say, "We shall probably meet at the Sharps." "I cannot go until to morrow," said Josephine. "I have to stay at the office until to morrow afternoon." "I am going this evening." As Sebastian said the words "this evening," she thought, "To night in the country the stars will be bright and the silence soft and complete." The beauty of the dark yew hedged garden at Boxwell House came back to her with the orchard of white plum blossom beyond, silent and shadowy under the moon, and beyond the orchard low hills and woods, still and hushed in the silvery moonshine. Not a sound disturbed the night except from time to time the noise of a passing ammunition train in the valley down by the Thames. "Oh," cried Josephine, "I shall not be down there until to morrow. How I do hate London more and more. The town is perfectly horrible." "There is not much to say for London," said Sebastian. "I shall be away in the country for a week." "What a lucky creature you are," Josephine continued. "How damnable work is! I am sick to the soul of work. I wish the war were over, and then I should be free. But it is no use while there is still a war. I am sick to the heart of London. I want to go away and live by myself in some remote cottage." "I do not think I should be able to tolerate living with anybody for more than a fortnight," said Sebastian, feeling at last at ease. "I agree with you," she replied. "I could not live with anybody but Susan Sharp, and even then sometimes I wish to kill everybody in the world." "Where is Susan?" "Susan went down to Boxwell House on Wednesday, and is in the family circle and their endless conversations into which I shall be thrown to morrow." "Yes, they do talk." "I have to go away from them sometimes. It becomes so intolerable." Sebastian relit his pipe, making a flame flare up that seemed as if it would scorch his face, and muttered between his puffs at the pipe, "Yes, I feel as if I want to run away. I have to go a long walk sometimes when I cannot stand it any longer, and Everett is the worst." "No," said Josephine, "I don't agree with you. Chloe is the worst of the whole family. They are so united that whatever one tells Chloe is thoroughly discussed with Charlotte, and what Charlotte knows she tells Horatio when they have gone to bed at night, and what they do not actually relate concerning all the minute circumstances of some gossip which they call an interesting personal relationship, the others can gather by the family business of knowing what is left unsaid. I admire them, they are so united it amounts to genius, and I dare say is delightful but, oh Lord! Not if you are an in law, and not perennially." Sebastian seemed to enjoy this outburst against the great Sharp family, of whom Josephine and himself were brother in law and sister in law after a fashion, since they both had one great friend in the family. And Josephine thought: "How he admires vitality! I believe it is the quality he admires more than anything else." They were now able to sit in silence without feeling it oppressive, and having got thus far along the path of amiability, Josephine discovered that it was nearly 3:30 and time for her to go. "Don't go yet," said Sebastian. "Won't you miss your train?" "No, I shall get my train all right." She knew, however, that this was a lie, and was delighted because he seemed to want to miss his train rather than let her go. "I will go," she said, rising, "because I could not bear you to miss your train, so I will go. Think, it would be late before you got away." "It would only be 8," he answered sentimentally, but added in order to correct any sentimental impression he might have created, "I think the train is 7:40." "Well, I must go to my lonely house and pass the night with Swinburne's ghost," she said, smiling. "Has Swinburne a ghost?" "No," she replied as she went into the bedroom to put on her hat while he followed her closely. "Only if you live in the house of a dead poet you like to imagine he is about the place," and then added, altering her voice to one of conscious affectation, "just a misty flicker of red hair in the twilight and the bat like flitting of his little white hands up the stairs. That's it." End of Chapter 3. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Chapter 4 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Chapter 4. A Cosmogony. The next day Josephine hurried her letters at the office, and was able to catch the late afternoon train for Weir. As the long dirty train drew slowly out of Paddington, she not only felt that she was going away for a holiday, but that she was leaving a place where human existence was pushed off into the hours after sunset, and was returning for 3 days into the ordinary world where life was normal. She got down from the train at Reading on to the platform crowded with soldiers and sailors, munition girls and flight mechanics, whose last intention seemed to be that of departing by train, and pushed her way through the blandly smiling crowd towards the sliding iron gates. Up and down the station echoed the tin thunder of empty milk cans and the oaths of porters who were throwing cases of dead rabbits from the vans, and she had to shout as she asked the ticket girl when the next train left for Weir. The ticket girl's thoughts were hovering in the middle of the crowd over a soldier with whom she had had her joke, and she answered as if she were addressing the world: "9:30, only 9:30. Next train for Underley, Weir, Grafton, Chilling Green, East Newton, and Oxford." As Josephine had no desire to sit on the platform for 3 hours in the ugly little station with the smell of soldiers in her nostrils, she went outside and looked at the weather. It had rained all day, but was now fine, and as the time was only 6:30 by summer time, that is 5:30 by the sun, she calculated that by walking very fast she ought to reach Boxwell House, a distance of little more than 6 miles, before dark. The sweet clear air refreshed her after her slow journey in the railway carriage, which smelt not only of soldiery but of station gas, and as she set out through the town she was glad that there was no train for Weir and that she had to walk. At the corner of the road in the old town there was a fair in progress, and over the top of the striped canvas wall and barricade of gilded caravans she watched the swing boats come up and disappear again, and read the names of the racers on the merry-go-round. There, in yellow words on a red ground, High Flyer, Dutchman, Flying Fox, Eclipse, Emperor of Brazil, Queen's Fancy, and many other painted names, moved slowly round like a coronet over 20 or 30 wooden steeds which she could not see, but she could tell from the oily rhythm of the antiquated tunes how the hobby horses rose and fell in long, graceful sweeps, as they revolved about the rococo steam orchestra which controlled them. She was no less fascinated by the fair than the privates from the Royal Flying School and the shop girls, but she had no time to visit it, and feeling not a little romantic, went away regretfully singing Sweet Rose O'Grady, which the roundabout engine wheezed out upon the evening air. Sentimental thoughts overcame her, and she nearly wept, and continued to think of soldiers and girls and sad partings until she came to the cross-roads. About 40 people were standing at the tram junction doing nothing whatever. Only the oldest among them were talking and nobody moved except one shuffling, bent-kneed newsboy, who sidled in great haste from group to group with the evening paper. After each sale he let out an unnatural and discordant cry, which from the headline of the paper seemed to be the word "Star." And when Josephine held up a penny he whipped up to her, flicked out a paper from the bundle under his arm, and yelled again, high and loud. The headline of the paper announced that Haig sent good news, but it was no better news than that the battle was not yet lost and the British armies were not yet broken, although the Fifth Army had effervesced into a remnant of prisoners. She began to dream upon the news, and to feel that never would her whole mind come back from the war, nor could the tension and quiet agony of her body be changed again to freedom. Presently she felt her forces move in her, and was proud that the burden fell upon her as well as upon the rest of the people, and her pride brought her tears back to her eyes as she looked at the commonplace crowd and thought, "Oh, all these people, how brave!" At last the Oxford Road tram came, and Josephine pushed her way into it. All the people in the tram, like all the people in the town, and in the train, and in London, seemed to her eyes a little odd and queer, more themselves at their best and more simple than usual. And as the tram passed through the horrible outskirts of the town, she watched the long rows of men and women sitting opposite to one another, as if she alone had the power of reviewing the state of patient waiting into which they had fallen, and she felt lonely. She got down at the tram terminus and at once set off quickly in the direction of Underley, through which she had to go to get to Weir. The sun was now nearing the horizon, and shone slanting through the clouds directly into her eyes. She quickly overtook all the people on the road, chiefly wounded soldiers and loitering children, and soon passed through the modern village of Underley with its stucco and brick villas. The road turned south beyond Underley and ran between woods. Upon the left hand there was a copse of hazel and thorn, where anemones, now shut at close of day, and primroses lay among the sodden mould, through which bright emerald green shoots of grass were pricking their way. The wood was full of glistening raindrops, each a little world with its blue sky and its green earth, its diamond flash of light and crescent of darkness. The frail hazel branches fluttered up and down on the light wind, and the raindrops scattered from them with the sound of pearls breaking off a string. All through the coppice was a mustiness, filled with tender shafts of light and shadow by the declining rays of the sun. The memory of the day and the weariness of her mind stood between Josephine and the beauty of the country like a sheet of glass. She could see, but she could not feel the soft air and the quiet of the March evening, and she had not yet the sensation of walking in the country. The grey road now ran uphill westward, and the coppice deepened into a wood. Presently she passed a white lodge thatched with straw. A man was hoeing weeds in the damp and gloomy garden, beneath the shadow of the lugubrious elms. Rhubarb grew in one corner near a shack of wattles, and ivy crept over the fences and up the chimney of the house. This surely was the last human habitation upon the borders of fairyland, built upon the confines of the fairy kingdom, and here the elves cast out their enemies, the bats, toads, slugs, and fungus, in revenge for its proximity. The men and women who dwell in such places, thought Josephine, are toad-like and jaundiced and morbid and melancholy, and I guess their children, if they have any, are as sallow and heavy-eyed as Hop o' my Thumb and his brothers. Soon the road passed out of the wood on to higher ground, but the high clay banks, covered in patches with the shining leaves of the wild arum, with harsh hairy nettles, and purple-flowered ground ivy, hid the surrounding country. From the top of the bank immense elms reared themselves up into the evening sky, and cast a faint gloom over the road from the high arch of their leafless branches shining gold and red and purple in the evening sun, which was now setting behind the dark western downs. The radiant wet sky rose from the south in glassy green, and passing through all the shades of blue, in the north sank into purple clouds behind the pale chalky hills above the river Thames. For 1 minute Josephine's thoughts flew up like a March skylark into the dome of heaven, and then rejoined her body upon the shadowy earth as she walked rapidly forward, and she felt like all persons who are hurrying from one place to another, detached from life. The scene around her lay in an unreal country and an unknown place, through which ran a road joining the past and the future. In the past she could see her enemy, Mr. Blanchard, taking dinner with her in a little restaurant, a little tiny picture. She could see herself quarrelling with Susan and directing the clerks in her dirty office. A thousand other tiny little pictures of her life in London bubbled up with a thousand replicas of all her friends, and at the other end of the road the near future came up as vividly. She thought, the future's that nobody lives. Why, we haven't got 9 lives like the cat, but 999, which is the same as infinity. And as she elaborated the notion she tramped steadily along the wet high road. Here was a moment in which to examine human existence, being relieved of the burden of it. But what was life? Was it a grand cosmogony, capable of cosmographic expression, with charted and uncharted seas, its mountains of the moon not yet called Ruwenzori, still heroic and terrible, its unknown sea allowing for infinity, its unknown beginning allowing for God? Was not life, in its more scientific aspect, rather a name for the point of contact of a million progressive movements, or again perhaps the constant of a million changing circumstances? Was life the universal present receding from one finity and approaching another? Is infinity only a concept of man's imagination? Every material thing known to man is finite. Here loom up the mountains of the moon. Here begins the deserta incognita of Herodotus. What was the chimera of infinity, or the notion of the primum mobile? Out of what did man create God? Then Josephine wondered if indeed she were the center of creation, if it were not from her point lopsided, and there followed common speculations. Do ghosts exist, she thought, and there came back to her the memory of the ghost of a man who had been killed in France, which she once saw above the ripe cornfields by an August sea. Since then August and the slate blue sea and fields of corn had been part of her heaven. Then memory faded, and she continued now in idle fancies, and asked herself whether, after all, creation were not a toy in the hollow of a hand, whether it were not the imperfect realization of the Absolute, whether those austere believers in the court of God did not enunciate the truth in their irrational, irrefutable exaltation of "Before time was, I am." Vaguely, and without troubling whether her thoughts were nonsense or not, she hurried on her way. Now she passed a group of cottages glowing in the evening light, in the garden of one of which a white plum tree shone, and underneath it several children were teasing a cat. Diddle-dee dumpty, the cat's gone up the plum tree. She sang to a tune of her own that had all the essentials of a debased folk song, but which she thought satisfactory enough. Having begun to sing, she continued. She sang in French, she sang in English, a jumble of pure rubbish. There was nobody to make her responsible for it. Therefore she sang at the top of her voice, "Oh que j'ai peur que mon amour soit mort," and followed it with "Nous n'irons plus au bois, les lauriers sont coupés." Late evening was creeping over everything, and tears came into her eyes as she sang her patched up version of the song with melancholy sentiment. Here the road left the higher ground and began to descend into Weird Plain. The last gleam of sunlight had left the plain, which might have been a mile across, and already the dampness of evening rose from it in a light mist. Above the road stood the dark cavern of huge elms, and low in the hedges gleamed misty blackthorn and silver buds of traveller's joy. Down in the gutter the spring water bubbled, and everything gave out a sweet wet odor. Josephine could see Weir in the distance under the rising hills. The smoke from its chimneys hung over it like mist, unable to rise into the humid air, for the wind had fallen and everything was quite still. Josephine went on in the twilight past the turning to Old Hall in the Marshfield Lane, and wondered if it would not be quicker to go across the marsh and up past Leland's farm, or whether she should go straight on through the village and up the hill. But she was uncertain whether the floods were out, and doubtful of finding her way across the marshy pastures in the dusk, and therefore decided to keep to the high road. The road across the flat seemed long and lonely, and she was glad to hear two men who were raking the live coals out of a traction engine cry "Good night," to which she answered "Good night." At length the first house of the village came in sight, and the roof of Spinner's boat house. The light was now very dim, so that it was impossible to discern the features of people, and the world came back to Josephine as if coagulating out of dreams. On she went through the village, where people were standing in groups, talking about the war and the scarcity of food. She hurried past them as if she had still a long journey to go, and turning sharply to the left, in the middle of the village, went past the Crown Hotel, and past the Post Office and the colour washed Quays and Vine, from a lighted window of which came sounds of comic songs and rude merrymaking, full of the shrill giggles of girls. Turning now to the right, she began to mount the steep hill behind the church, whose green clock showed dimly that it was 10 minutes past 8. She hoped she would be in time for dinner at Boxwell House. Soon she left the church and the white forge where iron hinges and gates were wrought in the intervals of shoeing horses, and where the smith's greatest accomplishment, an iron arum lily and its leaf, was fixed up on a holder beside the door. Sweet and pleasant sensations of recognition passed over her as she hurried up the hill, and, cresting it, came out through the footpath behind Mr. Swain's to the back gate of Boxwell House. Impatiently she hurried through the laurel hedges and the little spring garden, where under lime and almond trees daffodils and polyanthus glowed in a mist of blue grape hyacinths. In a moment she was out upon the circular pebbled drive before the house, and her journey was over. The last gleam of day had almost vanished, and the stucco house, built in the Queen Anne style, with green windows and a grey slate roof, stood cold and white above the garden, like a box put down by some giant hand, skep like, over a swarm of human bees, whose buzzings came out of the honey-coloured windows. There stood the house, as if lit by one vast candle, after the manner of the little china houses made in those days when people had night lights placed upon the shelf within the curtains of the four-poster bed. And as Josephine looked at it she had the idea for a moment that it was too small to enter. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Chapter 5 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 1, Berkshire. Chapter 5, The Monument. Josephine hesitated to enter the house, even when it was restored to its ordinary size. She felt as if she were a ghost standing at the elbows of the living, or Fortunatus in his cap taking a glimpse at those to whom he was about to pay a surprise visit. She knew she was not expected to arrive just now, because there was no train. A vision of what was going on indoors flashed past her, as if the cap were master over matter, and for an instant she saw the Sharp family as they were. At the same time there came and went a faint phantom-like presentation of their psychological emblem, for as some people suggest the sign of a cow, of a ship at sea, or a ditch with sky at the bottom, or running parallel lines, or a spinning or a booming, so the Sharps suggested to the mind of Josephine a monument. It was not difficult to trace the origin of their monumental aspect, for in their family unity they roused all her iconoclastic passions. Their stony Puritanism, their granite immunity from the weatherings of existence, formed a base for a Calvinistic erection, beautified after the manner of the Renaissance with a chaste representation of art, a mild Muse of music, cultured literary appreciation, and fine social feeling; and the whole was hung about with festoons and garlands of gilded and colored delight in intellectual humanity and beautiful aspects of nature. The monument, however, was not conceived in the manner which lends vitality to stone, and was made chiefly of material quarried in the Victorian age. Upon the top was a gilded urn or crest, made of that centre of the worldishness and self appreciation common in large families which the Sharps assumed ought to attract and dominate all those who came within its influence. Josephine did not fail to realize the beauty of the monument, and of this curious specimen of psychological heraldry. But as she was about to step into the house she thought, "My God, my God!" and wished she had a catapult. She did not ring or knock, but ran straight into the hall, because she could not resist pretending to herself that she had appeared from nowhere. Directly inside the narrow green front door, sheltered from the draught by large Victorian screens covered with paper pictures, sat various of the Sharps at dinner. Everybody except Horatio Sharp, who was standing beside the mantelpiece, cried out, "Hello, Josephine!" But Horatio said, "Hello, how do you do, Josephine?" Out of the higher tones came the sonorous "Hello, Josephine" of Mr. Hunt, who, seated beside Everett Sharp, was finishing his wine; and for a minute Josephine felt at one with him in a crowd of strangers, and he also was aware of it. She sat down opposite to him at the table, and was conscious that he was staring at her; but she took no notice of him, and drank off 2 glasses of wine one after another in order to cover her confusion. "Eh, it's a long way from Reading," she said, turning to Charlotte, who in her brownness reminded her of those nuns who keep schools at the seaside. She thought as she said, "I walked fearfully fast," that somewhere in the house lay the white headcloth and pins and the dark habiliments and crucifix of this ex Sister Superior who smoked cigarettes as if she had substituted the practice for that of prayer. "Aren't you terribly tired?" cried Susan, her best friend, to whom she had not yet spoken. Her delight at seeing Susan again was very great, although they had only been apart 2 days; but she could not express it in the midst of the people around her, nor could she ever be natural under the shadow of that family. Suddenly, to her amazement, she heard Everett Sharp laugh her queer cuckoo laughter, and begin to gibe Sebastian upon having a table napkin which, she said, Josephine had used once before. "But you won't mind that," she cried, and with her usual sleight of hand cut down to the quick of the delicate situation between Josephine and Sebastian in such a manner that they could neither of them protest. The table napkin was probably a clean one, but Everett's purpose was served. She had transfixed any hidden sentimentality there might be between them, and had brought it up on her trident to show to the company. She sat at the table now in the charming white and buff hall, with its ugly, draughty green staircase, working her eyebrows up and down as she gibed and talked. She did not hold her peace a single minute, and there ascended and descended, through the rattle of the gay machine gun of her voice, scales of liquid laughter, now clear, now gurgling, now suggestive, now frankly indecent, flowing like a stream over the bedrock of her nature, which was of a puritanical rigidity. She was a little heavy and long chinned, but her heaviness was wearing away as she got older, and the typical Nunamite and reforming spirit was giving way to the woman of experience and, thought Josephine, to the charm of a Pocahontas. Josephine looked at her now with that dull gaze which Everett hated, and thought, "She has the whole spectrum of emotions, but the ultra violet and the infra red, and she is alive with goblins of introspection." But even she had seen that inner Everett which the outer Everett was all too ready to eclipse. Everett did not like her, and frequently was rude to her, for she was aware that Josephine resented the family sense of importance. She was always on the offensive in its defense, and in her own defense, and when her powers of assuming superiority gave out she walked about like a cat on glass. Presently Charlotte, who sat at the head of the table, obtained a dish of salmon for Josephine, and as she caused it to be placed before her, said, "Dear Josephine, do help yourself. I am sure you must be very hungry after your long walk. I hope you have got everything you want." And it seemed to Josephine the pleasantest thing in the world to be spoken to like that. Charlotte talked on in smooth picked phrases that might have been cut out of a literary work. But all the time her eyes were far away, and she was cogitating melancholy thoughts. Her conclusions arrived at during 40 years of thinking appeared all to be unutterably melancholy, and her opinions, which were among the most advanced of her time, were held with the tenacity of a Stoic and a conviction that was religious. The crown of her melancholy was the war, which she considered the profanation of humanity, and in and out of it was woven green ribbon of intellectual intolerance. Her world was peopled with potential intellectuals whom society called the lower orders, and those she endowed with poverty, with inability of self assertion, and every potential virtue. Yet as she talked to Josephine she hid her gloom under kindliness and gentle consideration. The individual lives of these three sisters, Everett, Susan, and Charlotte, ran upon their lines of talk, each so quick and individual that the spectator wished to turn all ways at once and have three pairs of ears; and yet nothing more profound was said than in many a household. At the mantelpiece still stood Horatia, watching them in pride, her darling Charlotte, who was more to her than all the others, brilliant Everett, laughing away beside the patient, tired Sebastian, and charming, darling Susan, who was walking about the room gesticulating with her idol like hands. Susan's hair was cut straight at the sides and twisted up at the back in the Spanish fashion. To night in her skimpy black dress, embroidered with red wool, she looked like a doll, not a Parisian beauty with large liquid eyes and rosy cheeks of china, but a thin modern intellectual doll with black hair and red blotched cheeks, semi totem and semi puppet. As Horatia watched her sisters and the two strangers who sat among them, she sometimes threw out a remark, or, lowering her work, looked over the top of her horn spectacles and laughed aloud, "Ha ha!" Her hair was quite gray, but her pink cheeks and black eyebrows made her look very young. In Josephine's eyes she had the quality of an Athena, which caused strangers to attribute to her, as they attributed to Athena, mental qualities she did not possess. There she stood, tall and stately, cool, gray, dignified, and young. Her charm was greatest when she came in from the orchard fresh from pruning trees, or from the field after she had been hedging, for then her dignity was greatest, and her youth, renewed by the height of the trees and the strength of the wind, most blatant. There they were, four of those six sisters who were more to each other than husband and wife, and in the middle of them, like blacks in a country of white princesses, sat Josephine thinking of Sebastian, and Sebastian staring at Josephine with unnatural openness. She had not quite the temerity to challenge him. "Lloyd George has saved himself by the Paris speech," she said in her unintelligent voice as she finished her supper. "Didn't you notice how he got behind things last autumn when we nearly had a revolution? When Lloyd George gets behind he's done for. He has no intuition. But he is a genius at telling the way the wind blows from straws. He nearly lost his grip, didn't he?" "Did he?" said Susan in a freezing voice, for she hated politics, and Josephine had not the sense to keep her mouth shut, but went on bringing out opinions which interested none of her hostesses. 3 glasses of Burgundy had made her talkative, but she had not a conversational tongue. "It's funny," she continued, "to watch us quite unconsciously saving Ireland out of the war. I expect we shall all find Ireland the nation of the future if it has any guts and stops being insular." They were all on the side of Ireland there, and on the side of everything which was not England of the hour, so that her remarks fell flatter than usual, and Charlotte began to discuss some minute household matter in the language of the encyclopedia. If only, thought Josephine, they would all drop through the floor, Sebastian and I could have a happy evening. But they take everything out of us guests, so we haven't anything left over for each other, and never in this world will Sebastian and I meet except across a hedge of sharps. She began to feel angry, because at this point she felt more strongly opposed to them than usual. They did not understand her part in the war, moreover they were bored with her talk. And Susan was cross because she had not given her a kiss when she came in. She and Susan loved one another, but she always lost Susan for herself directly she rejoined her family, and when Susan filled her place again in that unity, took for granted the latent intellectualism of Charlotte's poor, spoke with Everett's attitude of no nonsense and no prudery, and derided Shakespeare, politics, God, science, and England, she made Josephine angry. When her bad feelings had subsided, Josephine remarked, "I saw Amaryllis yesterday." "Was James with her?" said Susan suddenly, and stopped walking about. "No, he was not." "How is Amaryllis?" said Horatia. "I didn't ask her," replied Josephine, "but she looked quite well. She said James was going down to the sea for Easter." "With her?" asked Susan, and the whole room hung on her suspense. "I expect so. Her family are at the house, so I expect they are having a house party." "Who is James?" said Sebastian boldly. "James Blanchard," snapped Everett. "Have you seen him recently?" said Charlotte to Susan, and the whole family pretended that it was not a painful subject. "I go out with him about once a week," she replied. She had regained herself, but Josephine had seen her gasp and knew she had been a fool to mention Amaryllis, of whom Susan was jealous, though Amaryllis apparently saw no more of James Blanchard than Susan did. All this time Sebastian had held his peace, save for his question, which he rapped out with great physical effort, and had watched Josephine eat her dinner. A sensation of pleasure passed through his heart at the new stirrings of life there, but Everett's influence was so strong upon him that he turned instinctively toward her several times, and offered her a dumb apology for giving away the fact that he was a little glad to see Josephine, a little bewitched by her, and a little bewildered. He always returned to stare at Josephine, in order to enjoy the gentle stirrings under the dead leaves of his passions, and the timid shaking of the shackles which he did not admit bound him down to Everett. Presently Everett looked at the clock and began to hustle Sebastian out of the house to catch the last train for East Newton, impressing upon him by subtle methods to whom he belonged, but for all that his "Good night, you people in there," which he cried out as she bustled him into the porch to help him to his coat, was unmistakably addressed to Josephine, and as he was hurried along through the little spring garden to the back gate, in at which she had so lately come, his thoughts were only hers also. End of Part One, Chapter 5. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Chapter 6 of If All These Young Men by Roma Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Berkshire. Chapter 6, England. That same night, when Sebastian Hunt lay in bed in his cottage bedroom at East Newton, he thought as he watched the window of moonshine cast upon the opposite wall, how blessed was solitude. The room was small and dark, and the bed in which he lay smelt of calico sheets washed in strong soap. On his right was the window of glass and wood, looking out upon the war, since the world had become war, and upon his left was the window of white moonlight and black shadows, looking out upon the blankness of perfect happiness. The floor of the attic was covered with an old carpet of Brussels twill, faded to a freckled brown, like the backs of a million bees, except at the bedside, where it was worn to a bald patch of dusty canvas. Upon the wall hung one text, "Seek and thou shalt find me," in sparkling silver letters, among forget me nots, and upon the mantelpiece below it stood Sebastian's sole personal ornament, a photograph of Everett Sharp. It was cold in bed to night, therefore he sat up and dragged his old fur coat off the chair beside him, and struggled to spread it over the bed without getting out. It was heavy and comforting, so he drew himself together under it in order to get the full benefit of the warmth, and as the perfect silence crept over him, closed his eyes and fell into a peaceful sleep. The night passed slowly, and he slept on in the cottage under the downs from which the silence rolled like a vague majestic ocean, groaning with the undertones of the rotation of the earth. At the turn of the night it began to rain, and at daybreak the whole country was gray with driving rain, which spluttered against the bedroom window and beat upon the thatch. The noisy sparrows under the eaves shook themselves angrily, and fluttered up and down in the garden after worms. The tomcat, who had been out all night, gathered himself up on the doorstep and brooded there with one eye on the sparrows, waiting for the door to be opened. The draught under the door made his paws cold, so he blew himself out and crouched down with his paws folded up underneath him. He was angry and tired, and his fur was covered with minute drops of water that in places had penetrated to his skin, but he sat there patiently dozing and dreaming for 2 hours until 8:30, when the bolts were drawn. At the sound of the bolts being shot back he at once stood up and mewed, and the door was hardly opened before he ran into the kitchen, where a stick fire roared in the grate and a frying pan gave out an odor of frying fat. His mistress in her blue apron informed him that Mr. Hunt, whom he disliked, was here again. "So, Tommy," she said, "don't sit under the fire, or the fat will fall out on you." Tom had long ago discovered that the fat to which she referred, and which smelt pleasant, never left the pan, but that her feet, which she did not mention, were always in the way. He did not attempt to point this out to her, for she had an inferior understanding, so he went to his cane chair beside the dresser and began to wash. Soon Mrs. Hext carried Mr. Hunt's breakfast into an adjoining room which smelt also of washed cotton and very old air, and put it down upon the white napkin that covered a portion of the red and black tablecloth on the round table. The table had only one leg, in the center, carved with little round roses and tassels and celery leaves, and the top and sides were veneered with mahogany root. The fire was not lighted, because Mr. Hunt had expressed his intention of being out all day, and indeed it seemed impossible that a fire could ever replace the pink paper splendor in the grate, or glow between the plush curtains of the overmantel. In front of the nailed up window stood two pots of thin geraniums in saucers, and two mother of pearl shells upon crocheted mats, and in the center, upon a piece of sparkling flint, a naked sea urchin was balanced. Mr. Hunt was not down yet, so Mrs. Hext called up to him as she went back to the kitchen. "Your breakfast is ready, sir," to which he replied in a cheery tone, a little rusty from disuse. "All right, Mrs. Hext." And in a few minutes she heard him stumbling heavily down the stairs, and hardly knew, as she thought, "Why don't he marry?" that she saw a picture of him coming down the stairs with his head, covered by an old felt hat, thrust forward and his eyes turned up to avoid hitting his head on the ceiling, or that in her mind a pale flickering smile of pleasure from his lips hung Cheshire cat like in the stairway even after he had gone down. Mrs. Hext had become sentimental in regard to men since she was widowed. Sebastian went into the sitting room and began to eat his breakfast, but he was not particularly interested in the fried eggs and bacon or tea, and having half finished he got up and went into the kitchen to ask Mrs. Hext to make him a few sandwiches for lunch. She had nothing, she declared, but pickled onions and some cheese, but he said that was good enough, and while he returned to finish his breakfast she made him some thick cheese sandwiches in which she put a little bacon and mustard, with an arch look at Tom, who was so surprised that he stopped his endless washing with a jerk and stared her in the face. Presently Mr. Hunt came in, with his dilapidated felt hat on the back of his head, carrying an old mackintosh, and said, "May I have my cheese and onions, Mrs. Hext?" She gave him the parcel and winked at Tom, as if to say, "He don't know there's a bit of our bacon in there, or that you and me will eat a bit of what he might have had if he had stayed in." "Chops for supper, then," cried Mr. Hunt. "I shall be hungry. I suppose you could not get a pint of beer on Sunday? And you might get a pint for yourself, and a nip for Tom." Mrs. Hext thought his way of speaking admirably matched his behavior, which was odd, and accordingly she answered indulgently to his suggestion about the beer. "I will see what I can try," and then as she let him out of the kitchen door into the garden, remarked, "What bad weather, sir, and what a pity for the holiday." "Yes, it is a pity," said Mr. Hunt, who was struggling with his overcoat. "But it is nice all the same, Mrs. Hext." She closed the door after him, and he found himself outside in the pouring rain. Everything was saturated, and the daffodils and primroses in the little garden were weighted down with water, and splashed with grit and mud. The rain was so heavy that he could not light his pipe in the open, so he went under the old outshed roof, and as he puffed at his pipe watched the weather. The downs were behind him, and to the left, and in front of him, lay the little village and orchards of East Newton, soft and gray in the streaming weather, with wet slates and roofs and coping stones shining bright with rain. After a minute he left the earthy smelling shed and went into the road, where, turning southward, he began to walk quickly. When he was some distance from the village he calculated that he was alone, and, taking off his spectacles, looked up into the sky and let the rain wash his face, and an old man sitting under a sack in the hedge smoking a clay pipe watched him with curiosity and thought, "This is one of the lads that won't fight." He wiped his spectacles and put them back on his nose, and then went on again, gay and filled with tender excitement. He went up the road until he came to a wood, the borders of which were blue with dog violets, and as his heart leaped sprang forward up the low bank and pushed his way through the hazel hedge into the wood. Hazel bushes grew on every side, and as he pushed his way through them their twigs, covered with green buds, struck against his hat and face and body, and for some distance around him the hazel coppice was in agitation. The wood was light and filled with the pungent smell of wet leaf mould, and the faint scent of violets, primroses, and anemones; and as his feet disturbed the sodden leaves and crushed the bluebells which were not yet in flower, the woodland smell rose around him and made him begin to sing a meaningless song as if he were a bird. He went on, and presently emerged in an open space where cherry trees stood in flower, their white boughs weighed down with silver raindrops. As he sprang up to break off a branch, his hat rolled on to the ground, and a shower of water shook down out of the cherry tree and pattered upon his head. He sang louder, and sprang up again for another branch, and wished he could get the one above it, which he was sure was whiter; and then he wanted the one above that, and the one higher still, right to the top of the tree, which was as white as snow. The beauty of the cherry tree filled all the world. It was all that he could see, and for a moment it threw out its branches in his mind, and he became a cherry tree, rooted to the spot, as people say, in admiration of cherry tree beauty which seemed to be his own. When he went on again his first happiness was over, and he became a little more serious minded, and began to think about himself, whom he conceived as romantic. And in this mood he arrived at the base of the bare downs, which were dotted with gorse and juniper bushes. The gorse was already in flower, and he recollected that when gorse is out of blossom kissing is out of fashion, and he had once almost kissed Josephine. The sweetness of the gorse blossom was like the sweetness of new kisses, and in the sentimentality of the moment, and in the renewal of youth's delight, he wished that Josephine were with him, in which case he would give her at any rate one kiss; and the thought made him feel not a little daring, as if she had sprung up like the fairy queen from behind a gorse bush, crying, "Harp and carp, True Thomas," she said, "harp and carp along with me, and if you dare to kiss my lips, sure of your body I will be." As he went uphill his mind was possessed by her until the vision broke, and he found himself sweating as he climbed up the hill alone again. Behind the hill he seemed to be hidden from the world, the slope of the down was the back side of creation. For a moment he felt as if he were hanging head downwards into the sky; then the world righted itself and he came out over the brow of the hill. Here he was in the world again, back from fairyland, with the everlasting wind penetrating his clothing and blowing cold on his breast; and he behaved as men usually behave on hilltops, when nature is their only love, and breathed deep to fill his lungs with cold air, and shook himself free of civilization. The hills and valleys rolled away to the south under gray mists shot with wet lights and shadows. The rain fell heavily in a slanting direction from west to east, out of a firmament of majestic clouds hung in grandeur over the wet blue country. Sebastian stood upon the chalky hilltop a little time, but his feelings drew him down again into the valley, for he was not in a mood to suffer the inevitable ecstasy of loneliness in contemplation of the world round his feet, because he could not do so without suffering the memory of the war. He was in a mood for spring and the feelings of men as human beings, and did not wish to stand up there until he became aware of the secrets of the universe. Too much was to be seen and too much comprehended on the top of a hill. Gradually he came down into the valley towards Bersham, and passing a little plantation of firs and cherries, bordered all round with violets, he decided to shelter inside it and eat his lunch. But on entering it he found it was a cold and gloomy pit scattered with old tin cans. The ground was completely covered with melancholy ivy which had wrapped itself about the trunks of the old fir trees and slender larches, so that they rose around him like funeral pillars round a corpse. Here and there the snake spotted arum had pierced the matted carpet, and Sebastian bent down and plucked a leaf, expecting it to shriek like a mandrake root; but no sound broke the silence. "Go and catch a falling star. Get with child a mandrake root," he thought as he went out again into the open, and all the sadness of life came upon him. "Go and catch a falling star. Yes," he said, as he threw himself on some dry spines outside the den, "but there are none to catch." He felt the war swinging beneath life. Everything was thrown out of the norm by it. Everything was made strange, odd, mad and terrible. For a moment, if it had been possible, he would have given his life to prevent the sensation of having his brains sucked out of his head. But he could not formulate what he felt, and in a few minutes the pain passed as it had passed before 10 times a day, 100 times a day or more, according to his state of exhaustion. Presently he began to eat his lunch. Before him swelled the well harrowed field, blushing with young corn, and over the curve he could see a hedge of blackthorn and budding may trees, all softly pink and white against a little wood of black yews. Here and there on the swell of the mouse colored field white chalk showed beneath the corn shoots, and the sight of its bloom upon the earth and the softness of the hawthorn trees soothed him, and his harsh fit of despair passed. Down fell the rain, and created a pattering and a rattling upon the ivy tod above his head; but he was quite warm and dry beneath. All around him grew field violets, but he did not care about them because they were not scented. He gazed at the swelling field before him, and his heart swelled. A sigh struggled through him, and he felt as if he were choking. Exile from the human community, and exile from the boundless beauty of nature crushed him on each side. He grudged himself his life, which parted him from the dust; and more, he grudged himself his bread, which imprisoned him in brick walls and parted him from England. End of Part One, Chapter 6. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Chapter 7 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Berkshire. Chapter 7 The Star. It was break of day, and yesterday's wet weather had sunk into the earth. In the east rose a star as bright as that which shone at Bethlehem. The calling of the birds woke Josephine, who was sleeping in the large garden room built against the front of the house with shutters and windows all round, like a mansion in Japan. She drew back the shutters to let in the morning air, and through an aspen tree saw the morning star shining large and bright and silvery in the pale pink sky. She was sentimental enough to take prognostications from it, for she was as credible of the portents of the heavens as the lowest savage or the greatest emperor. She wished to run upstairs and pull Susan out of bed to look at it, but the Sharps were immune from sentiment of that kind, and she knew she would have had a good laughing at. She also wanted Susan to come and admire its size and brilliance. "It's the biggest star I ever saw in England," she thought. "How large it is! When it gets out of the aspen it will shrink, I suppose. In Hawaii the stars are as big as sugar plums." Morning rose around her, the morning breeze flowed over her, blowing the curls about on her forehead, and she felt very young. There were no Sharps, no Sebastians, no Blanchards, nor anybody here to trouble her. She was quite calm, like a sick child wakened out of a refreshing sleep, and lay with her eyes wide open, gazing out at the pellucid sky. Memories came back to her, not the memories of her own life, but of past times. She saw the horse race upon the fields of Troy again, and heard the elegant primeval warriors shouting as the fine horses threw up dusty clouds. The sun above, and the pride of racing, urged the horses and maddened the princes, till they brandished their javelins, crying, "Hi! Hi! Hi! Up with thee! Up! Up! Up!" as the pace ascended, and the slim cars jolted over the rough ground. In her half dreams she became a barbarian prince herself, and as she stood on the step urged on her charioteer, then seized the reins, and hanging upon the mouths of the horses whirled them past and stopped them dead in half 10 paces ahead of Agamemnon and Achilles and the rest. Her mind leapt, she saw the war in France, and thought how quickly the ages ran; and it seemed suddenly as if there were something in view which had been partially exhibited, at long intervals, since first the bulls were drawn upon the roofs of the Spanish caves. Silly thoughts spring up from the pillow of those who lie awake at dawn; and it is far more dangerous to star gaze in the morning than at night, for the senses are loosed from ordinary control, and are refreshed instead of tired, and the prince of the morning himself finds mischief for them. Monday began fair for Josephine, but it was not a profitable day. No sooner was she upon her feet than the war surged over her. but her high spirits at first swam her up to the surface. She ran upstairs into Susan's little red and black room to bathe in the dressing room beyond, and as she went through woke Susan, then went into the bathroom feeling gay, and flinging herself into the water began to sing and splash about. The sunshine and the promise of spring, and that remoteness from life, which is lost with the putting on of clothes, made her happy, and she rolled and splashed and sang in the bath with as little care for anything but the moment as a child. Presently she cried to Susan, "I feel glad." But Susan was sad and irritable, and inclined to cry because she had dreamed all night about James Blanchard. The pride of chariot racing and early awakening had made Josephine intolerant. Not only had she fled across the plains of Asia, but assuming the starriness of Lucifer, had challenged Phoebus Apollo up the zodiac, and outracing him had waked out of her second sleep. She felt gay and glad and domineering and noisy, and springing out of the bath she wrapped herself in a towel and ran into Susan's room. Susan lay in bed, flushed and hot, and all the early morning vitality of Josephine seemed to her unbearable and crude. "Cry baby," said Josephine, and kissed her. "What is the matter with my silly now?" "I dreamt about James. Oh, it is so dreadful," cried Susan, and rolled herself away in the sheets. "Well, well, well, there are dreadfuller things than dreaming about James," said Josephine, stroking her head. But Susan broke into sobs and would not allow herself to be comforted. "You must get rid of him if he makes you cry like this," said Josephine, taking her into her arms. "Don't, don't, don't. Hush. They will think at breakfast that I have been horrid to you. You mustn't." Susan sobbed now as if there were no happiness left her but death, and clung to Josephine. But Josephine was in such a childish state, so far removed from the sorrows of the world, that she could only stroke Susan and murmur silly phrases which had little or no meaning in them. "No doubt it will work out," she said. "And anyhow one has to be brave." "It isn't any use. It isn't any use," sobbed Susan. "Well, it may be. Who knows? Besides, it's a lovely day," said Josephine. "Oh yes, the sun. I feel better in the sun," murmured Susan, shuddering. Josephine rocked her in her arms for some minutes and sighed, because she would have liked to have poured happiness over Susan, but Susan could not receive it. "What is it? What are you sighing for?" said Susan. "The war and all that," she replied, and rocked and stroked Susan again, until at last, by an amount of tenderness, she staunched Susan's tears, but when she tried to regain her own high spirits she could not. Clouds had gathered in her heart, and the fine glory of her morning was spoilt. End of Part One, Chapter 7. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Chapter 8 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part One, Berkshire. Chapter 8, The Moon. The fire burned brightly in the little drawing room where Mrs. Sharp sat playing Patience surrounded by her children. The firelight gleamed upon the furniture, upon the three writing tables belonging to Charlotte, Horatia, and Everett, each smaller than the other like those of the three bears, according to their precedence in the house. The drawing room, in keeping with the rest of the house, was buff and white, with long white carved windows that to night framed the bright blue evening. Upon the walls hung several pictures, two small war scenes of the days of the Spanish occupation, in which were depicted every cruelty and brutal vice reported to belong to soldiery; another of Flemish twin girls, life sized, swaddled in 1,000 garments, laid asleep in a gold and silver scallop shell adorned with cupids; one of a wooden little Spanish prince, in a red surtout, holding cherries in his hand. There was a diminishing glass between the battle pieces and a long gilt mirror over the fireplace. Upon the mantel shelf was a lovely box of Venetian glass ornamented with gilt fastenings, and Josephine stared at it from her seat in a corner of the couch where she sat, drowned in melancholy, listening to the eternal talk around the eternal fire, and thinking that here, surely, all after dinner conversations were made. Presently the day came back to her. "Why did I weep?" thought Josephine. "And why did Charlotte flush the deep red of divine wrath? Why did we quarrel this morning, and why did I not go away at once?" That morning Charlotte and she had disclosed themselves red and raw before each other's eyes, and laid bare their foundations. "Bah!" she cried to herself now. "They dare not have deep feelings, or else they have not got any." That night she had nothing to talk about but the War, and they had everything else in the world as topics for conversation. Therefore she had not said a word to them for several hours, nor did they address a word to her. Her anger was not yet calmed, the after feelings of her rage still rose in her, her blood was not gone back yet to its ordinary course. She was not clear now what had opened the fountain of her wrath. She could recollect cursing Susan because Susan affected to find the German advance merely inconvenient. She could recollect Charlotte springing into the garden room in which they were sitting and crying, "What are you damning Susan for?" with the tigerish anger of a sister, and she answered, "God! She reads the Paris fashion column only, and never looks at the news. Damn you all, you'll not lay aside one opinion, or one silly intellectual dogma, or your social fear of the nerves, or your conscience, or your beastly Clyde strikers, or the quarrels of the damnable democracy you are all so wild about, nor move an inch out of your customary way for England's sake." She knew she was being a fool, but she found it impossible to say anything else. One of them would have laughed if the three of them had not been consumed with rage. "Bah!" she had cried, going on. "You'll protect your own nerves in the middle of the paroxysm of humanity, and you don't care as long as none of you feel sick and none of you have a headache." In her rage she knew she was unjust. To night as she sat on the couch alone in the family opposed to her, she was more lonely than it is possible to imagine. As lonely as those men whose kingdom was not England but peace, and who suffered in prison for their convictions. She longed as she sat there for companionship, but knew that nowhere could she find it. Every mind was gone away to the war, and was united in the struggle in France, leaving behind empty bodies. To-morrow and yesterday her heart was with the ordinary people. She was a socialist of socialists, and a democrat to excess. But on this to‐day she was nothing but a part of her loved England, mad for England as she could be, and the passion of her feelings came over her now, so that she became for a moment faint. Presently she recovered herself, but the world looked strange, as if she had come back from the dead. The five people in the room were too substantial and too real as compared with what she found herself. Was she among them or not? Did she love Susan or not? Could she hear their voices, or was the sound of their conversation a nameless noise in the sapphire blue of heaven? She gazed out of the window at the sky, and then suddenly forces moved in her, and getting up she said, "May I write?" Horatio answered, "Sit at my table," and smiled in that way which showed her whole charm. As usual she had been sewing, but now she took off her horn spectacles, and one could see the expression in her eyes which caused people to have fancies about her. How sane and kind the Sharps were. They had forgiven her her bad part in the quarrel already, and she ought to have forgiven them theirs. "Dear Josephine," said Mrs. Sharp, "you are very tired, I fear. Won't you go to bed, my dear, after you have written your letter?" "Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. Sharp," she answered. "I am quite well." "I fear we are a very tiring family," Mrs. Sharp replied, as if apologizing for the talk. They all thought that she knew nothing about the quarrel, but in all probability they were wrong. She knew a great deal more than any of them suspected. She continued now to play patience, and smiled as she concluded. "I always think, dear Josephine, our guests must find us a little trying, we have so much to talk about. You see, we are a very large family, and we do not all meet so very often." Josephine stood up politely during this monologue. She had the feelings of a young man towards Mrs. Sharp, deferential and gallant. Yet there was none of the sentimental old lady about Mrs. Sharp; indeed, one did not think of her as old. Now Josephine was liberated from the necessity for good manners, which had restored her for a moment to the ordinary world. "Sit at my table, won't you?" said Horatio. "I think there is a pen in the left hand drawer." In a minute they had gone back to their talk, and Josephine was alone again in her own world. She sat down and began to write a long sentimental letter to Sebastian, beginning, "Darling Sebastian," and at the end sat gazing out of the window into the dark garden that the approaching moonrise had already made less dark. She had expressed all manner of brotherly feelings in the letter. After 5 minutes she tore it up, for upon reading it again the feelings seemed less brotherly and more what they actually were, mere sentimentalities addressed to a vague young man. In a little time she rose and went out into the garden through the garden room. It was colder to night than it had been for some time, but it was fine. She went down the terrace steps into the rose garden, where the yew hedges stood up like walls, high and dark, and sauntered down the wide path out into the orchard, where the plum blossom gleamed on the bough and the almond trees stood in flower. The lovely moon was now creeping up from behind old Hall Wood, large and red in the steam from the wet earth, and soon the marsh was filled with whiteness, where the moon's light fell upon the rank ground mists over the stream. She walked up and down the grass path in the orchard, and thought sentimentally again about Sebastian, and, as is common to one in a tired frame of mind, half dreamed about him and constructed a romance between himself and her. Josephine's greater emotions were now completely exhausted, and she fell back into the world of individuals. She would have liked to hear a waltz time tune floating sweetly out of the house, and love seemed to be the only beauty and honesty the only virtue. There was unfortunately only one person in the world with whom she was ever completely honest, and that was neither Susan nor Sebastian. This man came back to her mind as she watched the red large moon which he resembled, and she thought of him now as the creature she preferred in all the world because she found it possible to be honest with him. He did not like her. He hated her honesty. He thought her coarse and hysterical, and she knew it. But when he came into her mind Sebastian went out of it as the stars go out when the red moon rises, or the moon when the red sun comes up at break of day. She stood still a minute and laughed quite fearlessly and sweetly. She could at any rate, in secret, live a life of perfect honesty and beauty, fine feeling and delight, with Mr. Blanchard's ghost, just as she could have a secret, not unsentimental romance with the ghost of Sebastian. James Blanchard was not hers, he belonged rather to Susan; but the notion of her charming innocence carried her away into a country of pure delight, where youth sang Elizabethan ditties, where passion, brutality, and sordid realism did not exist. James Blanchard might marry Susan or a pretty girl in society, or he might find his great friend Amaryllis necessary to him. In dreamland, where sweet love is only self adornment, where the blissful offerings are to oneself and not to the beloved, where shine amid rare delight and azure skies immaturity, an immortal boy and girlishness, what are a thousand wives or none? In that far country of green fields sublime contempt for sorrow springs in the words, "If hate is greater love, then will I hate." Nothing is asked of the youthful god. The virgin, as beautiful as the day, dies upon the gilt altar of self annihilation in the will of the adored, and makes a sacrificial day not in the calendar of feasts, a lovely throwing away of life in the reckless foolery of a poetic moment. Josephine herself enacted alone, down in the orchard, the sweet classic myth of divine silliness, which, when the hero is at hand, leads so many mortal girls to ruin. End of Part One. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Chapter 9 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, London. Chapter 9, Sacred Groves. In vain men love the idol of their dreams. And if from time to time the exquisite loveliness looks out of the face of this man or that woman, the owner of the divine expression stands before, and joins with human error to keep apart the divinities. Then desire to tear off the me and you excludes every other desire; but the defensive flesh blows out a cold fog, and the perfection hides again in its woods and forests, not less enchanting because unseen, nor less desired because lost. The voice keeps silent. It is not usual to cry out, "Stop! I love your divinity with mine. We are a part of the genius of the world." Many ceremonies and much wearisome patience keep the lover in anguish, and long before the delight is won, the owner of the sweet object has become disgusted with the suitor who is driven mad by longing. No despair, no cruelty, no insensibility can destroy his fidelity, and though his body pursues a common course, his soul lingers until life kills his aspirations in those localities where the unattainable light has flickered, which are henceforth sacred groves to him. James Blanchard sat upon the long seat in Mary Lawrie's sitting room at an evening party. His pince nez flashed back the light of the lamp as he stiffly turned his head to finish his sentence to Mr. Rudyard Lewis. All his beautiful teeth gleamed as between the words smile after smile broke over his round red face, and when he finished speaking he threw up his head a little way and laughed, but before the laugh was over went on speaking again in a tenor voice full of soft spluttering p's and b's that suited his intonation. His little fat hands were resting on his knees, his elbows were akimbo, and he gently moved his fat body a little forward or a little backward, according to the interest he felt in what he was saying. To night he glistened with good health. His cheeks, eyes, thin rough red hair, and slight red moustache shone with the exuberance of youth and happiness. To the eye, James Blanchard was a man of the world and of circumstance, but in secret to be this was an ambition which he had not yet attained. For the world to which he appeared to belong he had respect and curiosity, and was gratified when those who owned it treated him as co-heir of the ages. At 27 he had acquired almost all the details of his education and reached the highest level to which he was going to rise in personal philosophy. He was about to collect the last facts before formulating his order of life. Nevertheless he still found himself a stranger in the world into which he had been born, and this alien state gave him an incomparable charm, childlike and entrancing. His enthusiasm to see how the world worked was not altogether hidden by an easily dispelled pessimism, and an acknowledgment of his own triviality and worthlessness which he did not hear echoed in the depths of his heart. He found himself as all good and sane persons find themselves, fundamentally beautiful. He loved himself sincerely, and wished to do the very best for himself that he could, and this love was neither despicable nor shameful. The little room was full of people, but as we are all alone or accompanied in a crowd, so Blanchard was only there with Amaryllis, in whose company he had arrived and would depart, and with Mary Lawrie, who was in every respect, save that of flesh and blood, his sister. In his heart he had a heaven where he went when he was miserable to reinstate himself as a happy man, and here he sought and found that nameless creature with whom he passed his secret hours, and whose counterpart he hoped to find on earth. She was a woman of perfect beauty, but he had never seen her face. Vague and lovely he thought her, presiding and obedient, a goddess, yet possessing only his will. A shadow of her had fallen upon Amaryllis. But it had passed, and now since she was not there nor in Susan, where he had hoped to find her, he believed she was unearthly. But when he thought of giving his life to this or that woman she would cry out, "Do not forsake me, I am the true light." He knew that he and she together were a god and goddess, but he lived in a world, and in the world he was a man, and Amaryllis a woman. He smiled to himself and said, a little cynically, "Well, I can sport with Amaryllis in the shade." He looked at Amaryllis now, where she sat in a big blue armchair, fair, Flemish, and vigorous. Suddenly the door opened and Susan and Josephine came into the room. His shame was rent from the top to bottom, and he blushed but cried, "Hello, Josephine! Hello, Susan!" and wagged his hand at them. All the time he talked to Mr. Lewis, whom he admired very much. There was no doubt that he loved Susan, but the divine jealousy of his ideal sprang down upon him whenever he wished he could marry her. He was not his own master in those days. He had not yet sacrificed his Iphigenia, nor bought commonplace freedom at the price of dreams. Often he had murmured to Susan and to himself, "I am a flirt, I have no heart," but fortunately at the same time he thought the almond blossom will one day cover even the dead branches of the almond tree. When first Josephine entered the room she thought for a moment that ugly black-eyed women, divided from the world by a barrier of possessive men, sat in a row along the wall, but this was not the case. They vanished, and she heard James Blanchard's voice saying, "Hello, Josephine. Hello, Susan," and Mary Lawrie's high tones, soft as woodland shadows and clear as woodland water, murmuring, "Well, how are you both? It is a long time since I saw you two children." As Josephine answered, "We are both very well. We have just come from the country," she caught a glimpse of Amaryllis's opaque blue eyes and the pseudo Gladstone collar of Mr. Franklin. Josephine stood where she was for a minute, prepared to discourse upon the beauties of the country all the evening. But Mary withdrew, so she sat down in the nearest chair, wondering what it was that made the thousand things she had in her mind of no interest to other people. She looked around her to see who was there. Beside Blanchard, Jewish Mr. Lewis, Amaryllis, Susan, Mary Lawrie and Mr. Franklin, there was a young man with a Russian beard, who sat in a corner staring before him with his knees drawn up, stroking the wrist of each long white hand with the finger tips of the other; and at his feet, with her back to him, also staring blankly before her, sat a beautiful alabaster girl modeled after a young Florentine. Josephine looked at all these people very narrowly, and went into great considerings about them, leaving the company to continue in its social way making itself pleasant, as it is called, an art which Susan practised to perfection and James Blanchard was anxiously acquiring. The only person there who had no social veneer and yet was more congenial than the others was Mary Lawrie. Everybody wished to sit beside her and to bask in the glamour of her personality. Where she was, everybody was content to be, and though James Blanchard used to say, "Mary is stupid," and Susan was of opinion that she had no intellect, and everybody in the room admitted tacitly that she was no warrior of the mind and had neither brilliance of insight nor understanding, yet they all felt that if all their worth together were put in the scales against hers, hers would weigh the balance. She was vague, yet capable, shadowy, yet substantial, plain, yet beautiful. It was impossible to say too much for or against her; thus at least thought Josephine as she looked at her. "She has 32 years of other people's love and passion and youth and beauty hidden behind a transparent woman," said Josephine to herself. "She's not flesh and blood." It seemed to her that in the country Mary must dissolve into sunshine and mist, but in London she became again a human being, with a most enchanting smile; and behind her lay her experience, stretching away, over those who had surrendered to her charm, out into the far regions of her dissolution. Josephine meditated in this sentimental manner, and felt lonely enough to cry, until Mr. Franklin came and sat down by her on the floor. He looked wilder and more Cromwellian than usual. Passion, not unlike that which consumed Wesley, seemed to burn in his glance; but whether the flame within him was trimmed by the hand of God or by his own, it was impossible to tell. "I have just seen a girl," he said in final, decisive, and intense tones, as he flung himself into an uncomfortable position upon the floor. "A young woman, I suppose you would call her, but that does not matter. A girl of about 35 years of age, as young as the day she bore her first child, and that must have been a considerable time ago, with such a beautiful face, a face that made you want to kiss her." "Did you kiss her?" asked Josephine, not a little indulgently, although Mr. Franklin was, as the saying is, old enough to be her father. "No, I gave her a shilling, which she probably spent at the public house. Are you still working for a miserable pittance in a government department?" Mr. Franklin's collar gleamed in the light of the shaded lamp, an emblem of Victorianism of which he fancied himself the sole survivor. As he ceased speaking, he suddenly turned his hawklike face up to Josephine, and with a piercing glance said, "Why do you work? Work is difficult, but life is more difficult." He did not lower his tone, but made the pronouncement as if he were a voice speaking. "Is it?" she muttered, and saw the difficulty of such scum of life as floated upon the war as James Blanchard's antagonism for her; but she quickly subdued the idea. "Yes," he continued, with that intensity which misled women when he first met them into thinking he was impassioned by them. "It is the most difficult thing in life, to live it well." At this point Mary Lawrie came over again, and Josephine, with benign affection in her heart for Mr. Franklin, turned towards her. Both Mary and she were very fond of him. He enriched the repertoire of humanity, and his kindness was upon the heroic scale. "You two people are always so fine," said Mary, looking at Josephine's dress and then at Susan's. Susan was sitting in Mr. Lewis's place, talking to Blanchard. "We like him fine," replied Josephine, touching her dress, to which she referred as she spoke. She wished ardently, like many people, that Susan and Blanchard would make a match of it, and be the most charming urban couple in the world. "You are so very smart," said Mary, kindly, pinching the stuff of Josephine's dress. "And you," she went on, turning to Mr. Franklin, "what do you think is going to happen to us all?" Josephine forgot to listen to his reply, and began straining to hear what Susan and Blanchard were talking about. At first she could not catch what they said, for they were right across the room, and everybody was talking. She thought: "How thin Blanchard's dreams and mine look in the light of Susan's admirable sense! She's no fantasias in her mind, no sloppy Garden of Eden. She's the world to which we don't belong. Human sanity and human emotions are enough for her. She has no visionary humbug to confuse her, nor ideal nobody to shame her honourable sense of fitness. The antiphonous thought came to her: perhaps she finds nothing divine. The general conversation broke, and she heard Susan now say, "No, really. Do tell me about her. I love Ethel. Dear Ethel. I love the way she dances. I love the way she kicks." "And the orchestra goes Brrrrup," laughed Blanchard. "The conventions of the music hall are immense." "Ha ha!" laughed Susan, and Mr. Blanchard put his head up a little, like a dog barking, and laughed, "Ha! Yes!" opening his mouth wide and drawing his lower lip over his bottom teeth, after which he smiled again with words in his mouth. "Who are you talking about?" cried Mary Laurie, her face all of a coming and going beneath the fine soft skin. "Ethel Levy," said Susan. "I feel as if I were quite mad when you two begin bringing out your experiences in the great world." "Ha ha!" laughed Susan again. "If I went and told you what I dreamed last night." Both she and Blanchard played up to Mary's ignorance of music halls. "When you two begin singing your songs," went on Mary, "I feel as if I were a mere child who had wandered into a queer world." "It was only a beautiful picture in a beautiful golden frame," sang Blanchard, and at the end imitated a cork popping to emphasize Mary's remoteness from the popular conception of pleasure. Everybody except the pseudo Russian and the alabaster girl laughed, and Mary said softly, "Quite mad. All quite mad." Josephine laughed loud, and then addressed James directly. "You haven't been taken for the army yet, James." "No," he grunted, and, blushing deep red, turned away his head. Everybody knew that he had no cause to blush, as, in spite of his rich appearance, he was too delicate to join the army. But Josephine was aware that whatever she had said would have caused the shame to boil out of his heart in precisely the same way. He was ashamed because he was sure that she knew him to the dregs of his soul, and that however he might go on there at the evening party, she could tell what his mind was doing inside his head and his heart doing inside his body. "Don't you think," said Mary Laurie to Amaryllis suddenly, "that the world wants a good washing?" "I think it is perfectly extraordinary how people exist as they do," replied Amaryllis with emphasis. "Nothing will be right till we've had a revolution, and our kind is shot," said Josephine, though she did not mean it. "What sort of a revolution?" said Amaryllis. "A bloody revolution." "How fierce! I don't think I am of the opinion exactly that I ought to be shot," said Mary, smiling all over her large face, and letting her eyes look off into the distance through those translucent glasses of hers. There was so much herself that part of her charm was lost without them. "We'd go with the rest," grunted Josephine. "Who are the rest?" asked Mary vaguely. "The rest of the detestable intellectual snobs." "Yes," Mary replied slowly with long pauses, enunciating her words more clearly than usual. "I think perhaps you are right. We are snobs, and we do think ourselves too splendid, and we are not so very splendid, but I don't think I want to be shot very much. Do you?" "Life's nothing to me," growled Josephine, speaking the truth. "I am not as splendid or as brave as you young creatures, I think," concluded Mary. Josephine's truth put an end to the conversation, as truth always does, and Mary now moved away to talk to Mr. Lewis. "Well, Rudyard, and what have you been doing with yourself all this long time? Working until you cannot stand or see, and do not want your dinner, I suppose," Josephine heard her say, and then, closing her ears, Josephine sat back in silence like the pair in the corner and waited patiently for half an hour. At the end of half an hour her patience was exhausted. She rose, made a sign to Susan, said good bye to Mary Laurie, and without noticing anybody else, left the room. When Susan and she were stumbling down the dark little stairs, she said, "Pah! What a boring evening. James was horrible to me." "Oh," cried Susan, "Amaryllis was there. Amaryllis was there." "Yes, my sweet, it was dreary. We won't go there again." "No, no," Susan said. "I want to. I like Mary. I mustn't be a hermit or I shall lose everything." "She don't like me," Josephine snapped. "Come, Susan, let me take my little pet quickly home." In Fleet Street it was raining hard, and a thick wet mist filled the air. It was bitterly cold, and all the people appeared forlorn and outcast. The rain dripped down like the blood of a slaughtered nation, and the fog closed in thick, with the possibility of England's ruin and the ruin of humanity in an endless war. End of Part Two, Chapter 9. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Chapter 10 of If All These Young Men by Roma Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, London. Chapter 10. The Adventurer. Josephine walked up Charing Cross Road singing. It was Friday, 2 days since she had seen James Blanchard, and close on a week since she had seen Sebastian. Dusk was creeping down upon the streets, and everything was a little stilled, a little gentle and sad. In this mood Josephine sang, "There came three fairies a singing to me, 'Oh, what shall we do? What shall we do for 'ee?' Says I, 'Make me a princess and give me a beautiful starlight dress.'" The song and tune were spontaneous, and she sang with emotion. "There came three fairies a singing to me, 'Oh, what shall we? What shall we do for 'ee?' Says I, 'Make me a princess and give me a beautiful moonlight dress.'" She passed Vrints and saw a tiny violin hanging up in the window, and above it small violins, big violins, violoncellos and basses, and she thought, "Kreisleriana Kreisler has lost an arm in the war." All the time she continued to sing. "There came three fairies a singing to me, 'Oh, what shall we? What shall we do for 'ee?' Says I, 'Make me a princess and give me a beautiful sunlight dress.'" She passed the bookshop with Nijinsky and Karsavina in painted wood hopping about on a shelf in the book lined window. She thought of Spectre de la Rose and sang again with pathos, "Make me a princess and give me a beautiful sunlight dress." Now she sang louder because she felt more sad, but none of the crowds of people heard her. "And when you've got your dresses three, what will you do with 'ee? I'll get me a prince and I'll make him guess What is the name of each my dress. And when he's guessed my dresses three, Why then I'll make him marry me. Live happy and long, oh dear princess, With your sun and your moon and your starlight dress." Now she hurried across the road by the Palace Theatre, where amongst the clerks and shop girls a solitary Cossack was gazing at the sky. She passed him, and turning the next corner went in at Petit Savoyard, which in those days was the smallest restaurant in Soho. The bell on the door rang, and all the people at the little tables looked up as she came in. They were all intellectuals or upper middle class folk who thought well of themselves. Across the little room under a futurist panel depicting a contemporary novelist, accompanied by the leg of a lady in a red stocking, Susan and Sebastian sat waiting for her. Still singing her song, she pushed past the diners, and sitting down by Susan, opposite Sebastian, took Susan's hand. "Well," she said, and stopped singing, "your holiday is up, Sebastian." "Worse luck," he answered. "It is vile having to live after dark." She was not at all shy of Sebastian to night. She felt free and easy. "Look at old Prometheus," she continued, pointing with her thumb at a long panel across the room. "If he was high art I should be unable to eat my dinner. Also the pink human spider about to fall on the two young ladies." The whole room was painted white and panelled with long, narrow, futuristic pictures, all the same size, as crude and highly colored as the pictures in a story book. "I have swallowed all my coupons," said Josephine. "So have I," answered Sebastian. Madame now came with the menu and said, "What will you have to eat? Meat?" "No coupons," mumbled Josephine. "Some nice little fish for three, then, and some wine?" "Wine?" asked Sebastian, but Josephine smiled and answered, "Cider for me. Everett said I was not to let you get drunk." "Cider," Madame repeated, "for three?" "I won't have any cider," said Susan. "It makes me so hot." And Madame went away smiling that smile which kept the customers pleased with their food, and murmuring, "Two, then, and three fish." "That's Mary Laurie bathing her young," said Josephine, indicating another picture. "That woman throwing the child into the sea. At least we say so." Sebastian drew in his harsh and rattling laugh. "And that is Katherine Jensen, whom you don't know, on her way to the bath." "Really, Josephine!" cried Susan, laughing out loud. "And that," Josephine continued, twisting her body round, "that man lying down in the punt is the imitation Russian. Well, so say I." "I saw a splendid spoof Russian outside the Palace," said Susan. He was a Russian gazing up at the sky," asserted Josephine. Oh, they are quite incredible." What was he like?" said Sebastian, laughing again. He was like a Cossack," said Susan. He was a Cossack," said Josephine. Oh, they are all quite unreal," and Susan laughed at her own incredulity. I like your Little Russian cap, Susan," declared Sebastian, to which she replied, I wonder if we shall ever see the Russian ballet again." That's all Russia means to you, and the word revolution. You don't believe in Stanislavsky's birds," said Josephine. What do you mean?" Susan exclaimed. I wish you would express yourself. Oh, my dear, I must tell you. Who do you think I saw in Bond Street to day? Doris, my dear." Josephine broke her bread to pieces. Susan's vitality was destroying her sad good spirits, for Josephine accounted freedom from that hard feeling which usually possessed her good spirits, even if at the same time the tears were ready to flow. Doris what?" she said self consciously, and looked at Sebastian's eyes to see if she could tell what color they were. She could not. Perhaps it is his glasses, she thought. But Mary wore glasses, and so did Blanchard, and she had seen clearly into Mary's eyes, and knew that Blanchard's were light blue. The obscurity of Sebastian's eyes gave her a sentimental feeling of mystery about him. Really Susan clicked her tongue with the energy of her speech. Doris, you know, keen, looking fearfully nice, my dear, with pearls. Oh, 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 pearls." She contracted her eyebrows, wrinkled the top of her nose, and struck the table with her hand. Sebastian laughed raucously again. Good!" he cried. Good!" They were putting him in a fine temper. Suddenly he folded his immense long bony hands against his breast, like a person in the attitude of supplication, and leaned forward, pressing them against the edge of the table. He sucked in his bottom lip, bowed his shoulders, and there came over his face a far away dreamy look. He had gone down into the war again. He sniffed up one side of his nose, and stared blankly in front of him until the food came. Josephine wished to say Sebastian, but she knew that the isolation which the war imposed upon men and women would prevent her doing so, even if they were quite alone. Now she herself, after an hour's liberty in that world which was become to her imagination a paradise, sank down into that region whence she could see humanity and the inanimate world as if through a veil of waters, where the air she breathed was war tainted, and the sounds which penetrated from beyond came to her ears dulled over the unheard din of war. To night, although she was in the restaurant, she saw it from a distance. The sharp rattle of silver and china and glass did not strike their note for her, the brightest shining of the lights, the gayest tones of the pictures were dimmed for her eyes. All the refinements of perception, sense of the overtones, overmovements, and thought expansions which filled the spaces were equally lost to her. There was no cider, so they had a bottle of new Chianti that had not been long pressed from the grape, and presently, to her relief, the wine sharpened her senses, and her surroundings came back to her as if focused through a stereoscope. No wonder people drink," said Josephine. It makes you happy." Does it?" said Susan, without conviction. Yes," Sebastian added. It is a great art to get drunk — exactly the right amount." After this we shall reel," said Josephine. It is nice," murmured Sebastian. Fiery. Yes, but good fire." After supper the three of them stood together upon the pavement outside the restaurant. It was now nearly dark. Each of them was vague as to what they should do next. Each dreamed for a moment of nothing, as if they had been thrown out into a strange world, in the irrevocable way that Adam and Eve were pitched out of Eden. After a few seconds Josephine suggested that they should go to the kinema. Let's go to a kinema," she said, and Sebastian answered, Good." The wine had got them both quit of the war. Care, weariness, discontent, and the emotions had left them. They made a rash joke or two, and Susan, who nevertheless laughed at them, felt a little repulsed by their acquired good spirits. There was still a flush of day in the sky, where the old moon rode to her death, and as they passed through Soho Square the acid green lights of the corner lamps, the pink horizon, and the deep gleam of night among those old beautiful houses and giant blotched plane trees caused Sebastian to laugh softly and to take Josephine's arm. Susan drew near to her upon the other side, and Josephine knew that she was thinking of James Blanchard. How difficult to tell what Susan suffers, what her thoughts are, and what her wishes," she said to herself. There is absolutely nothing of tragedy upon the surface." In the kinema they were blinded with a sudden darkness, and as they pushed to their seats in the front row of the balcony, past human hands and knees and heads, Sebastian and Josephine felt joined again with men, but Susan had no such sensation. They sat down. The hall was as black as night, and upon the screen at the wide end of a shimmering shaft of light that passed close beside their heads and out over the abyss, was a blue toned picture of a seashore in Japan. The cobalt monochrome of the breakers did not destroy the illusion of reality. "Lovely!" cried Josephine, as the surf rolled up and broke. "I can hear the salty din of the waves." And Sebastian moved his hand for her to take. "When I was here last," she went on, "I heard people kissing all round. It is a great place for soldiers and sailors' good byes. Some one behind me said, 'What's on the screen now, darling?' and she replied, 'Some old rubbish, I doubt.'" Sebastian moved his hand again, and Josephine put hers into it. "Really, do be quiet," said Susan, laughing. "I am ashamed of you." "I'll tell you worse," continued Josephine. "Let's have it," said Sebastian. She repeated a conversation which she had overheard in a square. Sebastian's loudest laugh came out, and all the people round said, "Hush!" "You really must be quiet," said Susan, laughing too. After this they were quiet, and watched the sea breaking upon the shores of Japan, and Josephine, with her hand in Sebastian's, felt as if she were standing upon that sunny beach with some young lover of no particular identity. Presently a Charlie Chaplin film, full of large comic personages and violent action, with over expressive eyes, was put upon the screen, and she and Sebastian laughed as they wanted to. That evening, though gaiety was not its source, they felt they must laugh, must have something to exert their faculty for laughter upon. An artificial state of jocosity must be produced, or they would die, fall in with premature age, or crumble out to dust. There was Charlie, immaculately careful of every movement, spare in his gestures, putting to serious use the ordinary accidents of civilization at inappropriate moments, creating a series of false juxtapositions. In the character of an escaped convict he ran up and down cliffs, tipped fat men off piers with the kindest intentions, guillotined gentlemen in doorways, and let an ice slip down a lady's back. Sebastian laughed immoderately, and at one of his loudest laughs, when Charlie, in his tramp's dandyism, appeared wearing an evening suit 5 sizes too large, he bent violently forward and then back, and under the impression that in the haze of noise his action would go unseen, put his arm suddenly behind Josephine and rested his hand upon her left shoulder. And as he did so, like the escaped convict in the film, he had the feelings of escape and of adventure. End of Part 2, Chapter 10, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 11 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, London. Chapter 11, The Fog. Thick fog closed down upon London, and night drew in before its time. Loosed from the office, which seemed today a desirable and isolated world, Josephine found herself again returning homeward. But tonight there was no moon in Soho Square, no dinner in a pleasant restaurant. Spring had fallen back into midwinter, and hope that started in the lengthening days fell back into despair. Her sanity, which she maintained in its course with difficulty upon the high seas, foundered and sank. Humanity appeared in its most sordid aspect, and life presented itself as a nightmare, made only tolerable by the idea that death might at any time come down like a shutter. She was afraid. The traffic, the people, the faint lamps seemed to be at the bottom of the sea among the white monsters of horror. Every day, clothed in the fog of today, walked past her, and every day took its sacrifice to war, its toll of her inward parts. Not one memory of courage remained to her. Instead, the memory of ineffectual hopes, and the unsatisfied craving to fight, having caught her tired spirit, pressed her down. The feeling of a chained Prometheus in her found no glory in tolerating the excesses of the vultures, as in supreme moments of courage they sometimes do, but suffered only loathing of the abominable uncleanliness of the flies. There seemed to be no state other than that of monotonous pain for her, to regain nothing to make worth while a struggle to shake off despair. Yet though she was depressed beyond desire to fight upwards out of the depths, she nevertheless kept seeking to escape from the heavy elephantine darkness that lay thick, hideous, and tangible upon her. As she walked along under the murk of night, she examined the low pitch to which she was sunk. Never before had she descended out of the light of the sun. She was beyond the emotions. Nothing was left to her but extreme consciousness, and that most rare consciousness of the present. Close against her passed men and women bred on fog and toil and smoke, whose ugly half seen faces were set with eyes that saw dimly and fishily the shades around them. She passed between them like God in Hades, but with a heart filled with loathing and disgust. She shuddered, and her heaven within her faded, so that there remained but the ember of her inward fire, blackened by the chill of hell which crept upon her out of the fog. Now, suddenly her spirit began to struggle to escape, and beat itself against the doors of hope which were all shut. "If I could only fight," she cried to herself. "If I could only fight!" And her spirit flew up. She heard the bayonet go in. Phantasmagorically she enacted the utmost brutalities of war. Then phantasmagorically she went through the pantomime of conversion to human sanity. Finally she emerged cleansed, and reinstated herself in the dull monotony of endurance. Her youth was against her. Her philosophy was not yet worked out. The ragged ends of her convictions were not yet united in a web. The war had at last inflicted its worst cruelty upon her, and as she walked slowly home she knew that she had now nothing more to learn from it, nothing more to fear and nothing more to suffer, except the pain of physical torture. Neither to love, neither to fight, she suddenly cried to herself, but to live in constricted anguish, not to cry aloud, not to go mad. Oh, it's more than I can bear. We were happy when the war was new, and we passed through exaltation after exaltation, and through the beauty of courage and sacrifice. But now we are all a part of it, all war. The eye does not see itself, the sound does not hear itself, passion does not feel itself, save in so far as it is perfectly self‐conscious. I am come to this. She knew now the exact nature of war. She was become war. She had exchanged her heart and soul for it. Her mind, her consciousness was completely formed of it. Its perfection was full blown, but as in the moment of perfection decay sets in, and the full blooming of the rose is its own destruction, the ripeness of the fruit its own fall, so the short day of the war's perfection was ending, and already over the whole world the beauty of its efflorescence was here, and there a little passed, and its petals began to fall few and softly upon creation's mould. Josephine neared her home, and, with the extraordinary power of man to arrange the elements of his mind, she determined to adjust her resources so that she could have a happy evening. She decided to arrange a prison of enjoyment for herself, and to lock herself into it away from torment. She would draw the curtains of the room, light the fire, and with the help of poetry create an artificial heaven, or filling her sails with the wind of dreams, glide her boat into the cove of an island where the summer breezes were too light to ripple the clear salty waters. She could see the white pebbles shine as green as glass beneath the water, and hear the gentle lap of the swell against the rocks, and this caused her to hurry to her house, but like all visions, before she had gone many steps she lost it. Blanchard and Susan would be out fighting their fight futilely under the swamps of war, battling with one another in the midst of the suffocation of war. But she herself, she thought, as she put in her latchkey, would have one evening of repose and beauty. She sighed. She was very tired physically, and the craving of all men for strong arms to gather them up came over her, but unfortunately she had no lover and no God. End of Part 2, Chapter 11. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 12 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, London. Chapter 12. The Antagonists. As Josephine toiled up the long flight of Georgian stairs that led back to her flat, she paused. It was dark with the darkness of old houses, warm, mildewed, and full of the odors of decay. Here autumn never gave way to spring, and youth never supplanted age, but conceded its youthfulness and became old. Josephine lingered a moment, not so much in the body as in her whole life. She arrested time and stood with it for a second, as if with a dark angel, and questioned it as persons in a melancholy state of mind sometimes do. "Is my life over?" she said. "Shall I go down the stairs again instead of up?" She knew if she went down again she would go placidly and throw herself into the river, that grave of the unresourceful. She had now no emotions, and was no longer desperate, nor was she tired of life. Sane persons conclude that only the mad rob themselves of life. Josephine knew of only two arguments against suicide, altruism and enthusiasm for nothing at all. Like Blanchard, she had a glorious idea of tomorrow, and though both of them had stepped up the days for over a quarter of a century, they yet failed to realize that the similitude of the steps below them probably extended to those above. "I am always expecting the marvelous to happen," and "I am always enthusiastic for the future," they had said to one another. Time ran her threads through them, but neither of them was conscious of the moments of its passage, neither of them was very interested in the past, yet both their hearts were full of the excitement of presentiment and of a sense of imminent Eldorados, cataclysms of love, and days of judgment. Occasionally both felt that the present was an annihilation of perception, and they wished to jag the chord of time with their hand to produce consciousness, to escape for a minute from the infinity in which they appeared to exist. Though they craved realization, their craving only endowed them with hyper‐consciousness of the body. When they examined their distaste for life, they found that they could trace it no deeper than to an aversion from physical ailments and a distaste for life's machinery, which for them was typified in the recurring demands of the toilet. Yet each thought the other exempt from petty necessities and the home of ease and leisure. She stood still upon the stairs in all probability for 2 seconds, and then, feeling a little surprised at her own apathy, returned her life into the hands of fate and went upstairs. Susan appeared on the top landing, and said with a look of anxiety upon her face and a little fear in her voice, "Oh, Josephine, I hope you do not mind. It is such a beastly night, we did not feel we could go out." "Damnation!" replied Josephine, who resented her spoilt evening. She knew exactly what it would be like. Neither Blanchard nor herself had changed toward the other, and yet she was half glad that the only creature from whom she had no reservations was going to be near her for a few hours. She sighed and added, "Well, well, can't be helped." As she went into the bedroom, Susan came after her like a little frightened animal, and putting out one small hand, touched her and murmured, "Josephine, Josephine, it was dreadful. We had a dreadful quarrel." "God! What about?" "About Amaryllis." "Oh, God damn him for a fool!" she ejaculated, and yet she thought, "What a fool he is to be upset by me." She shrugged her shoulders, sighed, and said again, "Curse him." The war had intensified her sympathy for herself, except at moments when she lost herself in sympathy for others. But to night she was apart from society, very tired and conscious of her consciousness. She perceived this to be the case, and then blindness came down upon her, and she lost herself in the moment. "I love him," murmured Susan. "Yes, I know. But you are both of you split in two halves." "I wouldn't marry him if it made us too miserable. I wish you did not hate him so." "My dear child, you would marry him no matter," said Josephine, and at the same time all Susan's love for herself and for Blanchard seemed to fill the room. "If I fell into the river," Josephine continued, "it would be better. Christ, how he dislikes me!" "He is jealous," said Susan. "We are all jealous." Josephine embraced Susan, and having given her personal appearance scanty attention, went down into the sitting room. James Blanchard was standing with his back to the fireplace reading the Westminster Gazette. He held the newspaper up to his face, and anybody could see that he was using it rather to screen himself from observation than for any other purpose. He put down the paper when Susan came into the room after her friend, and with his habitual smile said, "Good evening," but his face was still very red, and he kept biting his bottom lip. "Good evening," said Josephine, throwing herself into a chair, and added, "Oh dear, the war." Nobody made any remark. Silence was the only tolerable condition for the evening, and yet, with the inability of humanity to keep their tongues still in company, they all sought subjects of conversation. At length, in a dry voice, Josephine remarked, "Lloyd George is swamped in the war." "Yes," Blanchard agreed. "Quite. You are quite right." "I thought," went on Josephine, "he nearly came to grief last year. Thank heaven we have tided over the revolution. Do public men realize, I wonder, that we common people know their innermost thoughts? England knows without doubt what he thinks in bed at night." "Yes, yes, quite," said Blanchard, sitting down upon the edge of a chair. "You know what Clemenceau said to him in Paris." "No. It was like this, you see. You know the Chamber of Deputies, their House of Commons? Yes, yes. Well, Lloyd George had just finished a conference on how many boys under 18 could be safely hidden in the trenches." "Nonsense!" cried Susan, who appeared now perfectly calm and happy, though Josephine knew she was in despair. "Well, it doesn't matter. The legitimization of piccaninnies or " "Well, get on," interrupted Susan, laughing. "Seriously, they had a conference on Boloism or Bolshevism or some poppycock, which ended in the Paris speech, and as they were coming down the steps Clemenceau said within earshot or bowshot of the Daily Rubbish, which hears these things " "He that hath ears," ejaculated Susan, with an animated laugh. "Well, get on." "Yes, quite. And Lloyd George " "L.G.," laughed Susan, who was always unable to hold her peace when others were talking. "Yes, quite. The tiger turns to the leek," continued Blanchard amiably, "and says, 'You and I will meet perhaps one day, when the drama of battle is over, and we shall exclaim, "We lost," or "We won," but neither of us cares. La rose est fanée.'" "Nonsense!" cried Susan emphatically. "Isn't it superb?" said Blanchard, appealing to his audience. "Who made it up?" Josephine asked, endeavoring to assume interest. She was not successful. She said in a Johnsonian manner, "Lloyd George saved himself by the Paris speech." She had said it before. The psychological experience of the crisis which he had then passed through fascinated her. As nobody else was interested, she rose, sighed, and said, "I think supper is ready. Let's have something to eat." When they were seated at the table, Susan cried out, "Food! Good! There is nothing like food!" But the conversation fell dead until Josephine remarked again in her most heavy tone, "I saw that the Germans say we walk about Trafalgar Square with no clothes on." "We all wear too many clothes, don't you think so, Josephine?" said Blanchard, as he began to eat. "Ha ha!" laughed Susan. "You would look epic in a chiton." "What marvellous insincerity!" thought Josephine. For her to be able to joke with him, or perhaps what marvellous sincerity! Like a master of melodrama, she admired the master of good manners. "Seriously, though," said Blanchard, using the beautiful voice that as a rule he hid under one of good fellowship, "don't you think the English people are afraid of the English body?" "I am glad they are," Josephine replied and smiled in a kindly fashion upon him, because he was ingenuous enough to make the remark with a white piqué slip inside his waistcoat. "It's all in a class with manners," she went on. "You think, I suppose, with Amaryllis, that children should be allowed to grow up mannerless and rude. But you dislike before anybody I know bad manners in people, particularly in women. Oh, James, you hate unconventional folk. I have got the conventional view about manners, not that I practise it." Blanchard said quickly, "Quite, yes, quite." And then half passionately added, "Men who have nothing to them can go to the wall; if they are not worth while I am not prepared to accept them." "You cannot bear boors." "Yes, if a boor has anything to him he can get along without all this poppycock. You don't think so?" "No," said Josephine slowly, looking at him with clear calm eyes. He was getting angry, and she wondered whether he was really feeling deeply upon the subject of talk, or whether he was using it as a disguise for the real cause of an emotion he could not repress. "No," she said again more slowly, "I don't." "Quite," he snapped, and began to talk and eat more and more quickly. "I think it is like this. I can forgive a man if he has anything to him. If he has not, I do not care what his manners are. Manners are only an extra burden upon the vileness of life. Life is vile, don't you agree? Childhood is vile enough without having to learn manners, don't you think so? One's mother " Josephine looked at Susan and said, "One's mother, yes. I have a weakness for mine." "Not really," answered Blanchard. "One's mother, I was going to say." "Josephine does adore her mother. It's quite true, James," interrupted Susan. "Quite. Well, then," he hurried on without listening, "one's mother has such an unfair advantage over one, Parents are the great disadvantage of our children. One ought to be reared by the State." Josephine laughed because she knew Blanchard's expressed opinions and his feelings were wide apart. "One would think," she said, "you had no heart." "That's it. Quite right," he said, getting more heated. "I have no heart. I have lost my illusions. I have no heart, that is what is the matter with me. I am a brute." And his vexation with his gallantry and chivalry for not having a life to offer Susan expressed itself in this angry speech. Here the conversation paused, and Mr. Blanchard found himself struggling against Josephine in his mind. She had taken him unawares again, penetrated his defenses, and forced him to recognize that she knew the exact truth of every word he spoke. He thought, "Why will this young woman never allow an artificial condition of mind to stand over life's circumstances?" Susan said to herself, "Oh dear, I am sure he is under the thumb of Amaryllis. Those are all her theories. He used not to have them." Into Josephine's mind came the words, "One has either to be very foxish or very noble. I am neither." And she was overcome with the desire to weep, a wish which in those days frequently visited both men and women. She rose, and as they returned to the sitting room said, "I am inclined to despise women." "Yes, I despise them too," said Blanchard. "And yet," she continued, "when I come into contact with men I find my theories about them vanish. I have never met a man yet I felt inferior to." "I have never found a woman I could respect," he replied, as he settled himself down in a chair before the fire, and lighting his pipe he obscured his golden head in a trail of smoke that made Josephine think of bonfires upon autumn evenings. "I have never found a woman," he said, in emphasis of his statement, "whom I thought clever and splendid at the same time." "Oh!" cried Susan, and her whole enthusiasm for her convictions broke out in her exclamation. "Really, James, what nonsense!" "It's true," he said. "I never met a woman who behaved in a crisis in a way that made one respect her, and was both good, clever, and remarkable." "I have," said Josephine. "I am sure you must have, James," added Susan emphatically. Blanchard began smoking incredibly fast, and the smoke of his pipe whirled up no longer autumnal, but peopled with somersaulting elves of Dicky Doyle that seemed always to be peering out of his waistcoat pockets pulling snooks at him, and crying, "Hi, Bulbo! When she loses the ring you can't conceive how scraggy you will find her." "I am sure you must have," reiterated Susan. "No, I have not," he muttered. "I do despise women. I think they are part of the circumstances of man's life, and no more. It may be a failing on my part, but I do not possess a single book written by a woman that means anything to me. Women have never said anything for me. I think it is true that the life of women centres in continuation of the race. What great women have there been? Women have never done anything that men have not done better." "Oh, how dreary!" cried Susan. "You are really Oh, my James! Really! Good Lord!" "I am glad they have the vote," he rejoined, talking very fast. Susan laughed. "Really, James, you are monstrous." Josephine, who had suffered this conversation in weariness, now broke in upon them. "On this occasion," she said, "I agree with you, James. Women are a poor and inferior lot. I expect I shall despise men to morrow. To night I feel that women never come to anything who are not married. Virginity is the curse of the times. We ought all to be free in that matter, and have as many children as we want. It is our business." "Quite. I agree with you," said Blanchard, smoking more furiously. "I agree with you. You ought all to be free. You ought to see to it. I agree with you. Nobody ought to be without that unless they want. Everybody has a right to it, a right to be free. Yes, yes, I agree with you, most certainly. Marriage is suicide, on the other hand." "Oh, I don't agree at all," cried Susan. "I hate promiscuity." "There are so few people one could bear to marry," remarked Josephine. "Yes, yes, that's it," ejaculated Blanchard from a cloud of smoke. "Quite. You ought to be able to find somebody to live with." "Unfortunately," she answered, "there are fewer people still one could live with." "Quite," concluded the young man. "Quite." And a lugubrious silence settled down over the group. End of Part 2, Chapter 12, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 13 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. 2. London. Chapter 13. The Barrage. It was midnight. Not a sound broke the stillness nor relieved the tension of 6 millions of people waiting for death. In the streets no one was to be seen, and there were no lights at any of the windows. Now, in the remote distance, could be heard a buzzing, as if a hive of bees were on the swarm. It rose and fell rhythmically upon the windless air. Up in their house Josephine and Susan were sitting beside the fire. Susan was half asleep, her head lay back, her lips were parted. Her thin hands lay helplessly in her lap. Josephine sprawled right down in her chair, with her legs stretched out in front of her, and blinked at Susan. She knew that Susan was thinking of Blanchard, and wished that Susan would sometimes tell her her thoughts. Some moments passed, and then the faint buzzing of the air fell upon her ears. "One day," she said, suddenly sitting up, "something will crash through the ceiling and kill us." "I wish we could go to bed," yawned Susan. "I am so dreadfully sleepy." "Go to bed if you like," Josephine answered, and got up to light a cigarette. "It's not much odds. But as one can't sleep through the din, I prefer to stay up. The guns are beginning." She stood still and strained her ears and caught the soft popping noise of distant guns. Susan could hear nothing. Presently the noise came nearer and louder, and Susan sat up to hear; but still the soft sound was too far off for her ears. "I am glad I don't fear death," said Josephine. "I am glad." She moved across the room, held herself perfectly upright, and added quietly, "This makes me want to fight." "Oh, does it?" Susan sighed and shivered. Up and down the room walked Josephine. She felt herself to night. When the war came near it brought back her absent parts. She went on talking. "I want to fight," she said. "You will perhaps say I don't know what I am talking about, but when I hear that noise grow louder and louder, and those engines dinning overhead, I don't want to sit here, I want to be out yonder. It is not mere talk. You don't understand, perhaps, what it is gets us under the heart and tightens our throat. I might not be a good soldier, I might not be able to endure. I might even go mad with horror. But on a night like this I feel the clay give under my boots as I spring up the bank, and I know what it is like to have my whole life, gripping a revolver and swelling in my jaws against the strap of my tin hat. I'll lob on my face in a minute, perhaps, and my life will be over. But here's all of me for once, without any doubts, without any backward thoughts. You are disgusted with me. I'm saying the things one doesn't say? That minute you have downed fear and are kind of bursting out of your clothes with perfectness is worth hell for those who can remember." "Oh, how can you talk like that?" cried Susan. "You have no imagination." "Perhaps I have not." Josephine sat down calmly in her chair. "Perhaps I have not. I ought to go and see. Some of them will say yes and some no. That's the simplification of fighting, that's its finest moment, like everything else, it's soon gone. Everything is the same. Fine to contemplate, wearisome to pursue, a spot or so of glory, the rest commonplace, frightful and pleasant. That was a close bomb. Hear the shells whining? Killed like rats in a trap. Are you afraid? It's not cowardice to be afraid. Some fools would shriek and go on if they were you." Susan rose and came and sat down on the arm of Josephine's chair. She held on to her tightly with both her hands. "Oh, if the house gets on fire!" she cried. "Sit on my knee." Josephine took Susan on her knee and then lay back in her chair. Susan sat bolt upright. Upon the roof shrapnel splinters rattled like hail, and every now and then the house shook and the window sashes racketed in their frames. Susan sat upright on Josephine's knee in the middle of a world beyond her control, that heaved itself around her, where sudden death and suffering and destruction were only part of the uncontrollable forces that swept her about. And Josephine lay back and looked at her and began to wonder what it must be like to be Susan. "It is odd," she said after a little time. "What I mind is the feet of the people hurrying out of the streets. I can't help, when I hear that running of feet, feeling a little faint." "Oh," cried Susan, shuddering, "it's the fires I fear." "They never tell you what they feel." "Who?" "The men out there." "What do you mean?" said Susan, sitting up more stiffly upon Josephine's knee. "After all, the earth and the war are both mine, and for that matter the universe." "What are you talking about? What do you mean?" repeated Susan. But Josephine did not answer nor explain that for a moment her profound reverence for those who knew what it was to fight made her think it presumption for her to talk about it. The sense of proportion came back to her, and she said nothing more upon the subject. "Was it to night Blanchard was going out with Amaryllis?" she suddenly asked. "I wonder if he fears death. They may have a bomb drop on them and kill them, and that will be the end of it." "The end of what?" said Susan, a little crossly. "Of all this wretchedness." "No, they are going out to morrow," Susan replied, and shivered again. Time passed. The fire burned low. The clock ticked on with little insect noises, measuring minutes so that man could know that, in spite of the long drawn hours and quickly lost hours of his life, night and day could be measured by a regular machine. Soon Josephine began to talk again. "Have you ever felt your whole body pitched fine to your mind, all yours to command? Listen, the engines are coming back." "What do you mean?" asked Susan, turning round and frowning. Sleep seemed to her the only state of physical perfection, and then she remembered that she liked dancing. "I suppose you call it feeling fit," Josephine went on, "but you hate that sort of thing." "I like dancing. James has promised to take me to a dance." Josephine moved so that Susan was forced to get off her knee. The notion of physical equilibrium made Josephine unable to stay long in one position. She took a few steps and then posed herself by the mantelpiece in an attitude which pleased her. "I like running," she said. "I like the equilibrium you get when you fight scientifically with gloves or wrestling." She seemed to think that she herself was a champion of the ring, a Carpentier or a Wilde. "There is nothing like it," she said, her eyes going off into space. She put her feet on the ground and held herself in an attitude which she believed was common in fighting. It satisfied her. She heard Wilde say, "That's a man spoilt." "Bah!" she cried softly. "It's grand when you feel like a pair of scales, when you change all over, when the center of balance shifts. It all comes in at your eye off the other chap, and he off you." "I hate games," said Susan crossly. "I don't believe you know what it means to have your feet on the ground," continued Josephine, and laughed. She looked at the clock. It was close on 1 o'clock, and the guns showered up monotonously in the rising and falling cadences of the aeroplanes. "Those are Gothas," she said, and ran the palms of her open hands along the edge of the mantelpiece. "Time passes quickly. It seems to be only the space between the happenings." "Time is an illusion," said Susan. "Oh, you are beginning that again," muttered Josephine. "Don't let us start on determinism, or I shall go mad. God, I should go mad if I believed in it." Susan sat down close to the fire and shuddered. She was very tired and cold, but as she poked the fire she found herself forced to say, "You can't get away from cause and effect." "I'll tell you," said Josephine, taking up a tyrannical attitude in the middle of the room. "You remember last week when James was here to supper and I was angry? Well, since that day I have had a curious feeling." Susan yawned. As a rule, Josephine's curious feelings did not interest her. To night the thought of them made her feel sick. She felt elderly towards her to night and a little tired of her and afraid of her, because she knew that, cost what it might, if she was so inclined, Josephine would force her to see what her curious feeling was. She said patiently, "Well, what is it about?" "The war." "Go on." Again she yawned an irrepressible yawn. The hour of night was coming upon her. "Since then," Josephine went on, "since that night I have felt myself a few times as if I had done my part, and could come home as if the issue was decided, as if we had lost or won already, but I didn't feel it till then." "We had lost or won before the war began," replied Susan, but her imagination was untouched. "No." Josephine went over to the window. "Ah, well, I don't care. I can think to myself. Sometimes it's a lonely business." She did care, however, because her love for Susan made her wish to share everything with her. "Come away from the window," cried Susan, starting up. "Something might hit you." "I feel as if I were freed from something. As if I had come back." "They are still killing one another," said Susan. "I don't see any difference." "What is death?" Josephine parted the curtains and leaned herself against the glass. "The shells look pretty, bursting." "Come away from the window," implored Susan. Because she was not doing it from bravado, Josephine came away, and sat down again upon the edge of her crimson chair. "What is death?" she repeated. "I haven't a young man at the war. If I had, he would have been killed." "Oh, Josephine, don't!" said Susan, and hid her face in her hands. "If I had gone to the war I'd have been killed." "Don't talk like that about it. It's facile," cried Susan. "Easy?" Josephine answered. "Yes, I suppose it is. It is easy to talk about the most profound things in the world. It is the half lights that muddle me." She thought she knew what death was and what love was. She thought nobody wanted her love, though she had enough for 20 or 30 people. "Anybody but you would want to shake me, Susan," she went on. "Everybody except James. Even though he hates me, he has an eye." Susan drooped and moped. Despair came over her heart, and the old feelings she knew so well returned to her out of the past. Life at bottom was quite black, and to her view happiness at best was only a gay harlequinade. The night was falling into silence. The guns went off irregularly, occasional footsteps echoed in the empty streets, and a door banged in the distance. "It's nearly over," said Josephine, looking up at the ceiling as if she were talking about a thunderstorm. "Thank goodness!" ejaculated Susan. Josephine looked at her sideways out of the corner of her eyes. She knew at once that a wave of Susan's nightmare melancholy had come over her. Now, by some law of love, she would be obliged to spend an hour in useless comfortings, which in the end would be unsuccessful, and throw her herself into despair. "Are they all types of themselves? Do they never change?" she thought. "Is everybody quite fixed like Susan is?" Aloud she went on. "Surely we are melancholy and optimism thrown together. I am miserable enough, but behind it is all light. And you are gay enough, but behind it is all black." "I suppose so," said Susan. "I am cold. Let us have something to eat, and then we will go to bed." Josephine went out of the room to fetch some bread and jam, and while she was away she overcame her love's desire to interfere with Susan's wretchedness. Let it be," she thought. When she went back into the room she said, letting her deeper thoughts fly from her, "I wonder if poor Sebastian is on guard at his office to night." "Poor Sebastian," Susan murmured, and felt that he too had a pitchy sky. "Is he sentimental about you?" "Not that I know of," replied Josephine. But all the same she thought he was, and she hoped a little that he was. End of Part 2, Chapter 13. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 14 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, London. Chapter 14, Amaryllis. The following night James Blanchard stood waiting, upon the curb of the pavement outside the Cavour restaurant. Its white façade and black iron balcony rose behind him and gave to that part of Leicester Square a foreign appearance. The weather was fine, but though it was not cold, spring seemed to hang back, and to regret that she had brought buds to the trees and caused the grass to start. People passed into the Cavour restaurant to dine, and a few stood upon the raised step under the shelter of the balcony, waiting, like Blanchard, for somebody who was late. In the center of the garden William Shakespeare posed upon a marble fountain, and stared at nothing out of his white blind eyes, and James Blanchard also stared at nothing from the edge of the pavement. Yet he and Shakespeare were the only persons in the square who had any reasonable comprehension of their surroundings. Upon the seats in the garden sat a few dead alive men and women, who had long ago drawn themselves in from such limited cosmoses as they represented, and now thought and said nothing and did equally little. Leicester Square was just as usual in its usual mode, with its familiar juxtapositions, its familiar and peculiar atmosphere, and its secret superiority toward every other spot in the world. The people who walked in it might have walked in it since the beginning of its history, so much a part of it did they seem. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow were all the same in that square. Change came over the figures who walked through it imperceptibly. Some institution would have to be burned to the ground before a new character could appear amongst its habitual frequenters, or before the proportion of its foreigners of no nationality, its cheap young women, its cabmen, or its gentlemen could vary. Blanchard himself was but an habitual figure in an habitual place, though he himself had never waited there before; and he assumed, during 10 minutes, a permanent aspect, as if he had stepped into the ghost of a predecessor. He himself began to think that life was only waiting. Others had happiness, joy, and youth at their command. He became sad and retrospective. When he had left King's College, Cambridge, he thought he was glad to be out in real life, and considered himself a man. But now, though his career was promising and he had excellent friends, he believed himself to be moribund, middle aged, and inefficient. The war which drained the vitality of all those who did not go out to it with their lives had worn out his emotions. He was old. He thought he was dead, and yet he fancied that if only somebody would cheat him into happiness and he could lose himself, he would become again young, free, and magnificent. He sighed, and moving his right hand off his hip, felt for his watch, then leaned his weight heavily back upon his stick and consulted the time. At last a woman came along the pavement from the right, and he left his position, saying, "Ah, Amaryllis, there you are!" "Yes," she replied, in her deep, vibrating voice that yet was not loud. "I am sorry I am late. Let us go and have some supper." Her voice recalled to him the singing of telegraph wires in the wind. "I have just come from the club where I saw Mary," she continued. "What a dreadful place it is!" James's heart was beating heavily, and he was blushing merely because she was there. Her fair, broad personality radiated charm. Her voice stirred him, her eyes, of the texture of blue jade, looked at him and entranced him. Yet he was perplexed. He was not entirely satisfied with her, but he could not tell why. Her black town clothes, her hard, shiny hat, were not suitable to her fat, short body and her golden hair. He wished they were upon the top of a windy hill, where she would be wearing something quite different, something soft and rough and pleasantly colored. He wished they were on the seashore again, watching the strong tide come in upon the east wind. He remembered now how they had sat upon the sands last summer. She had no hat on, and the wind tousled her hair. She sifted sand all the time through her right hand, and talked to him seriously, and he had not pretended anything at all, but let himself think his first thoughts. For a moment he felt that wind against him, and turned both hot and cold in it. Without doubt he liked her best when she was closest to nature, rough, matter of fact, and solid; and he liked her least when she reminded him of those hard, townish women whom he saw in omnibuses. Women of nature were not beautiful in urban life. He suspected himself of entertaining those sickening thoughts about her which contemporary writers held in regard to women of her kind. Great, grand, dominating women, women close to the earth, knit in kinship with the sea and sky, files for the wind and the love of men's hearts. The ideas made him exceedingly sick, but she herself banished them. To night, as she walked along by his side, he was a little revolted by her, a little intoxicated by her, half in love with her, and a little angry. Like most men, he could not conceive that women were also of mankind, nor did he know the wide love which women had for men, their tolerance and their care of them, their slight amusement at men's concern with the momentariness of life. He did not hear them laugh at those transparent lies which he himself employed always, but despised them when they surrendered themselves wholesale to heroism and to passion. He thought them worse than they were because they were not divine, and failed to see how wonderful they were because their ultimate standard was beyond his knowledge. Blanchard felt a desire before Amaryllis came to dine at the Café Royal, but now both of them were inclined to go to some quiet place, and, though they despised Soho because they conceived themselves to have risen above intellectualism, they nevertheless went into one of the little restaurants there. They had come to the decision that the circle in which they had passed their younger twenties was a little despicable, that Sohoism and all things removed from Philistia were a little terrible; but at the same time they clung to the hills of Carmel, to the shepherd David, and to the angel Abigail. To night, as they sat down in the small and quiet French restaurant, where they were almost the only diners, they looked lovingly at one another, and Blanchard thought, "See, I have hearkened unto thy voice and accepted thy person." And she answered, "The soul of my lord shall be bound in the bundle of life." The suspicion that Amaryllis was not the fair, the lovely bride of the shepherd had gone from Blanchard's mind, and for an hour they were united in that sure love which is beyond comparison. Presently Amaryllis took off her hat, and putting her elbows on the table, held her hands together on a level with her chin, and began to twist her rings. She wore a wedding ring because she had been married, but, as was the case with so many women of those times, her days of marriage began and ended within a few months. Now, to Blanchard's eyes, her ugly clothes were gone. For him she wore an attire of superb blue satin, with full sleeves, tight at the wrists, and low cut bodice, slipping off her shoulders over a fine linen shirt. For him her hair was dressed with pearls, and everything about her was heightened into beauty. Her blue eyes matched her dress, her cheeks were blushed with pink, her small childish mouth innocently open. Her whole appearance was as fair as that of Bourdon's mistress. Her eyes, serious and wide, were the only dark points in her blonde loveliness. Through his fantasia Blanchard became enraptured, and felt himself princely to be near her. If it had been his nature to give way to impulses in the world, he would have leaned across the table and kissed her. The impulse passed, and he fell a little from his height of pleasure. All the thoughts which ordinary men express in reading poetry, and keep hidden in their hours of silence, possessed him. All the riches of his education and his imagination crowded into his memory, and there came over him vague thoughts of beauty, large shadowy sensations of happiness that he could neither lose himself in nor visualize. Antony and Cleopatra is the finest thing Shakespeare ever wrote. It's a play that appeals to men more than women, he said. Don't you think so, Amaryllis? It is superb. Amaryllis looked steadily at him and answered, "Yes, I think it does." She wished to differentiate their tastes to night because she, too, loved him well. Though she induced rich thoughts, Amaryllis was not gross. Her fair Flemish form had been made compact by the years her ancestors had spent in the Fen country, and had been subject to the refining influences of the Netherlands of England. Those who come from country once roared over by the sea have a physical quality and air of mind which gives them the appearance of having come from another century. By the casual observer Blanchard might have been put down as one of the same race as Amaryllis; but if one looked more closely at him one could see that his redness was not the redness of a Dutchman, but of a Celt. His mind was current, whereas Amaryllis's was stable. He belonged not to a nation that is blown, but to a nation that has never flowered, one far older than that from which she had sprung, one whose thoughts hovered still in the twilight of the ages. For thousands of years, ever since the first alien foot had stepped upon its soil, his nation had repeated its princely virtues; and still it repeated them, so that it believed itself entirely different from what it was. Recently it had suffered a great resaying of every perfection, which it called a renaissance. Swift, Burke, and Miss Brontë laughed in the myrtle shades, while long-haired nationalists with red ribbons round their necks grew fairy rings upon the mountains of Mourne. Blanchard was aware that the home soil had been tilled with the wooden plough far too long, that the fairies had too long inhabited the woods of Killarney and the bogs of Shannon for praises of them to entice them into poetical politics. He was aware that the author of Innisfree had not gone there to his wattled hut, but had acquired a castle with curtains bought in Long Acre. He was aware also that his country did not know its own heart, though it knew its own mind, and for all these reasons he had left it. Blanchard's fundamental nature was of the suspicious, pure bred primeval type, which he hid in society under a cloak of insincerity that in its turn was disguised as reserve; but of reserve he had none. His insincerity was not of the kind that purposely expresses opinions and thoughts which are not within the mind. It was composed of that self‐consciousness which ousts genuine thoughts and feelings with the army of sentimental scepticism, and of the determination of a man who fears to make a mistake not to admit the forces of common existence into a cultured mind. Like the primeval man, he had, together with his suspicions, fine, free, and sometimes grand feelings, but he always held his cloak in one hand to muffle them, though he professed to be the slave of impulse. He had not allowed sufficiently, perhaps, for the instantaneousness of early youth. Now it was gone, he sighed for it; yet when it was there he had viewed it with not a little shame. He was happy to night. He said some fine things. He said some of the finest things straight from his heart. For an hour or two he felt generous. The restaurant was pleasant; he had forgotten the war; and when he recollected it he had the pleasure of thinking, "When England is in a tight place, then I admire her, I want to fight for her." He had the rare satisfaction of feeling free and good. About 9:15 they left the restaurant, and went down through the dirty alleys behind St. Martin's to Drury Lane Theatre, as they intended to hear Phoebus and Pan, which was to be given that night by Sir Thomas Beecham, after La Bohème, which they both believed they despised. All the way Blanchard talked seriously in his most beautiful voice, and in the theatre they found a gay expression of their love to crown the evening with pleasure. They were both as happy as they could be, and Bach's music fitted in well with their mood. The world for them was one well tempered clavichord. At that time no happiness endured, and every moment of joy had its quick conqueror. Blanchard had not long left Amaryllis at her house before his happy evening, his promises, his beautiful words fell from him, and he was left morbid, morose, and very angry. He was angry with himself and with her. He had said more than he now intended, and shown her more than he now wished. He thought bitterly of women, yet he had no cause against Amaryllis. He blamed her for wishing him to love her, and thought, "How dare women ask us for our affections? How dare they seek more of our love than we desire to give? Women ought only to reject our hearts, and not aspire to them. The general has no pride in cities that do not defend themselves." After walking 100 paces he blamed her in a fresh manner, and, because she was older than he was, suddenly decided that his happy mood and his evening of freedom were her fault. "She is responsible," he said to himself, "responsible for everything that may happen between us. She is older than I am, that is clear." He did not know, however, what responsibility meant, or of what its nature was, or why it should be between them. Vaguely he thought that if he could induce his mind to accept those around him as guardians of his actions, all his impulses would then be freed from the cutting bonds that held them in, and that he would become a happy man. End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 15 of If All These Young Men by Roma Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, London. Chapter 15, Leaves in the Trees. The weather next morning was beautiful, the air was clear and warm, and the sun shone down upon the town, so that it seemed as if London had been transported into a country of spring mornings. Blanchard stood at his window looking down into the courtyard. A gentle wind blew up against his face and along his arms beneath his unfastened shirt sleeves. The wind refreshed his whole body and his whole mind, and he felt well. Presently he moved and continued dressing, but he came back to the window to fasten his waistcoat, and stood still a few moments with his hands in his trouser pockets to enjoy the morning. He had bathed and shaved and brushed his hair and put his glasses on, so that he felt dressed, but automatically he moved in a few minutes and fetched an ivory manicurer off his untidy dressing table, and returning for the third time to the window began to clean his nails. His hands acted independently of his mind. His mind was fixed upon the trees down in the courtyard. There were leaves in the trees. Summer was coming, and soon life would be one long day again instead of one long night. His eyes were glazed with far-away thoughts, and he looked sad. He was not sad. He was quite happy. A child again who had forgotten that in 10 minutes he would have to be a man. A serious child who found in the contemplation of leaves upon the trees a happiness which came from very far away. He was unconscious, mooning upon his unformulated thought, and presently he stopped cleaning his nails and was wrapped off into a spring daydream in which nothing happened. His eyes half closed, his mouth opened a little as if he were in gentle sleep, and then in a moment warmth and happiness suffused his heart, and he moved, put on his coat, grimaced at himself in the glass, and went out of the room. Breakfast was ready. The cups and plates were cool and blue in the early sunshine. The bread and bacon and eggs and marmalade seemed beautiful and too good to eat. Blanchard threw up the window sashes and sat down at the table. Pigeons cooed and birds twittered in the trees below him, and far down he could see the Thames at flood sparkling in the morning sun. He fixed the Times up against the milk jug, but he found that nothing in the Times could depress him this morning. The events in its black print were only accidents in a continuous rightness, the black print itself upon the white paper was a mere accessory to the beauty of the sunlit breakfast table. He was not an artist. He did not say these things to himself. He did not notice the green shadows in the room, upon the newspaper or the napkins. But if he had seen some varnished, quiet interior of an English morning room, with a quiet man sitting at breakfast in it, he would have said, "Yes, yes, that's it, I feel like that." His housekeeper opened the door, and the draught filled the room with a refreshing wind. There were several letters for him, but these he threw on the table, and they became an accessory of the scene. In due time he went downstairs with his hat on his head and his stick upon his arm, and found himself under the trees that he had looked down upon. He looked up at them as he hurried through into the street, and as he sprang into an omnibus that was going east he caught a glimpse of new green leaves through the archway that he had just come out of. Down on the Embankment the trams ran to and fro under the plane trees, and in one of those going west sat Josephine on her way to work. She sat sideways so that she could see the river. At Westminster she got out, ran down the steps to the parapet, and looked over at the floating quay. A boat was drawn up alongside of it, and it made her wish to be on a boat going out to a new country. Upon the high flood boats were ascending the river, and it was impossible to believe they were anything but ships of happiness, or that life upon them was hard and ordinary. She gazed across the river at the new county hall. Once she had seen a little drawing of it upon paper before a stone of it was set, and now it rose half completed, a wonder of huge slabs of concrete, a ruin of incompletion, as one day it would be a ruin of decay. In the center of it, like a mathematical signification, hung a huge crane. "It will never look so well," she thought, "as it does now, as a base for that huge crane." The crane and itself were in proportion. She sighed, presently she turned, sprang up the steps, and ran through the gloomy brick archway of Scotland Yard out into Whitehall. Here she sprang on an omnibus that was moving quickly, and went in it towards Westminster. As the omnibus swung through Parliament Square she saw that all the trees were twitching with new leaves, fairest green against the dark old Abbey. She wished to get off and walk about, but she was late already for her work, and in a few seconds the omnibus was in gloomy Victoria Street. In the office the sun was bright and warm, and her dirty room had for once lost the odor of tobacco and soot. Upon her desk somebody had put a jam jar full of cowslips, and among them were a few sycamore leaves. "Everything is in leaf," she thought. She took one of the leaves in her hand and looked at the light through it, and there came back to her days in Derbyshire where at other times she lived. Our sets of lives are queer and different, she thought, and each seems unreal when we are not in it. Oh God, I am glad it is summer again. A man came into the room and she said, "Hello, good morning. See, I have got some cowslips and the leaves are out." The man laughed, and in a Cockney accent said, "It's a beautiful day. It makes you want to be down in the country drinking milk." End of Part 2, Chapter 15, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 16 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, London. Chapter 16, The Shropshire Lad. Blanchard took off his opera hat and hung it upon a stand against the balcony of the restaurant. Then he took off his white muffler and his overcoat, and in order to hang these up had to lift his hat from the peg where it swung. If he had been a Frenchman he would have closed his hat and put it in a cape pocket, and he became conscious of the clumsiness of his actions and of the fact that he was the only man in the place who wore an evening suit. He seemed, in his boiled shirt and silk-lined tail-coat, to have stepped out of a picture by Mars, to be a ridiculous young dandy, feather-brained and debauched, come from a casino where he had compromised his word with a young lady for to-night, and to-night was a date in the 'nineties. He looked round. At a table in the corner sat Chloe Ferguson, Susan's sister. Beside her was a man he did not know. He could see a part of Everett Sharp's dress and her chin, Sebastian Hunt's face, a piece of Josephine's coat, and Major Ferguson's unmistakable neck. There was a fat Italian waiter leaning over the table in the place where he was going to sit. All the tables in the square balcony were crowded. There seemed to be many hands and faces, and black clothes, cigars, wine bottles, cigarettes, and soldiers' uniforms, some of which had bright silk order ribbons in little rows upon them. Just beside him was a huge officer in a greenish khaki coat. He could see the black hairs on the skin behind the ears, and the working of the muscles of the shoulders as the officer moved. He could hear the words the man said, but they came to him as loud sounds without meaning, and he could hear behind them other sounds, flat in tone and also meaningless, and the room below, over the well of the balcony, was full of the same sounds, softer and more flat. He cast a glance down over the railing, and had a fainter impression of hands and faces amongst black patches and patches of white and khaki. For a second he lost his sense of the normal, and saw the whole scene as an effect of tones, in light and sound, changing with smooth eternal progress. He moved. He went to the table in the corner. The waiter made way for him, and he sat down. All these people were in modern times. There were two officers at his table, the man he did not know, who was now introduced to him as Captain Blake, and Major Ferguson. He looked round the four square table at the people there, removed his table napkin from his plate, opened it out, and felt at enmity with his surroundings. Chloe laughed and said, "Well, James, it is a very, very long time since we had the pleasure of your company at dinner." He was aware that Susan was sitting down in the chair beside him. They had come together, and they were going on to dance. He had no need to reply, because Susan said to her sister, "I am so sorry we are late." "I am so glad you have come, darling Susan," said Chloe. "What ages it is since I have seen you! You are looking very well." Here she laughed, apparently without any meaning. "And you too, James." Everett said to her, "How are you, my dear?" Sebastian gurgled, "Hello, Susan." Susan cried, "Dear Chloe, dear Harold," and the family greetings were over. Chloe laughed again and looked with her dark, bright eyes at Susan. She was the most lively, the most vivacious of all the Sharps, and in her that interest in human affairs was a craving, a passion, an insatiable appetite. Some people called her enthusiastic, others said she was consumed with curiosity. Josephine, who sat in silence between Harold and Sebastian, watched her look at Susan and felt that she was burning with desire to know what exactly at that precise moment there might be between her sister and Blanchard. Blanchard affected an air now of being unable to repress himself, and turning to Chloe began to overflow with conversation. Susan turned to Major Ferguson. Everett began to talk with Jim Blake about Canada. He came from Canada and he was her cousin. Josephine and Sebastian sat there in utter silence. Nobody would have suspected that Sebastian's hand had ever held hers sentimentally, or that sentimental thoughts had ever passed between them. They both appeared lonely and depressed, and were in fact cold and miserable. They wanted to shrink away into separate holes, to slink out into solitude, war sickness, and misanthropy. Blanchard's presence in the close of peace made the whole of her dream of the world appear false to Josephine, and she suddenly wished that he would go away, for he seemed like a ballet dancer in a church, like a comic song in solemn music, like Cards at Dawn. The acute pain of the sensation passed, and she found herself outside the range of the dinner party and the restaurant, away from humanity and life. Always she seemed to be passing away, or to be dying, but no longer did she pass out to the war, but to a region where there seemed to be only sand dunes, gray mist, and cold. "Why, dear heart," cried Captain Blake above the conversation. "Bless my soul, with her beautiful face she could command all the angels of heaven." Captain Blake had the aspect of a languorous cavalryman. He was handsome and pale, with a small black mustache, and his hair was going a little gray at the temples. To his remark there appeared to be no reply, or at any rate none was made, so he added, "And she has a beautiful soul. She's a saint and a martyr. I saw her the other day in a dirty little office, looking as holy as Joan of Arc in her uniform. And I said to her, 'Come, let us go out and sit on a beautiful cloud and make love.' And all she answered was, 'Damn you, Jim. Damn you, Jim.' Think of that now, and me a poor orphan without neither father nor mother. Say, ain't it awful, kid? Ain't you sorry for me?" Captain Blake smiled at the end of this speech, which contained all the dialect Canadian accents he thought fit to introduce. He was powerless to keep away from what he appeared to term vaudeville. Susan, whom he addressed across the table, laughed and said, "Good. Good. Go on, Jim." Jim turned to Chloe, however, and asked, "What was it like in Paris? Beautiful and wicked city? Oh, ah!" and smacked his lips and rolled his eyes. "A very wicked city indeed, full of lost angels." Blanchard found this man with the same name as himself amusing. But Blanchard's own conversation ran dry when Captain Blake began to talk. All the intricate, highly involved civilization of his existence did not suit the occasion. He had the sensation that he was a submarine listening to a dolphin. He thought that he could understand the dolphin, but that the dolphin had no conception of his intricate bellyful. "Tell me about Paris," said Captain Blake again to Chloe. She looked across at her athletic husband and replied, "It was simply awful. At the end I felt I had simply to get away, or I should have had to stay there until the end of the war." She laughed without merriment and continued, "But Harold and I had a splendid time at the beginning." Then she again looked at her strong, black haired husband, who smiled and said in his deep voice, very hurriedly, "Yes, it was splendid." She continued to speak. "We stayed at a little house near the Tuileries, in the Rue Rouget de Lille." "Yes, yes, I know," ejaculated Blanchard. "Behind the Continental." Josephine recollected that when she was 8 years old she had stayed at the Continental, and saw dimly palm trees in a vast lounge and tables that were level with her shoulders, at which huge people sat. "Yes," continued Chloe, "it was very expensive." She laughed again. "We had a room au deuxième, and it was really rather extravagant." Here she slightly altered the tone of her undercurrent of laughter, and seemed to recall something amusing, a joke perhaps told her by her husband. "Well, get on," cried Susan, as she usually did when anybody paused in a narration. "We had terribly little to eat," she said, and Sebastian at this point laughed. "But we had a splendid time. We went to a theatre and saw Pierrot in a dreadfully bad play, and we saw Horace at the Comédie Française." "Oh, really!" cried Susan with disgust. "Corneille?" "Really, Susan!" cried Everett in the same tone, and again Sebastian laughed. Josephine looked quickly in turn all the time at the 7 people at the table, to see how they held the conversation, and now she ventured into it herself. "Did you mind the big gun?" she said. Again Chloe looked at her husband, and everybody at the table followed her glance across to him and back to herself, and throughout beyond herself to a blankness which she was to fill for them with Paris, and a projectile falling upon it from 75 miles away. She answered, "No, we did not mind it very much." She evidently did not wish to describe her feelings in regard to it, or else she had not had any. "Don't talk about it," cried Everett. "The mere idea of it makes me positively sick." Josephine's anger rose against the Sharps as Chloe immediately changed the conversation. "We saw Grock." "Ha ha!" laughed Blanchard. In spite of her feelings Josephine again attempted to join in the conversation, and turning to Major Ferguson remarked, "Don't you think he's grand? He's my notion of a clown." "Yes, yes," he replied, in a voice which suggested a deep, hurried, muffled drumming. "I think he is a great man." "He is a jest," cried Blanchard sententiously. "We had never seen him before," said Chloe. "My good girl!" cried Susan, feigning to be astonished. "Really! Good God! Really! Not seen Grock?" "Who is this beautiful unknown?" asked Captain Blake. "A clown," replied Blanchard hurriedly, so as to preserve the continuity of the conversation. But in spite of him, altogether the women gave a minute description of Grock's abilities. At last the conversation flowed again. "Do you see many women at Chester, Jim?" asked Chloe. "No," he answered very seriously. "I don't seek the society of women. I want very little of it, and that the best." Blanchard pricked his ears. Here was something in common between this man and himself, perhaps a similar method of navigating the same ocean region. Josephine also opened her ears wider. "When I see a woman in uniform," James said, "I am glad for her sake there is a war. They are enjoying it." "Yes, poor things," remarked Susan. Major Ferguson appeared to be about to speak, but he did not speak, and Josephine felt as if these remarks were a little distasteful to him. Captain Blake was caused by a transit of sympathy to look across at him and say, "Harold believes in the perfectly glorious loveliness of the human race, which is the finest thing God ever made. Doubtless he could have made of himself a better image, but doubtless he never did." Then suddenly he turned toward Susan and continued, "Do you remember giving me, ever so long ago, way back in our youth, a copy of those beautiful poems, The Shropshire Lad? Well, I gave it to a very dear friend.
I was sure that you would not mind, and now I am sorry. I mean that little copy that just goes in your pocket. There are times when one feels again as if one's heart was going out to the dear country of your blessed and beautiful England. And then you remember 'the lads that will die in their glory and never be old.'" Here again he began to assume the disguise of a mimic and said, "Oh, Kid, it's man to man on God's earth." But Josephine saw that he was serious. Blanchard, who had begun to talk scandal about the Khedive of Egypt, looked up. He carried a copy of the Shropshire Lad in his waistcoat pocket. He continued his story now mechanically, ready at any moment to break off, and if need be, defend Houseman. Susan groaned in imitation of horror at Captain Blake's sentimentality, but at the same time quoted, "O tarnished late on Wenlock Edge, gold that I never see." Something in the tone of his voice gave Blanchard a feeling of a string drawn tight in his throat. He wanted to say aloud, "You miss it. You miss it. It doesn't appeal to women. No, no, you miss it." His throat immediately was relieved, and he added to himself, alive with warmth of love, "It is as that man says, man to man on no, in nature." He thought himself alone, of all the people there, in appreciation of Houseman's poems and Houseman's philosophy. Houseman's heart belonged here to the native country of his heart. He was to himself at best a Shropshire lad. He had the same doubts and fears. "This is the land of lost content." He ejaculated the thought in his silent voice, and looked stealthily at Susan. Perhaps the Shropshire lad loved more carelessly than he did, cared less for the responsibilities, was more chivalrous, less cautious, more bountiful, more human. Perhaps he cared not so much where he kissed, but kissed with his heart every time. Blanchard found himself to night out of love with hearts and kisses, and almost astonished that he had come out to go to a dance with Susan. At the same time he put his hand on Susan's and said, "Well, we must go to the ball." "After the ball was over," cried Susan. "Exactly," Blanchard replied. "The beautiful princess," murmured Captain Blake, "changed into a poor little chimney sweeper, and the prince was left with only a little glass slipper." Everitt, who had put her hand on Sebastian's, now quickly made a silly remark, and as she said it, elevated her eyebrows and laughed. And Chloe laughed, and Sebastian giggled. Her remark ended the conversation, because Susan had already risen and was saying, "I am afraid we must go, dear Chloe and dear Harold. It has been sweet of you to have us. You must write and tell me everything you read, Harold, and, dear Jim, I must send you another copy of the Shropshire Lad." "That will be beautiful of you," answered Captain Blake. Blanchard, who had put on his coat and wound his white neckcloth round his neck, took his crush hat, pressed it against him, and bowed all round at the company, missing out Josephine, and finally Susan seized his arm and dragged him away, saying a little self‐consciously, "Clown." And then she added, "Come along, James, don't be absurd." When they had gone, Chloe and Jim Blake, Major Ferguson and Everitt began to talk in serious conversation. But Josephine sat back in silence, and Sebastian fell into a half doze. It seemed to Josephine that though she had 1,000 sympathies with society, she never could belong to it. She saw men and women in their daily lives as toys without feelings, expressing in mimetic actions the evolutions of creation beneath them. She looked at them again and lost her sense of their bodily aspect, and of that form in which each shows his character, and they appeared transparent shadows, making a whole through coincidence and superimposition. She blinked her mind's eye, and they appeared soulless toys; she blinked, and they became formless souls. All her acquaintances and friends presented to night no exteriors, or such exteriors as they showed were mere marks. Oh, the comings and goings of a man's life, she thought, and looked at Blanchard's seat where he still seemed to sit, a painted papier mâché figure with a strongly colored face and a fixed smile. Also, she thought, how can I live? I cannot treat these people as dolls, and I cannot, when I see them shifting like kaleidoscopes under my gaze, fix an aspect of them to be social to. I have no manners. She sighed because she was at a loss. She felt very strange and lonely, and wished more than ever to creep away and hide. She knew these people around her so well. They all meant so much to her, but she meant nothing to them. They were part of creation, blessed and to be loved, together with the houses and the trees, dogs, trams, newspapers, and the rest of civilization. They were the world, but she, as she sat there apart from them, was an outcast. "I'm an outcast," she thought. "I'm not part of what they see. I must see life wrong. I am, perhaps, mad." End of Part Two, Chapter 16. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, Chapter 17 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, London. Chapter 17. Solitude. When the body is weary, the heart falls sick and the mind loses courage. All the events give way to nothingness. Continuation and sequence break off, and life drops dead like a wind before a storm. Then a man realizes that he is indeed alone, and fancies that in the daytime all emanates from him, and that nightfall is the shutting of his eye. He longs for a friend, one with whom he is equal. He longs for a double of his heart, and for perfect interchange of understanding. He longs for his mind to be completed in another mind, and to feel that he is one base angle of a triangle of which the base angles are equal, so that he can look upward and say, "Our heaven is as near my friend as it is near me." He sighs and feels it is too much to give everything for less. A sick man does not want love, for the lover is always above the loved, and the loved above the lover. He is in a passion for equality, for comprehension and unity. At times the mind passes through a sensation of being unborn, and existence appears stationary. It becomes possible for the reason to co-relate heaven and earth, philosophy and the common actions, and, in exile from life, to have a rare and wonderful view of heaven, in which is earth, and earth in which is hell. At night time, in dead loneliness, the liar awake falls outside creation, and sinking a great way from it, sees a view of it. Time ceases, a minute becomes the night, or the night a minute, place vanishes, sensation of body vanishes, the mind floats in the void, and the course of life appears. No questions arise such as "What is life?" No assertion of the nature of "If I am, God is," troubles the thoughts. The unknown and the known are both clear. No superconsciousness stirs under the perceptions. There appears no consciousness at all, save that of exile from the wonder of the universe, from fear, from nature, and from bliss. The perceptions are acute, but realization is dead. The mind knows through sight, but it is not aware of what it sees. The loveliness, together with the vileness of creation, is beyond realization. The marvel of heaven and the fear of hell are visible but not felt. The mind's eye has no horizon, but the mind's heart is dead. That night, as Josephine lay in bed, she began to think. It did not seem possible that tomorrow could follow today, that the people of this day would all be revived in the morning. Darkness seemed something supernatural and awful. Then she remembered that the sun shines all over heaven, that night is only the earth's own shadow, and saw the earth turn round upon its axis, a small ball hung with clouds, sweeping wide circles round the amazing sun. It vanished. She saw the whole of space within the universe blank with light, and heard the interminable shrill whistling of the infinitesimal worlds. But immediately the light became dark, and she emerged into a sandy plain, in which there was a lake, and at the edge of the lake stood a stricken orange tree. In the tree perched a bird like a pelican, which had a superhuman mind. The place was familiar to her, the white light of its day, the sandy shore, the small strip of green grass under the tree, belonged to some old fairy dream. This way Childe Roland came to the Dark Tower. Beyond the horizon were the Caucasus, and this shore was in some region such as Turkestan. She knew the spot so well that she was able to lean against the tree, to look at the lake and plain, fancying she was in man's old country; to look up at the bird which with its unwinking eye had seen many solitary wanderers from Europe and from Asia. Here a Chinese exile had rested; here a Slav prince had gone by; here a Christian knight had watered his charger. Here, in dreams, a few men and women had stood alone, and many children had stopped a moment here, in those times when their youth forsook them. The place was not frequented, though many people came there. The sun shone always, there was no wind, there were no flowers and no clouds. The sky was like blue silk, the lake like glass, the lawn like velvet, and the sand as smooth as the shore of a sea. It was blessed with solitude. No mystic meaning lay within it. It was a simple country where wanderers, fluttering up and down the ages, paused, and which in old times had, no doubt, been of great importance. She looked through the eye of the bird as if it were her own eye, and found herself in Europe, and saw all its small life at a glance, enacted simultaneously in the color and detail of its times and the emotions of its tendencies. She saw with distinct clearness all the movements and progress which are called nationalities, coming and going like colors upon the sea, and at the same time she beheld that all these comings and goings, so fluent and so elusive, changing always under the universal winds of life and upon the secret tides of human existence, had their expression in the actions of people and only in actions, and these actions also were clear to her down to the least dust they raised and the least sound of a lifted finger. The green continent, with its white mountains and dark woods entwined with blue rivers, lay flat below her. Nations blossomed and faded off. Thoughts came to beauty and were lost. Passions welled up and sank away again. And out of this fruition and decay there rose man's history, that tracing upon the barograph of the gods in which is read the weather of his soul. Her thoughts came out to her in images, alive, real, and colored, more highly colored and more real than daily life, and the images expanded and contracted upon the beats of her heart, and came first near and then receded upon the widening and closing of her inward sight. The pulses of her blood, the slackening of her muscles and her nerves, shifted and kept in motion all her thoughts which had ceased to be expressed in words. Now scenes of other days grew out of the dark, and she found herself in an Italian garden of Gethsemane. Phrases of books and memories of pictures expressed themselves in quickly following scenes. She was Michelangelo at dinner with Lorenzo, and then Michelangelo up in the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, and then she became Saint Francis preaching in Giotto's woods to little birds, and the next moment found herself an Infanta, stiff with gold and jewels, in some vast Spanish court of gloom. All that she had ever read poured before her eyes, its visionary loveliness and spectacular glories. All Rome fell out of heaven, rich with the noonday rape of the Sabine wives, with gladiatorial shows, with Virgil's dream of Troy, and Dante's hell and heaven and paradise. All France passed through her memory, a land of wars, of courts and fairy passions, of guilt and splendid artifice and final revolution. All Russia, one huge dark ideal realized in ferocity and blood and snow. The large misty ghosts of her friends floated up across her rapid dreams as if they were leaving her. All the people she knew, Blanchard and Mary, Sebastian, Susan, and 100 others, passed up like souls drifting across limbo. Her mind stabilized. She saw the war pictorially for a minute, but no emotion from it touched her. It vanished. She felt as if life were slipping with incredible rapidity through her mind, and then all sensation ceased and she was without a body. All vision went out and she was without eyes. Soon she saw again with different eyes, and death appeared very close down upon her, as if it were spread over her. It came very close to her, and she could look calmly at it, without joy and without fear. New wordless thoughts without visions came to her, and she felt death, not as an end, not as a cessation, but as continual consciousness. Life appeared as loss of consciousness, and changed places with man's idea of death. Peace, sureness, and calm came over her through death. The fires of desire burnt out. Fear's madness passed away. The pain of jealousy faded from the heart. She wanted nothing. The repose of nothingness came over her, and she was at rest. Such death is as cold to the lover, is as blind to beauty, is as uncovetous of gold as true death, but in it there is no bodily decay. It is as dark as sleep, but in it there are no dreams and no unconsciousness. It is the threshold of life, the in-betweenness of heaven and earth, and the gateway of that high paradise upon earth which is beyond beauty and outside fear. Josephine slept. It was 2 o'clock, the hour when night flagged and the height of midnight ebbed low. Life flowed out like a river upon the tide, and those who lay awake felt it pull round their hearts like outgoing water round a river post. Over the whole town lay silence. The traffic was still. No smoke rose up from the chimneys. In the works the workers slept on their benches. Yesterday was over, and tomorrow had not yet begun. Life hung slack, and in hallucination time itself poised on the crest of its evolution one imperceptible second, and then passed over and down again, awakening the day. Soon the turmoil of daily existence began to break out again. The cocks of London crew. The sparrows waked. Carts rattled in the streets. The sun came up. But those who lived by the hours of civilization turned over into a deeper sleep, and their intricate life of thought and work and aspiration did not revive until the sun had long been over the horizon, and the cocks had long ceased to crow the morning in. End of chapter 17. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 18 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, London. Chapter 18. The Letter. It was 10 o'clock. 8 hours of the day had passed, and everybody who worked was back at work again. Josephine sat at her desk in a room of a dismantled flat high up over Victoria Street. Her mind was vacant, and she stared before her, waiting for the inception of a thought. The sun poured into the room through the open windows, and made beautiful even the flowered wallpaper, with its climbing pink roses and ghosts of departed furniture. Blue files of papers lay on the dirty black desk in front of her, and upon the window ledge stood a bunch of dried up cowslips and a jam jar. These things were so familiar that she did not notice them. Everything around her was absolutely familiar: the broken cane chair in the corner, the knots in the blind cords swinging in the wind, the dead plant on the white mantelpiece, the highly colored wall map of England that hung beside the file case. By the door somebody had drawn a portrait of the senior clerk upon the wallpaper, and near it there was pasted up a notice about the electric light. She knew every detail so well that it was to her a rest and pleasure to be up there in that dirty room, away from the change and complications of outside life. She stared through the window at the view over London which lay before her, spread out like a shining white city of the south under a deep blue sky. White clouds drifted high in the sunshine, and the wind blowing up from the southwest filled the whole world with warm odors from the sea. The wind came in through the windows and stirred the papers on the desk, and all that was in her mind went away on it, so that she sat there like a tree, with the breeze fluttering through the branches of her mind and carrying away the gossamer of her dreams. Presently the senior clerk came into the room, and, turning her head, she said, "Good morning. It's too fine to work." "Yes," he said, standing still and gazing out of the window. "It's sunny in here," and his pale blue eyes became glazed for a minute. He continued speaking. "You know, I can't stand the cold. It's awfully cold down in my room, even to day, you know. There is always such a draught." He paused again, passed his hand over his fair mustache and down his chin, and added, "What a view you have here!" "I can see St. Paul's." "Can you really?" "There, like a shining bubble," said Josephine. "So it is." He strained his eyes really to be sure that he had seen it, and then turned towards the desk and said in a prim, official voice, "May I look through your papers? I have lost a letter, and I rather think it must be among these." Josephine watched him go through the files on her desk. She knew that the papers there could none of them apply to him, but she did not say so. When he had finished, he looked out of the window again and said, "I should never advise anybody I cared for to enter the service. It's the security which tempts a boy, and the status, but the pay is damnable. One can't marry until one is well over 30. Some men do, of course." After this remark he left the room, and Josephine wondered for an instant whether it was herself or the sunshine which had caused him to make it, but decided that it was the sun. When he had gone she went through the correspondence, but as none of it appeared urgent she sat back in her chair again and continued to contemplate the morning. In the afternoon work would come in and the place would become sociable and full of bustle. But this morning she was as far away from daily life as if she were standing upon the top of a lofty mountain. She gazed up at the clouds and wished she were above them in the pure sunshine, happy in complete emptiness of mind and body, removed from the possibility of responsibility and from the demands of existence. For a minute she determined not to entangle herself again in any human affairs, and to live the cold life of a hermit. "I care for nobody, no, not I, and nobody cares for me," she said, but immediately she began to wish to have a happy social life and to enjoy the full pleasure of being a human creature. Suddenly she had a desire to go out into the sunshine, to live in the town, to be rich and sought after and gay and happy, and to spend her time down in the very midst of human existence. And a wish came over her to communicate this desire to somebody she knew. She took out a sheet of white paper stamped with the arms of England, and wrote the official address in one corner; but of the letter itself she only wrote the word "Dear." She did not know of anybody who shared her energy for life. Everybody was grown up, and had a nursemaid's attitude towards enthusiasm and spontaneity, so it seemed to her. She wanted to be wild and young and well loved, and to love well in return, and for once not to have to key herself down to those around her. She wished that Blanchard did not hate her; she would show him what life was really like, what possibilities were in it, and what force. For a minute she thought she would write to him. But she knew that her letter would be nothing but her innermost feelings about life, addressed vaguely to love, and not at all to a complex social being of flesh and blood. She looked up into the sky and continued to watch the clouds sail overhead, until one passing before the sun cast a shadow over the town. As the sun went in, she looked down and wrote with great care after the word "Dear" on the white sheet of paper the word "Sebastian," and asked him in a short sentence to keep the first day of the Royal Academy Exhibition free, so as to go to it with her in the lunch hour. Her desire to live life had come down to this: a small action, diminutive in comparison with her thoughts. She recognized how very small her action was, how vast and vaporous were the feelings behind it. She sighed and said to herself, "What a lot of steam there is in a grain of sand! What a little bit of our life really counts!" and wished to add this idea to the letter, but she did not. As she could not express all the unformulated emotions pressing against her heart, she would express none. She would not open the throttle yet, she would hold steam a little longer; but when the right moment came, she assured herself, she would rush forward safely and recklessly into the world. Late that night Sebastian walked wearily up the concrete steps of the house in which he lived. The violet electric lamps cast a sickly white light over the stairs and walls and made them appear steps in one of hell's cold labyrinths. They seemed to the young man the endless steps of a dream which he was ascending without getting any higher. At last he came to the top and put his key into the door, which he wrenched open after only half turning the lock. Upon the mat lay Josephine's letter. He bent and picked it up, and as he bent thought that his body was falling through his head. With difficulty he stood upright again, and made himself shut the door, walk into his bedroom, and turn on the electric light, which filled his eyes with a yellow glare. He opened the letter, but what was in it he did not clearly gather, and then, forcing himself to take off his clothes, undressed, turned off the light, and threw himself on the bed. At every effort of will, cold wet waves of pain rose in him, and welled out in circles through his brain. He thought that he would find repose upon his soft bed in the quiet darkness of his room; but he found the sheets and pillows as harsh as nettles, and the silence of night not warm and enfolding, like the silence of the country night, but blank, cold, and empty. He was alone by himself in a house full of forms of people that were not alive to him. He became terrified, and, opening his eyes wide, stared into the darkness. He wanted to groan and talk to himself, but he dared not lest somebody might reply to him, or something might fly up to the window across the waste and tap out an answer upon the panes. He feared now that a shadow would glide across the window, and could not understand why he had not drawn the curtains. But it was far from him to get up and draw them now. Something might steal over him as he did so, or the floor might go soft beneath his feet as he tried to return to bed. The portrait of Everett Sharp hung on the wall beside him, and Josephine's letter lay upon the mantelpiece. But no angel slipped out of either of them to comfort him. No thoughts of happiness or tender dream of love stole into the room to shade his eyes from the terrors that fly by night. He lay with stark fear in his heart and stark loneliness in his mind. Silence and sick dread stretched on all sides like muddy sands in which he was sunk up to his chin. His reason left him, and in the distance he could see the thin white line of the sea creeping in upon the tide. The tide crept nearer and nearer over the gray mud, and he knew that in the shallows behind the water was silently gathering. Soon the first gray wave would glide up to his mouth, the next glide up to his eyes and bubble in at his ears, and the third flow over his head. Soon he would be dead. He looked upward and found himself dreaming that he was in a place where there were rocks. He was standing alone on a long black reef that ran infinitely out to sea. Sea mews cried dolefully around his head. The sun was shining white as molten steel in a gray sky, and in the distance a sea fog was creeping up toward him. Horror filled the air, and terror and leaden sickness overcame him, so that he was unable to retreat from the oncoming fog, and from the sea which swelled higher and higher up the rocks without breaking into waves. He shuddered and awoke, and recalled something he had seen before. The sun had turned black, the stars had come out, and that gray swelling water had been pulled back from the rocks, revealing the ocean slime. He shuddered again, and raised himself upon his elbows to look out of the bed. Memory became clearer, and he recollected that long ago, at the beginning of the war, he had seen an eclipse of the sun at the sea, and that the water had all gone out of the bay. There was nothing in the room, only a miniature sea floating about in the darkness, so he fell back into bed again. He dreamed now that he was approaching a deserted house. Not a human being was in sight. The house was square and ugly, with a slate roof and gilded iron balconies, and there emanated from it noiseless waves of terror that overcame him, so that his life ebbed out and he sank in a dead heap upon his feet. Again he dreamed, and saw the house rise into an evening sky and become a gigantic bulb of glass with a light inside it. The light grew brighter and began to revolve, and everything that its rays touched sank down and died. This was the end of the world. This was the last horror of human existence. Man had at last conceived his own extermination. Sebastian awoke and sprang out of bed. He could not tolerate his dreams any longer. Even now that he was wide awake he was still afraid. He began to imagine that something was in the next room. When he got into the passage he became convinced that the door would resist him if he tried to open it, that the room was full of an expanding force, or that pressure would come from the center. He was sane enough to turn the door handle. The door opened as easily as usual, and there was nothing there. He went in. He walked round the room and became calm again, but he dared not think of sleep. He decided to wrap himself up on the sofa and read, and then remembering there was some wine in the kitchen, went for it immediately and drank off all there was, as he stood in his pyjamas by the dresser. The floor struck cold to his feet, and he began to wish to spring into bed where it was warm. He returned to the bedroom, and as he went past the mantelpiece put out his hand and took up Josephine's letter, which he crushed in his palm. He got into bed again, and found that the nettle sheets had gone, and that the pillow had cooled, and though his head ached intolerably behind his ears and at the back of his neck, he was able to make the pillows comfortable enough to relieve it. He put Josephine's letter under the pillow, and a gleam of hope entered his heart. The loneliness seemed to roll away a little, and he remembered that Whitsuntide was only 3 weeks away. At Whitsuntide he was going down to Boxwell House. The memory of the garden at Boxwell House came back, and he saw himself walking in it after dinner, feeling happy. Somebody else was there, he remembered now. Somebody had gone out first and had looked in at the drawing room window upon him where he was sitting with the Sharp family. She said in his recollection that was only a dream of the future, "Is nobody coming out? It is such a lovely night." He saw himself spring up and cry out, "Yes, I am. I'll be out in a minute." He went out. He knew what would happen. He would go with her and sit on a seat in the orchard, and then he would turn as he turned now and would say, "I love you. I love you." End of chapter 18. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part II, Chapter 19 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part II, London. Chapter 19, Burlington House. Although it was the first public day of the Exhibition, there was no crowd in the spacious saloons of Burlington House. Not more than 30 or 40 people stood gazing at the pictures in each fine apartment, or sat upon the red leather settees gazing at nothing. Though it was half an hour past noon, the place had an air of early morning, of width and cool light and emptiness, and the bright gilt and colors of the pictures which hung upon the dark and crusted walls seemed to be morning sun shadows cast through the muslin awning under the glass roof. People passed slowly round the walls, and gathered in eddies in front of some picture, and dispersed again as slowly. All the time a few more people came in than went out, and gradually the long magnificent suite of vast brown rooms grew a little less empty. Women in dark clothes pointed sometimes to a particular picture. An artist with his hands behind his back rocked on his toes in front of his own work. A couple of men, like auctioneers, passed round talking very quickly and softly, as they went with some definite purpose, and selected one picture or another in each room. But most of the folk there wandered round like Josephine and Sebastian, without saying a word, in apparent apathy. Josephine and Sebastian were soothed by the atmosphere of the place. The spacious quiet and the bright diffused light produced a harmony of rest round them. The bright colors on the walls made them feel contented, as if the world were not dark but light, and life were happy. Neither of them made a remark for several minutes. Sebastian wished only to enjoy the sense of peace, and to surrender himself unreasoning to the quietness and rest about him. He was utterly worn out, and as Josephine looked at him she thought, "When will this interminable war end and set us free to rest a little?" She herself imagined that she had escaped its tyranny. "It's over for me," she said to herself, but though that might be the case she had to hang back with those who had not yet perceived that its strength was wasting. Sebastian did not particularly notice the pictures. He was content to wander slowly round the rooms after Josephine and gaze indefinitely at patches of color. One or two pictures of wide landscapes caused him to sigh, and one or two quiet interiors made him stand involuntarily a minute before them. They went steadily through the rooms from beginning to end, and then Josephine left him and hurried back to stand in front of a picture of heavy horses drawing up a gun through the snow. When she had looked at it for 5 minutes she went back to where she had left Sebastian, and found him sitting down on a seat, dreaming. "Come with me," she said, and patiently took him back to the picture of the gun. When they were in front of it she put her hand through his arm. The picture was a large, straightforward, direct representation of quiet horses heavily straining forward in bright winter sunlight. There were men mounted on some of the horses, and men straining at the wheels of the gun. Josephine drew up her shoulders and sighed, and Sebastian looked up to see if the sunlight in the picture came from overhead. It did not, so he looked at the picture again. Josephine sighed once more, and became for a minute very heavy and sorrowful, as if her whole heart were lost in the picture, and a woman who caught sight of her face thought she was in love with a soldier. "It's quite nice," said Sebastian suddenly, as if she had asked him his opinion, but she did not seem to hear what he said. Presently they went and sat down on a seat in another room, and after some minutes' silence she said, "I suppose we must go. Let's play truant a little while to day. I am going out to lunch somewhere expensive, and I hope you'll come and lunch with me." She was rather shy and self‐conscious. "As long as it's not the Ritz or the Carlton I don't mind. I couldn't face the Ritz to‐day," he said. "Not with me in my best clothes," she said. "You are a coward." Sebastian suddenly had a reluctance to move. He sat back a little in order to look at Josephine. She had her best clothes on, he noticed. She looked very fine and gratified his eyes. After a second she became aware that he was admiring her, and moved ever so little forward the better to be seen. She felt a little tender towards him, and began to wish they had the whole afternoon for leisure, and turning her head right round, smiled into his face. He smiled back, and began to hit the leather seat with his hand, then suddenly jerked himself to his feet and cried, "I suppose I must go back to work." She got up too, laughing, and said, "Not till we've had lunch. You can't say no to that. You can't point blank refuse my command to lunch with me." He laughed and said nothing, but felt that she was right. It was quite impossible to leave her abruptly and go back to work. Moreover, he thought he could legitimately play truant from hell for an hour or two. They went through the round room full of ugly statuary and out past the toll gate, down the steep carpeted stairs. Upon each side of the staircase in niches simpered Victorian casts of ancient Greek sculptury, and at intervals were placed palms in pots. "Fancy palms in pots," said Josephine. "They always put them with statues." "And they made them aprons," said Sebastian, laughing. Josephine laughed too, and began to feel protective towards Sebastian. And as they went out into the immense quadrangle which shone like an old sandy quarry in the sunshine, she became so dignified in her heart that Sebastian suddenly thought she was beautiful and was a little afraid of her, and for a minute worshipped her as if she were an immortal come to earth. Overhead the sky was deep and blue, and in front of them, through the archway of the dark façade, they could see the sun shining in Piccadilly. People hurried past, red and white omnibuses, black, yellow, and green taxicabs, gray wagons, colored tradesmen's carts went endlessly by, and they all seemed small and far off through the high black archway across the other side of the huge, quiet quadrangle strewn with orange sand. Josephine said, "We will go to Scott's." Sebastian answered, "Good." "You were supposed to be an artist to day, and I am a rich girl mad on your pictures." "I don't think any girl would be mad about my pictures," said Sebastian. "Well, it's the case to day." He laughed, and as they were just about to go out into the street, he put his hand behind her elbow to steer her. "From the top of Parnassus you can wink into the eye of Venus," said Josephine, and laughed. She was so gay that people in the street turned round. It was not then usual to hear laughter in the streets. "I shall never be on the top of Parnassus," said Sebastian. "I shall never be Venus." A gallant reply stuck in his throat, he failed to get it out, and for the rest of the way to Scott's they said nothing. They went upstairs and sat by a window shaded with green gauze blinds. A soft warm breeze came into the dining room and nodded the jonquils on the white tables, and in the brilliant sunshine outside the traffic hummed like a gigantic lawn cutter. Cool green shadows filled the room and made everybody sitting at lunch there quiet and happy, and threw all the objects there into tone so that nothing broke the harmonious effect. Upon the white buffet was a huge dish of scarlet lobsters, and other dishes stood round it, some bright green with lettuce, others containing chickens covered with white sauce decorated in designs of sliced radishes and parsley. There was a large glazed pie and a gray salmon with a stripe of cucumber down its side. There was a silver basin floating with ice and little dabs of butter, and one vast, magnificent basket piled up with fruit, and there was a ham on a silver stand, crumbed and ruffled with pink paper fringe. All the solid meats had silver skewers with pink paper frills stuck into them, like arrows wantonly shot by the gods, to whom these things seemed to appertain. They all appeared to be properties, like gorgeous doll's house food, belonging to some divine infant, for none of them were touched with knife or fork. All the food that was eaten came from downstairs. Sebastian took a large handkerchief out of his tail pocket and blew his nose, and Josephine, who sat with her elbows on the table, smiled at him and said, "Why aren't the rich happy? I should be." "Happier," said Sebastian. "Perhaps not quite so miserable, don't you think?" They neither of them cared in the least if the rich were happy or not, they themselves were too gay. They ordered their food from an old English waiter, whose gray side whiskers lent to his red face an aspect of reality, as if indeed he was a real waiter such as one thought of in childhood. His collar and shirt and black suit had that look of being too big for him, which only the clothes of English waiters ever get, and which is associated in the mind with rare old port and gentle forbearance toward drunken young men and charming servility combined with protectiveness toward the rich fair sex. Sebastian felt again that Josephine was divine, and he looked at her openly, a little astonished, as if one of the Muses had come down to talk to him. The more he admired her, the more divine she became, not only to him but to herself. She was quite aware of what he thought, and she felt happy for it, and attained for a little time that simplicity which makes women princesses to the men who are beginning sincerely to admire them. The very early morning of love, before the sun of love comes up, is beautiful and rare. Then good men are humble and kind, and look upon their auroras with enchanted eyes, and good women are beautiful and happy in the short hour before the ascendant passions take away their gentle power and subjugate them to the men they once amazed. Lunch passed pleasantly, and the delicate and superficial happiness of them both grew deeper as the afternoon came on. When they had finished eating they sat a long time smoking and drinking coffee, and forgot that they had not endless time of their own and endless money. "We must do this again," said Josephine at last. "I have enjoyed it." "It will be my turn next," said Sebastian, getting up. It was nearly 3 o'clock. Their mood was over, and neither of them tried to prolong it a single instant. When they were in Piccadilly Circus, Josephine repeated, "We certainly must do it again. It has been nice." "It has been nice," answered Sebastian. "And now back to work, I suppose." She looked at him with an everyday look, and let her eyes change into one a little sadder and more intimate, and then turning away said abruptly, striking the mahogany window frame of the shop they stood by, "Damn, I don't know why we are not all mad." She turned again and added, throwing up her head and sighing, "I'll see you some time. Good bye. It's been nice." And then she stepped into the road and was lost to his sight amongst the traffic. End of chapter 19, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 20 of If These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, London, Chapter 20, Chivalrous Encounter. It was the 9th of May, and one of those cool evenings when it seems no season of the year. Blanchard and Susan came out of the old doorway of the house in which she lived, and up in the top window Josephine stood and watched them cross the street and disappear round the corner. They went out to supper at Gatti's in the Strand, and afterwards, for choice, to a cinema show, and saw an American 5 reel drama in which the characters were all millionaires with Japanese valets. "Superb," Blanchard said at the sentimental crisis, but both of them were moved nevertheless, and when they came out Susan took his arm and he held her hand in his. "I did enjoy that dance," said Susan, thinking of the last time they had gone out together. "It was lovely." "I must take you to some other dances," he replied. "We have to have a member's ticket to get into ours. I must introduce you to the Lees." "Yes, do," said Susan. "I should like it so much." "Quite," he answered. He did not understand why Susan would like it so much, however. It never occurred to him that she had not 1,000 friends, nor that her circle of male acquaintances was limited. No sooner had he said "quite" than he felt that he would never take her to another dance or introduce her to the Lees or anybody else, because it seemed as if something were compelling him against his will to offer to take her about. He spoke again. He said quickly, "You must marry somebody wonderful." Susan did not reply, and when they walked along in silence a little way, he repeated, "You must marry some wonderful man. You mustn't let me spoil it." "Spoil what?" cried Susan in the voice of fear. "There aren't any wonderful men. They are all killed. And even if they were not, none of them would want to marry me." "I must keep out of the way," went on Blanchard. "I can't take you anywhere unless we are engaged to be married. I can't go about with you like that. I should ruin your chances." "What?" said Susan, angry because he seemed to be quite wilfully blind to her idea that she had no chances to ruin. She was sure she had no chances to ruin. "I haven't any chances," she said. "I don't know what you mean." Blanchard said, "Men are coarse brutes. I do not know why I could not harm you, but I could not do you any harm." "You would not harm me by introducing me to some people, you know. I feel so cut off from you, James. It is dreadful." Blanchard walked on without speaking. In his simple mind he did not know what to do or say. After a few minutes he muttered, making another attempt to justify his will to keep her out of his life. "My friends, you know, are chiefly misogynists. They don't require women. Lewis has his own woman and yes, quite, I will ask you. Let me see, to dinner. I will ask Lewis. Let me see, I think I could ask him, not to meet you ostensibly, and I might ask Dennis Grant. You know Dennis Grant? He is very exclusive. They don't go about to meet women." Susan was not offended at this ungallant speech. Susan was not in the least angry that the young men of her time had an attitude towards the young women which was not flattering. There were very few young men. In countries where women are scarce the tables were turned, and men would go 50 miles to see a girl. She said, "Yes, do ask Lewis. I do so want to meet him." "Quite," answered Blanchard, and began to feel a little relieved, as if he had fixed an evil day at an indefinite date in the future. Certainly it was not usual in his world to cumber oneself up with women, and he wished to live as much like the other men in the world he had chosen as he could. His friends said, "A woman always puts an end to a party of good fellowship," and he said it too. The recollection of male parties faded, and he looked at Susan with a sudden realization of her goodness. He had never met anybody so good. He wished all at once to stand well with her, and to keep a clean face outward to her. As he had wanted to prevent her intruding upon his world, so now he wanted to keep the world away from her. In a minute his wishes and fears vanished, and he was glad to be alone with her. "How is Amaryllis?" she said presently. "You never tell me about her." "You promised not to question me about her." "Why shouldn't I? Why shouldn't I?" cried Susan angrily. "You are so shut away from me, James. I can't bear it." "I promised," he went on, "if I fell in love with anybody I would tell you. If you ask me any more about Amaryllis I shall have to give up seeing you. I am very fond of Amaryllis. We are very good friends. I don't think you have any right to question me about her. I will tell you if I fall in love, as I have promised. But you must not question me. You have not the right." "You needn't be so angry, James," said Susan. "I only asked you something quite simple. Oh, James, I am so miserable and lonely." "I am no use," he said, beginning to look heavy and sorrowful. "I have no heart." They went upstairs into his rooms, and sat down in the bare, dimly lighted sitting room, but they did not stop talking. "That's it," Blanchard said again, using his favorite expression. "I have no heart." "I don't know what you mean," said Susan sadly, with a sigh. Blanchard sat down on the arm of his chair and stared at the carpet. His face was relaxed, his mouth a little open, and he began fidgeting absent mindedly with his pipe, which he had taken out to fill. "That's it," he murmured. "I'm a blasé roué. I don't care for women. I wish I could marry you, Susan, but I am not in love with you. Perhaps I might fall in love with you after we were married. I wish I could marry you. I am missing something." "I am quite willing to marry you just as you are," said Susan, simply and with dignity. "You often say you could be happy with me." "Yes," he said, "I know I could be happy with you." Blanchard continued to stare at the floor. "We mustn't get emotional," he murmured, and then sat there in silence. After a little while he filled his pipe and said, "My mother brought me up to expect that I should have plenty of pretty girls as my right. But perhaps I am too old. I am 27. Perhaps I am too old. Perhaps what Rupert Brooke said of himself is true for me. I can't really love whole heartedly." "We could be happy," cried Susan. "Oh, James!" "Yes," he repeated, "I know I could be happy with you." Susan did not at this point employ any of those arts which are commonly supposed to entrap the lover. She was innocent of the intuitive knowledge that most men and women have of snaring love, and if she had known what now to say she would not have employed the necessary skill in saying it. She was at Blanchard's mercy. All he chose to express she took as truth. She was not quick to see the changing of his eyes or the new attitude of his mind behind the expression of his face. He began very timidly to put himself in her power. All his generous instincts were aroused, and his heart was beating with a generous impulse. That fine feeling which comes over human beings when they take life into their hands and cast out judgment caused him to look up now at Susan. She sat back in her chair, sure that he did not love her, unable to speak one word or to sigh one sigh she thought he might not like. Life hedged her close in, down in a little corner, like a hare in a ditch resting a minute in its flight from the hounds. Blanchard had said, "I cannot marry you." That was what she understood. She looked up and saw Blanchard standing above her. He put his hand on her shoulder, and in a minute she was crying in his arms. Kind and tender feelings smote his heart, and welling upwards caused him to feel brave and chivalrous. He said in the voice of honest love, "You have the key of my heart." "What do you mean?" cried Susan. "I don't know what you mean." He became patient, and although his words lost their finest value, said again, "You have the key of my heart. You can unlock it." She made no attempt at dissimulation. Dishonesty was entirely unknown to her. She had not the slightest comprehension of what he meant. "I don't know what you mean," she cried piteously. Blanchard could not say any more. Perhaps he hardly knew what the key was himself. Some quick glimpse into the garden of paradise had perhaps shown him Susan with his happiness in her hands, and had caused him to speak. Since he had nothing more to say, he went on kissing her. As he kissed her she became aware that she ought to do or say something which she found beyond the power of her imagination. She was at a tension. All that she could feel was that he was offering her himself in a fit of emotion, and that she could not take advantage of him. Thus they met in chivalrous encounter. A sense of loss came over Blanchard, as if a very fine offer had been refused, but he continued to hold Susan in his arms and to talk. "Amaryllis is not as fine as we are." He felt as if Susan and himself had done something very fine and noble together. He went on, "We mustn't meet often like this. It is not good for us to be so emotional." A crisis had taken place in his mind, but now that it was over he had no definite idea of what it was, though it seemed as clear as glass, and as sharp as a fine knife, and as bright as a diamond. He wished for a minute to recapture his image of it, and repeated, "We are very fine. We are, perhaps, too fine. Don't you think so?" The possibility of experiencing again the lost moment was now quite gone, and he added, "If you think it would be better not to see me any more—" "No, no, no!" cried Susan. "It is all right. I must go on seeing you. The idea of not seeing you is simply intolerable." She felt as if the world were giving way under her feet. She did not in the least understand him. He had just offered her the key of his heart, and now suggested that they should not meet again. What have I missed?" she cried to herself, and out loud immediately afterward she said, "I don't understand, James." He had slowly disengaged himself from her and was standing up by the fireplace, with his hands in his pockets, staring at her as if she were the only person in the world. After a few minutes' silence she said, "I suppose I must be going. It is late." He suddenly felt that if she stayed with him forever he would marry her and love her and they would be happy. He bit his lip, the thought being in his mind to go over to her and stop her going away, but he did not move from where he stood by the fireplace. It was on his tongue to say, "Stay here, that will make it all right," but he did not speak. He stood staring at her, his face clouded with trouble, and sadness in his eyes, and Susan sat there in the chair about 4 paces away from him, looking down at her hands which she turned about in her lap. After a little time she let her hands lie still, and put her head back in the corner of the chair and closed her eyes. Blanchard moved his feet, but he did not leave the spot where he stood, and then he said thoughtfully, as if he were speaking to himself of the impossible, "If you and I lived together it might be all right." He knew quite well that he would never do Susan any harm. He found it impossible, for a reason he could not tell, to think what is called sinfully of her. Nevertheless he had to say what came into his mind, although he knew there was no question of it. Susan looked at him. He moved. He took his pipe off the mantelpiece and lit it, for since Susan did not speak there seemed to be no more to do or say. His face was clouded with sorrow and tribulation filled his heart, but he did not know why he was vexed with pain and unhappiness, or what he expected of Susan. To night he felt no impulse, as he sometimes did, to kneel down at her knees and pour out his thoughts. He was at a dead end. He did not know which way to turn. And Susan also had no comprehension of anything save utter blankness. He was aware next that he was taking her downstairs. She refused to allow him to see her home. She said, "It is so terrible being left on the doorstep." "I'll come in," he replied. "No, Josephine will be there," she answered. "All right," he said, and caused her to linger a moment. "When shall I see you again? On Wednesday?" "I am afraid I have an engagement on Wednesday." He took a little book out of his pocket and peered at it in the dim light cast by the lamp. "I haven't another evening," he said. "Let me see. This is Thursday. What about Monday at 6? Monday, May the 13th?" "Is that next week?" "Yes." "I will come on Monday." "At 6?" He kissed her. "Here?" Yes. She kissed him again. "Or at a quarter to," he concluded. When Susan was out of sight he turned and went upstairs and sat down again on the arm of his chair, just as he had done when she was there. He was very miserable and unhappy, and began slightly to tremble. He sighed and became more unhappy and more wretched, and felt as if he had been forsaken. Presently he thought of himself as the innocent victim of women, and felt angry. Women had not the right to interfere with his freedom. He sighed. An oppressive cloud seemed to be descending upon him, which resolved itself into a suspicion that he himself was not quite honest. In the same moment he was glad that Susan had gone, and regretted it; was pleased with his own part in the evening's interview, and was disgusted with it. "She needn't see me," he thought, and tried to fix the responsibility for unhappiness upon her, but again he doubted his honesty. Suddenly he threw himself down on the floor beside the chair on which he had been sitting, his heart broke with shame, with weariness and anger, and bursting into tears, partly of self‐compassion, partly of generous sorrow, he bowed his head and wept upon the old chair's breast as if it had been his mother's. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 21 of If These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, London. Chapter 21, Night Talk. "Better never to love," said Susan to herself as she hurried home. "It is so dreadful. Everything is dreadful. I am quite right to try and escape happiness by keeping away from emotions. My instincts to cover things up and pretend are quite right. I shall never marry James now. He will marry Amaryllis, that is what is so dreadful." She hurried to get home, and did not linger to look at the stars over Lincoln's Inn Fields, or smell the scented lilac that hung over the wall of Newcourt. She did not notice the antics of the cats about her, or hear their love cries in the shadowy green garden. All she saw was a bleared sight of houses and street turnings that jerked up and down with each step she took, and all she wished was to be alone in some dark place where everything could be forgotten. When she got home she found Josephine staring out of the sitting room window at the white stars in the dark blue heavens over the old roofs of the houses, as if she had never moved since Blanchard and Susan had gone out and left her. The room was in darkness, and a piece of the sky showed through the window like a map. Susan did not notice anything but the darkness, and at once switched on the light, and slowly Josephine turned from the window, drew the red silk curtain across the stars, and said, as if she had been thinking of it all the evening, "Where did you go?" "We went to a cinema." "Did James see you home?" "No, I went home with him." Susan sat down wearily in a chair, and Josephine, coming up to her, leant over the back of it and kissed her. "My dear heart is shivering," she said. "She is unhappy." "I don't want to talk about it," sighed Susan, and then turning her face away she began to cry. "Oh, now," exclaimed Josephine softly, "you are beginning to cry. Talk to me about it. I am here. It may make it better." "No, no, no," cried Susan. "I had much rather not. It won't do any good." Josephine stood upright and asked in a matter of fact voice, "When are you going to see him next?" "I am going to see him for a little time on Monday." She watched Susan shiver and watched her rise and go out of the room. And she watched her not with her eyes but with her mind. She had deliberately asked Susan when she was going to see Blanchard again, in order to discover by the quickest means what had happened. She did not follow her for a few minutes, but stood by the mantelpiece, with her hands in her pockets, staring out of the open door. "My God!" she said to herself suddenly, "what a life!" and began to walk up and down the stairs, ejaculating softly at intervals, "My God!" She put out the light during one of her turns up the room, and continued pacing up and down, beating the palm of her right hand upon the clenched fist of her left, and swearing all the time very softly. She went to the window again, drew back the curtains, and looked out. She sighed and rubbed the palm of her hands along the edge of the window sash, and then drawing herself upright became calm and walked slowly out of the room and upstairs. She went into Susan's room at once and shut the door. Susan was in bed. Josephine felt as she stood inside Susan's door as if men and women, wise men and fools, had only one set of emotions, and that she now was experiencing the sensations of a general who must give the order for evacuation. She stood upright, she unclenched and clenched her left hand and said, "Susan!" Susan exclaimed, "What is it, Josephine? Put on the light." Josephine put on the light and walked to the bed. Then she knelt down and took Susan in her arms. "Stop seeing him," she said softly, "if you can bear it. Let us get done with him and start afresh. Life is too short. Life is too short. And he's not all of it." "Oh, how terrible never to see him," said Susan. "Or I'll go," said Josephine. "I cannot bear it much longer. Perhaps if I were not here it would be better. He hates me as everybody does. Everybody is antagonistic to me." "Please, please don't leave me," cried Susan. "I should be quite alone." "Why," said Josephine more softly, "you have thousands of friends, and at worst James loves you. But he only hates me." Susan began to weep uncontrollably. "Oh, he doesn't love me," she cried. "I don't know how to make him. I don't know how." "That you don't," said Josephine gently. "You will always be at the mercy of every wind that blows." "I don't know how. I don't know how," Susan repeated. "He said to night I had the key of his heart." "Did he?" said Josephine. I didn't know what he meant. "Well," said Josephine, "it is because you are so fine and good and extraordinary sweet and honest and simple‐minded." "Oh," Susan sighed, weeping again. "It's no use. It doesn't matter anyway." "It does matter anyway," said Josephine, moving and rising. "We have got to live." "To live, to live," Susan cried, beating the bedclothes with her hand. "I wish I could die." "It is the war," said Josephine. "We don't know at all how things are during the war. We must not blame anybody. It is all because of the war." She followed Susan's thoughts very quickly as she spoke. "Let us be good," she said. "Let us be as good as we can. You are so good, don't blame anybody. But then I have no cause to say anything." She broke off and began to speak for herself again. "If people hate me, it is because I am hateful. Susan, it is terrible to be hated by everybody. Perhaps when the war is over it will be different." "It is all dreadful," Susan moaned. Josephine suddenly knew what to do. She sat down on the edge of the bed, and taking Susan's hand said, "Susan, you must forgive James and me. We know what we want, but we can't express it. We get mixed up with all the side issues, and temptations come over us such as you don't know about. You don't understand temptations. Think." She herself began to see her words very clearly, as if she were seeing the truth, and for the first time were given power for a little while to express it. "Think," she said again, "what men and women are like. We are all, except perhaps you, vague and cover so much space. We are vague creatures, cloudy and in a haze, and we love, it seems, indiscriminately. We don't love in one spot or in a straight line. We love where we see a light burning. Perhaps James and I are wicked. We love parts of people which match something we know, and we love here, there, and everywhere, hoping all the time to see that fine thing which will be gold for us all over. But I am glad every time I love, and James is angry with himself because every time the guilt does not quite hide the gingerbread." Josephine got up from the bed laughing and turned off the light. "Poor James, poor James. He makes me laugh indeed," she said. "Do you mind the dark? I see better in the dark. I seem to want to talk, but if you are tired I'll go." "Stay close," said Susan, who was still crying. "Don't leave me. Give me your hand." "What a thing it is to love," said Josephine, and laughed again as if she were in love. "What are you laughing at?" said Susan. "At love." "Are you in love?" Susan asked wearily. "I? Oh no, I have nobody to love. But I was thinking," Josephine replied. I knew a man, and on a hot summer day he went over the dry yellow trenches into a battle. He thought, I shall be dead soon, perhaps in a second, or I may come back. He was happy as if everything were right, because he had at last conquered all kinds of fear. He held his head up high, and beyond any moment he ever lived he was in heaven. In a minute he was killed and fell on his face, and as his body died his thoughts sparkled up in the air, and he felt as if he were powdered glass sparkling in the sun, and for 1 second he saw what was in human life. Then he went out. Well, that is what best love makes you feel, it seems to me. Josephine got up again and began walking about. "I don't care a fig for immortality," she said. "I don't care a straw for any human God. But I know why Moses' face shone when he came down the mountain, and I know why the phoenix burnt itself and Christ hung himself on the cross. I have it in my eye. The mystic people worship all the ways to it. The mathematicians walk up the straight road to it, but they don't come down again. What is the good if they don't come down again? Moses came down. That's all symbolism. There is no symbolism about this. It's as pure as crystal, and when you have seen it you look at the world from the other way up." "Ah!" said Josephine, and sat down again on the bed. "All truth leads to it, and pure love leads to it. I feel sometimes as if pure love were it itself." She was speaking thoughts she had never had before. She put her hand up now to her head and stroked back her hair. She understood very clearly what she was talking about, and saw around her, far outside the region of fear and the region of material things, a space of bliss into which she might at any time enter. The whole of creation was in harmony with it except consciousness. It seemed as if the eyes of the mind alone were blind, and that where creation became aware of itself it lost its instinct and fell out of tune. Life, she thought, fell from the primeval grace through knowledge of good and evil, and only by the perfection of knowledge can it escape morality and fear and make itself conscious of the divine beauty and order of the universe. As Josephine stroked her hair back from her head, she sighed and became for 1 instant as the sons of God, and then her view of the heaven which is within man's mind was blotted out, and she began to talk again.
"That's my notion," she said, as if she had been thinking aloud. "Mathematicians know what I mean. I expect you felt it when you put James's offer by." "I don't know what I felt," said Susan, sighing. "I would not have put it by if I had known how to act differently." "I do hate London," continued Josephine in a deep, dreamy voice. "Let us go away. There is no sky or trees or green grass here, and people are not interested in making things, but only in talk. You know I was simple. I expected clever people who called themselves intellectual, and thought small of us and the rest of England would be tolerant and kind and modest, and that they would believe everybody was as good as another and be better and cleverer than us simple folk, but they are not. Susan, since you are wretched here, and I hate it, let us go away." "No, no, no," said Susan. "Don't make me leave London. If I went away I should have nothing to hold on to. There is nothing to do in the country." "Let us go away," Josephine repeated passionately. "I'll make you happy if I can. Why, think of the sea and the moors and flowers. Think of all the happiness there is to be got even on wet days. Oh, I tell you, I can't bear this much longer." "There is nothing to do. There is nothing to do there," cried Susan. "We will find things to do. Stop seeing James. Let us be brave and face round for a new kind of life. Stop seeing James." Josephine spoke from the depth of her heart, as if she were asking Susan for something very essential to herself. "Stop seeing him," she prayed. Susan replied in a level voice, as if she had to overcome Josephine's passion. "I can't say until I have seen him on Monday," and after she said it she yawned. Josephine stood up at once. "Well, we will stay in London, and I will make you happy if I can somehow," she said. She felt that by some extreme effort of will she might be able to force happiness upon Susan. "Now my angel must go to sleep." She bent down and stroked Susan's head. "Yes, please. She is a very sleepy angel," Susan murmured. "Well, well, they can't be always on the wing." "No, they can't, can they?" whispered Susan, smiling. "Well, good night," Josephine said softly, and crept away with as little noise as she could make, for it seemed that Susan was about to sleep, or was, perhaps, a little less unhappy.
When she was outside the room Josephine shrugged her shoulders. Men and women were each so many millions of years old that it was as impossible to touch their fundamental natures as to alter the fundamental nature of the different flowers. She could, by a concentration of her will for a minute, make Susan feel happier, but she knew she could not make her happy. She knew that now she was gone from the room Susan would wake again and cry. She went into her own room and stood there in the dark, and gathered into herself the forces that she had, all to no purpose, let go out. And when her virtue had returned to her, and she became again complete and alone, she threw herself down upon her bed and broke into passionate tears. End of chapter 21. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 22 of If All These Young Men by Roma Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, London. Chapter 22, The Sad Hour. At 5:45 on the following Monday, Susan ran up the stairs to Blanchard's rooms. Her feet grated heavily upon the concrete steps, and she felt what an unutterable effort it was to go up. Blanchard himself opened the door, and smiling said, "Come in," and led her into the big room where they had so often sat before. They stood in the middle of the room by the table with its green rep cover, and he began to talk at once. Through the open windows came the soft sound of traffic, and from time to time footsteps echoed across the court below, under the fresh green trees, and all the while pigeons cooed monotonously as if to lull the afternoon to sleep. The bright afternoon light poured down upon the gently waving tree tops, which cast upward onto the ceiling of the room green shadows that changed like summer water in a shady stream. Presently Blanchard moved over to the window, and folding his arms crossed his feet, and leaned back against the wall with the dark green curtain behind him. His pipe was in his right hand, and every few seconds he raised it from his left elbow and held it in his mouth. When he had given it a hard puff he moved it down again. Susan sat down in a chair and gazed out across the courtyard, and by reason of her social instinct kept apart in the conversation. Although Blanchard tried to talk cheerfully about subjects of no sentimental interest to either of them, he was distant and preoccupied, partly because he expected Amaryllis to come and take him out to dinner and the opera, and was afraid lest she and Susan should meet, and partly because he did not wish to give away the fact that he was in a state of emotion at seeing Susan again after their last interview. In a little while Susan said, choosing a moment unconsciously when he was off his guard, "James, I don't think it is any good our seeing one another any longer." Blanchard's face clouded. He was extremely vexed to have a scene of parting at this moment. "You must let me think about it," he said. Susan made no remark, and he gazed in front of him endeavoring to find some words to protect himself from the storm that seemed suddenly to be gathering around him. He felt physically shocked, as if electric waves were directed upon him. He tried to break the tension by repeating, "You must give me time to think about it." "It is not any good," said Susan. "I cannot bear to go on any longer as we are doing." "I don't think you have the right," he muttered, "to ask me point blank to make a decision." Susan looked at him with wide open eyes, but without any joy. She was astounded to hear that he had still a decision to make. Blanchard looked at her. He was very vexed with her, and aggrieved. He found that he was now asked, on the spur of the moment, to choose between two issues which had never been opposed. He had to say finally in words that he would marry her, or agree never to see her again. "Will you let me think about it till next week?" he said, looking at her with a troubled face. He suddenly became sad at heart and very unhappy. "It isn't any use going on like this, James," she replied. He sat down opposite her and stared inwardly in silence for about 5 minutes. He did not know what to do. Suddenly he said angrily, as if the ghost of some old fear had passed before his eyes, "I have an absolute right to my privacy." "Oh, but you need not shut me quite away," cried Susan, in whom his words awaked a familiar anguish. "I promised you," he said, as he had said so recently, "to tell you if I fell in love." Susan's face altered with pain, and there came out of her mouth the words, "Oh, James, you don't know how dreadful it is. I thought I could manage it, but you are so shut away from me I don't know anything about you." The beauty of her voice entered James's heart. Neither pity nor love nor any of the outflowing emotions filled him, but he wished that he could liberate himself from a power which forced him against his happiness to sit there, unable to feel the wonderful emotions of the world. He did not want to marry Susan, he was sure of that, but he was also sure that his best self would have married her if it had been alive, but it seemed to be dead. He thought back for a minute to the beginning of their friendship. Certainly it was not his fault that Susan loved him, but nevertheless he felt at fault now, and though he had no reason to blame himself and could leave her quite cleanly, yet he was not proud of the part he had to act. He said to himself, "I am in a false position." Deep in his heart this seemed, however, not to be the case. Though he would have been acquitted before a jury of the world, yet he was sure, as men and women are so often sure, that for some reason which he could not tell, life would put up a mark against him, and that in the book of judgment he would find, when one day he should turn its pages, that he had made a great omission. "If she loved me enough!" he exclaimed to himself. This, however, did not avert the poetic disaster, and the thought went down into the moment and was lost. He tried to talk about the situation, but what he said was not in any way in harmony with the fact. Everything he said appeared to be a lie, for everything which is not finest love, though it is true of itself, appears a lie before love. There was no room now for anything but truth, and he did not know the truth. Only this thought came to him as a temporary reason for his attitude, and though he knew it was a makeshift, he used it to save himself against the unknown truth. "I don't want to tie myself up for life," he said to himself. At this moment the door bell rang, and Blanchard was aware that Amaryllis had arrived. "The post!" he cried, starting up and going into the hall. He shut the door of the sitting room behind him, and Susan, sitting alone in horror, heard him say something in a muffled tone to somebody who answered in softer tones hardly any higher than his own. After a few seconds footsteps moved away, another inner door was opened and then shut, and before Susan had entirely realized that Amaryllis had come, Blanchard came back into the room. Susan knew now that Amaryllis was come, and as best she could she rose and said, "I think I will go now," but she never mentioned a word about what she knew. All Blanchard's best nature rose in him, but fate came down upon him, and though he was breaking with desire to be good to Susan, there issued from his lips only the words, "Shall I see you home?" It was over now. The moment had gone and was irrevocable. His passions fell down like shot from a burst shell, and he kept himself strung high enough to walk and talk only out of the absolute necessity of the moment. "It is not any good," she answered, and then added helplessly, "I think I had better go." She did not understand how she was able to rise from the chair, or to walk to the door, nor did he know how his hand opened it for her, or why he did not seize her in his arms and keep her back from going out of it, but he let her go. "It is no use," he said at the very last moment. "You see, I am no use. I am dead." "Don't say anything more," she begged him, in a voice that was not hers, but came through her from some distant place. It was strong and clear, and only by force of his utmost will, and by convincing himself of the futility of any of his actions, did he obey her. She hurried down the stairs because she did not wish to see the door swing into place and shut him off from her sight. When she was near the bottom, the sound of its shutting boomed down the concrete well of the stairs. When he had closed the door Blanchard turned and saw Amaryllis. For one second he felt as if life were offered to him on reasonable and simple terms, but when he opened his mouth to speak he said to his surprise, crossly, "Let us go out to dinner." End of Chapter 22, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part II, Chapter 23 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part II, London. Chapter 23, Tragic Muse. That evening Blanchard went with Amaryllis, the Franklins, and Mary Laurie to the opera. The air was beautiful and fair, and there was a cool wind blowing that shivered the little leaves on the plane trees, and gave Kingsway the pale, enchanted look of Paris in spring.
Blanchard's sad hour with Susan had left him in a high state of emotion and a little abnormal, so that he was not sure that what he said was spoken by him, nor that what he saw existed. The whole world was out of focus, and he neither heard nor understood quite clearly what Amaryllis with whom he walked was talking about. Yet in the middle of his body, which he felt upon him as if it were clothes, his soul hung, hypersensitive to every sound and thought around him. When he had walked a little way, however, he asserted himself and recaptured his body. They passed under the terra cotta and white pillars of Drury Lane, and went up the steps amongst many other people; and as Blanchard held open the stained glass door, with its brown and yellow figure of Melpomene, for Amaryllis to pass through, he became once more himself as he chose to figure in the world. When they got to their places the auditorium was already in darkness, and as Blanchard put his hat under the seat, Sir Thomas Beecham assembled the wits of his orchestra with his eye. Blanchard fancied as he sat down that he made an incredible rustling with his clothes and was breathing very loud. Then he heard Mr. Franklin at the end of the row murmur, "I don't know that I care much for this thing, but I have heard Walküre 18 times." A woman with short hair turned round and hissed. Far away down in the orchestra Sir Thomas Beecham tilted up his little beard, rattled his baton sharply, and raised his hands upon the first rhythm; and the overture of Boris Godunov began. One thing was clear to Blanchard: he was not comfortable. He remembered the general accusation against Englishmen at the opera, and settled himself with the least possible noise. But before he was prepared for it the curtain went up, and at a distance across the immense dark amphitheatre he saw a spectacle of peasants singing in the snow. Persons of the nature of aldermen came out of a wooden house and addressed the crowd, and the draught from the wings bellowed the black cloth of the scene in and out, so that the castle and walls of the town wavered like sails on a slack breeze. All the time the music expanded out of the depth of the orchestral pit below the bright yellow glare of the footlights, in harmony like the rising of the sun; and the whole theatre, with its dusky golden balconies, crowded to the uttermost with vague forms, grew to the mind's eye immeasurably large, and became a vision of angels in their hierarchies, singing in a dim dream of heaven around the partly perceived glory of the throne of God. The theatre contracted to its usual size, and Blanchard realized it again as it was, and began to hear the drum insistent and too loud above the wind and strings. He noticed that the trombones were seated in one of the orchestra boxes and the double bass in the other, and he thought that it must be a very large orchestra, at which he was pleased, because he liked to visit places when anything unusual happened. He was not critical of art, but he began to wish that he could hear the music without witnessing the acting; and at that moment the curtain fell, the lights went up, and the crowded ranks of humanity became individual people. He could hear Mr. Franklin preparing to buy a program, and mechanically himself wrestled down into his trousers pocket for some money; but his pocket was tight, and Mrs. Franklin had already bought and paid for two before either of them had got out their cash. Blanchard drew out his hand and said to Amaryllis, "I think this is the very worst form of art, don't you, Amaryllis?" And as she replied, heard Mr. Franklin say to his wife, for the benefit of the program girl, "Dora, I don't like your necktie. Why did you come in that necktie to the opera? Why did you come in that necktie to Boris Godunov?" "It is not a necktie, it is a scarf," she retorted patiently, and he answered back, "Well, you wear it round your neck." The lights went out, and Blanchard, separating his thoughts from everything around him, allowed himself to fade into the deep twilight. Once more the music filled the whole of the theatre. Waves of sound followed through and over one another and upon the pulsations of the time, which down below the rippling and gliding of the harmonies and rising and falling of the rhythm beat regularly as the blood against the ears. Blanchard's thoughts resolved themselves and came back to him in the music, and went out again and returned as if he were a dead man, floating, wave washed in a sea. His head sank on his breast, he looked far off, and the oppressive emotion of parting with Susan came over him. He had but a faint impression of what was being enacted upon the stage. There seemed to be a few brightly colored figures in a large barn, but he took no account of them. After a time the rhythm of the music became more regular, the time quickened, and Blanchard saw two large Russian priests singing a song. One of the priests, who was very tall, was evidently drunk. His nose was red, his beard was bushy, and the music extraordinarily jovial. Presently the curtain fell, the music stopped, and the whole theatre clapped and shouted. Two diminutive figures of priests came out of the gigantic folds of the curtain before the footlights, bowed and vanished, reappeared with a little man and a little woman in colored clothes, and vanished, appeared alone, and vanished a third and fourth time, till at last the applause died away like a shower of hail, and the lights went on. People rose here and there all over the theatre. Blanchard had clapped loudest of all those near him, and had shouted also, but he did not know why, and now it was over and Amaryllis rose beside him, he got up hurriedly, and forcing himself back into their world, followed his companions out into the circular balcony. When they were under the dome, Mr. Franklin said irrelevantly to Amaryllis, "I have heard Walkure 18 times, and I consider it one of the world's greatest masterpieces." He smiled as if he were joking, and went on, "I heard it last in Petrograd." His beautiful dark wife, to whom he was devoted and who was devoted to him, said, "Don't you think he might have seen something else for a change, Amaryllis?" Amaryllis laughed with her deep laughter and replied, "I should have thought so." Blanchard heard them joking, and heard Mr. Franklin state, "I think seriously it is a very fine work, a real work, I mean, not a work in the usual sense of a piece of slavery." Blanchard did not remain to listen to what Amaryllis might say, but moved away by himself and looked over the balcony. Mary Lawrie was talking with some friends, and he walked round the gallery uneasily, looking for somebody to converse with, as life meant nothing to him alone. He was bored. He looked over the well again at the people on the red plush settees in the foyer. A girl he knew, belonging to the upper classes, sat under the shadow of a little palm tree on King's side, but as he was not in the mood to bow to her, he drew back and stood upright. He could not help thinking of Susan. The next minute two Russians passed him, and a picture came into his mind of the Nevsky Prospect as he had last seen it, with a bitter cold wind whirling up the dust. He went round now to where Mary Lawrie stood talking to two of her friends whom he also knew, and broke into the conversation. "One hears the most remarkable stories," said the man, and the woman who was with him answered, "Yes, one sees policemen and priests thrown together in threes into the river, and if anybody picks anybody's pocket in a train, which is quite usual, they form a court and try them then and there, and if they find them guilty they throw them over the next bridge." Blanchard was annoyed with the woman for being enthusiastic, because enthusiasm seemed an intolerable vice to him that evening. He said, however, pretending to quote, "Here we sit on our plush settees, while Tchekhov's cherry orchards are avenged, and the beastly bourgeoisie, very Anglisky, are spat upon by village idiots." He laughed, and found to his embarrassment that he had come into the end of a conversation, and, as Mary Lawrie said, "Well, I must go. There is somebody I must speak to over there," he moved away with her, smiling. Mary Lawrie said, "I knew I would meet those people here to night, but I had to speak to them," and he answered, "Yes, quite." He followed Mary Lawrie as if he were a little boy, and went with her to speak to Consuelo Ferrand and the young man with the Russian beard, but catching sight of Lewis with the painter, Conrad Hart, he went up to him and fell into conversation. Lewis spoke of the priest's song, and suddenly Blanchard was relieved from the memory of Susan, and he felt the perfection that might be got out of being a man. He thought of mannishness, and the appropriate virtues conferred upon men by drunkenness, coarseness, and lusty wit, which in his eyes rendered men incomparably more magnificent than women, and gave them bass notes upon which to harmonize their flights into rarity and poetic fineness, and, in a word, comprised the nether end of lordship of creation. As he was about to be jovial with Mr. Lewis, the electric bell rang, his voice fell silent, and tired by his desultory communication with his kind, he went back into the auditorium and sat down, this time between Amaryllis and Mary Lawrie. He was glad when the darkness came down again and the music began. He wished it would remain dark, and that the music would never cease. He thought of himself as sitting in a railway train at night, and hoped that there would be no stopping at brightly lit stations until he got to his destination, but what his destination was he did not know.
He drew up his shoulders, his face became sad, his mouth relaxed, and his eyes gazed into nowhere. He was in profound doubt, not that of self-pity, but of humility, and, forgetting his worldly self, he became simple-hearted. Love music was in progress, and the very suggestion of love made him wish to cover his eyes and weep, but he held back his tears in his throat and kept at bay the deep emotions within him. Towards the middle of the next scene his humility began to be heroic, and he stirred where he sat as trees stir before the oncoming storm. During the next interval he went out in a dream, and came back having spoken to no one, entire in his heroic humility and that isolation of the human soul which is grand and bitter, and which, as the ages of the earth pass, becomes more unconquerable. He sighed in the darkness, and there rolled up and over him the terrible incomprehensible horror of the war, and he seemed to lose his spirit in it and become a part of it, as if he were a vaporous trail lost in a cloud of thunder. He did not comprehend what was upon him, but the sweat stood on his forehead, and he saw a great way off some formless vision. He drew himself close together, and a shudder passed over him. He no longer heard the music, nor saw what was happening around him. He fought with himself to control his emotions. He interlaced his fingers and locked them tight. He pressed his hands across his breast and braced his elbows back to give himself no room to tremble. He relaxed the whole of the rest of his body and breathed through the back of his throat for fear that he should sob out loud. Presently he forgot to control himself, and the necessity to hold himself in check passed. He yearned as in the old days men yearned after God, and knowing that this moment was rare and that an hour would bring back common life, he half turned to Mary and looked at her in deep dismay, as if to pray her to keep him for himself. Now he shut and opened his mouth with movements of childish helplessness, and turning from her gave himself up to consternation and the extreme ecstasy of astonishment. Mary saw his face transfigured as if he stood on a new Darien, witnessing a new Pacific. Beholding the beauty of his heart, she found in him the loveliness of men and women, and understood through him that all the sons and daughters of men are also the sons and daughters of divine creation. End of chapter 23, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 24 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, London. Chapter 24, Fille de Reine. When the opera was ended, volumes of people poured down the staircases and through the vestibules, and upon this tide James Blanchard was carried down to the street. As the crowd discharged itself through the Roman façade of the theatre, the motion of flowing ceased, and Blanchard found himself standing in the stationary city. The night sky was clear and bright over the abyss of the street. He thought he was alone, and that life was as simple and as massive as the great buildings under the serene star-spangled sky, but when Amaryllis came up to him it resolved itself for an instant into its myriad component parts, and he said what he would have given a great deal to have avoided saying: "I cannot see you home. I want to speak to Mary." Without another word he found Mary, and, leaving the others, they went round to the right, up Drury Lane, and out into the international modern splendor of Kingsway. "I think," said Mary, in her clear soft voice, "that if I were really rich I should buy everything wholesale in Covent Garden." Blanchard did not reply, but he could tell by her tones that she was in exalted mood. As they crossed the open space of Kingsway, Blanchard felt his spirit ebb from him, and he wished to take hold of Mary's arm, but he soon recovered himself and began to be more and more heavy and to bow his spirit under the burden of his emotion. He went up the wooden stairs of Mary's flat after her, soddenly and languidly, and passed under her door like an old barge passing under a canal bridge. He had now completely surrendered himself to mournfulness, and, as Mary looked at his sad face, her whole heart became filled with simple compassion and with that calm which is part of the vast calm of nature. Blanchard sat down in an armchair and began to smoke, and after a little while told her, not for the first time, all that was in his heart and every minute detail of his relationship with Susan as he saw it. His face was full of pain, shame drew his brows down, and tears stood close behind his eyes. As he talked he suffered again every sensation of the interview, and there grew up before him out of what he said something which had not been there before. He felt as if he were creating a huge figure of shadows, and as he spoke it materialized into a gigantic form of a man such as Saul saw at Endor. His inner mind recognized himself shadowed up between him and Mary on the air, and as he talked he became uneasy, as if his ghost were speaking through him. He stated crude facts between his deep and better words about himself, as if to fight down with pure reason the passionate domination of his heart. And all the time in his mind he kept up a running comment on his words, repeating alternately, "I am not telling the truth. I don't really feel what I am saying. And with what skill I am killing myself. I am really astonishingly skillful." At last his words came to an end, and he said stolidly, "I am cutting my own head off." "I think it must be dreadful, don't you?" said Mary, looking calmly into his face, "to want not to be impressionable and fantastic?" Blanchard's heart leaped, and then a dark shadow came over his eyes, and he said in his most beautiful voice, "That is it, Mary. I am impressionable and fantastic. I am not made of real stuff. I am shallow. I am too old. I have no heart." Mary leant forward in her chair, her soft right hand held loosely in her left, her arms in her lap. She wore a light silk dress embroidered all over with flowers and bunches. She sat quite still and stared not at Blanchard but at the bars of the grate which she counted 3 times, and Blanchard sat as still as if he were dead and watched her face. Presently she began to speak again in her cool and lovely precise voice, and said slowly, "I think one is inclined to be rather foolish after hearing Boris. Russian music makes one want to leap up like a Russian dancer. I think it has a very bad effect upon people. It turns them a little mad, and makes them wish to join in a revolution. I have an idea, James, that you ought to go away to a desert island and watch the sea breaking on the shore. Life is so dreadfully close to one in town. One cannot see what is going on around one. I want to get away by myself and see things. One thinks too much, and sees too much, and talks too much. I want to go away by myself into the country and become mud." Blanchard got up and came and sat in a chair beside her, and put his hand in between her hands, which reminded him of doves. He wished to be under her calm shadow, and found it absolutely necessary to be in physical touch with her. He did not hear what she said, but he heard her voice, and his mind was comforted. She went on speaking. "I think, darling, don't you? We get too excited about ourselves. I wonder if men and women were happier when they used to pray to God. I think it took up a great deal of the time they might have spent in thinking about themselves. I don't mean making confessions to God, because that is just another way of thinking about oneself. I mean saying prayers, such as 'Our Father which art in heaven.' I don't think myself I could pray to God. If I prayed I should pray to nature or to the sun or to the moon. I think, like Socrates, I believe in the godhead of the sun and moon, and that these are gods in a higher sense than that in which our accusers believe in them. I think we have good souls and that we are full of accusers. If we go into the sunshine or into the moonlight we become souls, and our accusers leave us, and then we feel the godhead of beauty and the gods of truth and happiness. But when we get out of the sun, back into the smoke, our accusers come back and kill us, and we lose our gods. I do not know, but I think the war is a dreadful place of condemnation for those of us who stay at home, and yet it is so beautiful that we ought hardly to speak of it." Blanchard listened no more to what she said than men listen to the sermons in stones, but her words passed over him like a gentle breeze, and for a minute he felt refreshed. Suddenly he said harshly, "I dislike being loved by women," and felt as if he had burst open one of his gates of bronze. "I think," she replied, "everybody dislikes being loved unless they love at the same time, or first, or unless in general they want love very much. I think it seems to make them ashamed." "I suppose so," said Blanchard, and dizzy with the sudden outrushing of all his forces, he flung himself on his knees at her feet, and seizing the sides of her chair with his hands, bowed his head and wept. Mary put up one hand behind him, unconsciously closing the door of her mind on passion, and then she let her hand fall on his shoulder. He sighed and drew closer into the darkness of her arms. Like all women of whom men ask that overshadowing comfort which is a part, not of human life, but of the universal order, and from whom they receive it, she became perfect in tranquillity. She forgot entirely herself, and thought only of refreshing him, and he found in her that peace which is beyond human comprehension, and rested for a little while among the quietness of the eternal progress, as if he were dead. After a few minutes he awoke and began to think. Scenes of everyday life came back to him, and putting aside exaltations, revelations, and passions, he thought himself a bit of a fool, and became a common man again. He stood up, blew his nose, and felt discontented with life in the usual way, and catching a glimpse of the sane, clear pleasures of everyday existence, drew out his watch and said, "It is long after midnight, Mary. I shall have to walk home." Mary's compassion was not spent nor exhausted, and she felt like a cheated lover. Nevertheless she got up and said, "Well, James, we won't go to Boris again. It is not good for us." Their long past friendship came back to him for a moment, and he replied sentimentally, "Quite. It is not good for either of us to get upset like this." He went out of the door and found his hat, then came back again, and in an ordinary voice said, "Good night," and as he said it smiled in his usual way. He went. She could hear him walking down the stairs, and as his footsteps died away she returned to her seat, and sitting down again, repeated quickly and aloud, "James, James, James, what a dreadfully silly person you are." But there was no harshness in her words. She was merely rounding off the maternal moment. End of chapter 24, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Part Two, Chapter 25 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part Two, London. Chapter 25, Hampstead Heath. The following evening was particularly fine and beautiful. The beauty of the last few days was aged and come to its prime, and the blue air, warmed by the declining sun, was filled with golden light. Josephine and Sebastian came out of a little eating-house in Soho, and in the evening sunshine they appeared to have gained in individuality and significance, to be each a rounded and a finished being, detached from the mass of humanity, and the people in the streets had the same quality. Josephine looked up at the sky and said, "I wish I was in the country." Sebastian looked upward also into the height of heaven over the gay sunlit town. "Yes," he answered, "I want to go down to Boxwell House for the week end if I can." They stood a minute gazing up into the sky, and then Josephine lowered her glance among the shadows creeping imperceptibly up the walls of the houses, and said, "Shall we go to Hampstead Heath?" "Let's! Come on," he replied without spontaneity. "If you want to, I am quite ready to do anything." Josephine looked at him. He seemed wearier than ever, drawn, lank, and bleached in the night of war. She said, feeling that she must not tire him or put him to any trouble on her account, "Well, then, let's go. There is a bus from outside the Palace." In a minute they passed the front of the Palace Music Hall with its window boxes filled with white daisies and pink geraniums, and presently stood outside a sweet shop full of highly colored sweets and waited for an omnibus. Josephine was glad to be out alone with Sebastian again. She felt at rest to be with somebody who made no demand upon her other than the simple demand of her consideration. And Sebastian, though his feelings were lost in the cold pain at the back of his head, was aware of ease in his heart, as if in her company life were simple. "It must be grand," said Josephine, after a little while, "to be liked by everybody." "Grand," he answered, indulgently, using her word, and as he spoke looked up and saw the omnibus coming, and thought for a minute that the space around him was his own kindness, and that the omnibus had come into it. He awoke to reality, and they climbed on to the top, and Josephine said, with a smile which she rarely used, "Can we both sit on one seat, or are you too large?" "I think we can," he replied, with a slight suggestion of gallantry in his voice. "At least we will try. I think there is more room on the ones in front." As they sat down he took off his hat and sighed.
"I can't sleep at night now." "Poor lad," said Josephine. "I have nightmares. Last night I thought a monkey was trying to get in at my window." "I think at night," said Josephine, "until I wish I could never think again." She looked over the rail of the omnibus at the people moving along below. Everything in the street was moving. Then suddenly everything in the street appeared stationary, and the houses and roads seemed to slip by. The next second everything was as before. "I suppose it's work and the war," she said. "They both go on all night. One doesn't know whether one is thinking straight. Is thought karyokinetic? That's the kind of ideas I have. It is horrible, anyhow." Sebastian put his arm through Josephine's, not out of sympathy, but because he felt it would be nice to do so. "I feel," continued Josephine, "as if the whole of everything had got the thin edge of the wedge into my brain and was beginning to force a way through me." The girl came for the tokens, and Sebastian withdrew his arm and paid. And after that they sat in silence, because Josephine did not expect a reply, and if she had he could not have made one up at the moment. The omnibus lurched along indefinitely as if it were going nowhere, and the warm wind streamed up into their faces. They neither of them cared how long it took to reach the Heath, as the motion was pleasant and they were not anxious to walk. "I don't think we will do much walking," said Josephine, and Sebastian answered, "No. We will go to the top of Heath Street and look round, and if we don't fancy it we will come back." "Yes," he said, drawing infinitesimally nearer to her, but she perceived it. After a time, with an effort, she turned round to him and said, "Sebastian, I have been thinking a great deal lately, too much, no doubt, about how lonely everybody is. People hate me. I don't get on with folk. I think I only like simple people. I am going to be a simplicity crank. I don't get on with anybody, it seems, except Susan." To this Sebastian replied nothing. "And yet I am not unhappy," she continued. The omnibus stopped and they got down, and Josephine hurried so as to be able to talk again. Directly they began to walk, she continued, "I don't know why I am not unhappy, but there seem such grand things in the world, the war and all. You see that house," she said, pointing out a house set back in a little garden of dirty ivy and straggling plants. "I feel as if everything of this past year came out of that house. I once lived there. God! I have been miserable, but now, since Easter, everything seems to be altering. I did it late in life, but I think I struggled through a second adolescence last year. I became of age again at Easter. Since then, in spite of the opened out feeling I had of losing England, I have been happy. Perhaps when you have fixed with yourself not to fear anything, you feel better. Did you go to the opera last night?" she concluded, to relieve him of the embarrassment of silence. "Yes, I went and stood somewhere up at the top," he replied, and neither of them spoke again, but Josephine's ideas went up and down the past, and then came to settle upon Susan's sadness with which the last day and night had been filled. When they got to the top of the hill, into the golden sky of the setting sun, she sighed, and forgetting human life, went and stood on that spot from whence she could best see the west, and Sebastian came and stood beside her. He lost his sense of shadow and coldness, and with a smile on his face blinked into the sun which was about to go down behind the hills. In all the harmonies of blue the landscape spread away further and further from below the hill on which they stood, in circular ripples of woods and hills and city, like an ocean. Overhead the sky had rolled away, disclosing only the immeasurable golden glory of sunlit space. And as the sun touched the first hilltop, white light broke out from it, which, melting hill and valley and town, revolved between the deep blue of earth and the gold of heaven, as if from it sprung all creation. The edge of the world inclined slowly up, and the revolving light drew in, to be metamorphosed into broad, expanding rays, which seemed to reach from the source of time into the uttermost parts of infinity. Slowly now soft silver clouds gathered toward the center of the light, and the dying day expired to the imagined voices of the air far off in visionary beauty. Sebastian stood still, his eyes staring upon the spectacle of the sunset, his mind vacant, his imagination in accord with nature, and as the light lit up his figure there was only conscious thought needed to join nature and his mind, and produced the absolute expression of a beauty which time and natural air made tolerable to the human eye. In spite of his habitual retreat from his share in ownership of the world, he became, to the glory of the light before his eyes, in the same relationship as man thinks himself to God, the first recipient of its divinity, the perceiver of its beauty, the complement of its significance. The young woman beside him, who through the fall of man should, under divine and human law, have sought the meaning of creation in his face, was filled with a sense of inexhaustible beatitude, and out of her heart came compassion toward the world as if she were not only a human being, but a part of that in which the human progress holds its course. At length they moved, and as if they were alone in the primeval world, they took one another's hand, and Josephine said, "Sebastian, let us walk down on to the Heath. The sun has gone down behind the hills." The beauty of the first evening in Eden surrounded them. As soon as Sebastian detached himself from nature, he surrendered himself without feelings of sentimentality or emotion to Josephine, and walked down with her among the trees and bushes which were green with mid‐May leaves. In the twilight of the sun, reflected down from the blue sky already deepening in the approaching shadow of the earth, the leaves upon the trees shone bright like glass. And on the verdant green slopes such flowers as May brings to the city made little white stars. Josephine and Sebastian felt well and handsome, and thought they walked about a cubit above the level of the grass. At the bend of the hill they passed several couples, some sitting upon the ground, some walking about, and all posed as if the Heath were a park in a fairy tale, where every attitude of love were to be seen, and both Sebastian and Josephine desired to take up a sentimental posture and become a group, because it seemed ridiculous to walk about coldly holding hands. At this point Josephine said, "I think we had better be going back." "Why?" he asked. "Oh, very well," she answered. "Don't go home yet. It's quite early." He slipped his arm round her neck and then laughed. "Now we are doing like the rest," she said, with considerable courage, and he took his arm away. They both laughed now from the heart and walked on hand in hand. "It is a jolly evening," he said. "Yes," she replied, and ran half‐way up the hillock in front, away from him. She thought she was like Diana, and felt both beautiful and young. Sebastian did not attempt to follow her, so she ran down again and walked sedately beside him. Sebastian put his arm roughly round her neck once more and laughed, and for some reason she put up her hand to push him away, but he took hold of it in a clumsy, countrified fashion, as if he were quite new to the game, and said, "Josephine, Josephine," and gave her a kiss. She brushed it away, and he said, "No, no," and gave her two more. She tried to loosen his fingers, which were getting tighter on her shoulder, but he only drew her closer. "Oh my," she said, "the supremacy of man! Even I can't knock even you down, so there's a finality." She was not in the least angry, and as his arm fell away, said, "Well, I love you, so it is all right, but mind, I don't love you anything but brotherly." He did not care in the least whether she loved him or not, such things belonged to tomorrow. They had stopped walking about, so she said, laughing at him, "If you will permit, let us sit down here, Sebastian, my dear." Sebastian's only notion was that he was happy, and that he was happier when he held Josephine round the neck, and seeing that he could do so better if they sat down, he seated himself on the dry clay of a rabbit-holed bank under a hawthorn tree. Whether Sebastian wanted to kiss her or talk she did not know. She wanted to talk. "It is pleasant being loved," she said. "I like simple love best. I don't want to be on fire. I don't like walking about a flaming hell." Sebastian laughed and said, "I am not a flaming hell." "I didn't say you were," she answered. "I was thinking of what I used to be. I have been in love a lot of times." Sebastian had no desire to rake out other men's ashes, so he did not say anything, and she allowed herself to be supported by his arm, and gathering a few stalks of grass that grew near, began to eat them. There was really nothing to be done at the moment, so she became placid, and thought of Sebastian's vices and virtues, and of the vices and virtues of Blanchard, and suddenly, to her own surprise, she turned and hid her face in Sebastian's coat and began to cry. "What is it, Josephine?" he said. "Let's go home." "Home now?" "My dear," she said, "my dear," and allowed herself to be embraced and even kissed him back. "We are both sad and lonely," she said again, and yet, after a fashion, she felt happy. "The matter with me is," she went on, "after people disliking me, it seems more conspicuous now. I am sad in retrospect." "I am not sad and lonely," he replied. And youth and all the pleasures of love, made kind and tender, submissive and generous by 7 years of devotion, filled his heart. He stroked Josephine and kissed her and comforted her, and said he would take her home directly she wanted to go. "It is such a beautiful evening, I would like to stay a bit longer," she said, and both of them lost the last traces of worldly shortcomings, and for half an hour became, not heroic nor brave, but good and happy, with peaceful thoughts of heaven and earth. When night had fallen and the sky was filled with bright stars, the heroic part of existence came back to Josephine, and looking up from where she sat, sheltered by Sebastian's arm, she watched the movements of the heavenly bodies until she could endure to sit still no longer, and saying, "I am going home, don't come with me," ran away from her young man down the hill, filled with passionate thoughts which she did not find herself able to share with him. End of Chapter 25. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, Chapter 26 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 2, London. Chapter 26. If All These Young Men. All the next day passed by Josephine, leaving her its hours like a garland of flowers. What she did she could not remember and did not care, though actually she spent the short hours at the office. In the morning she arose from pleasant dreams and stepped into the innocent world of happy children. The day was heavenly blue, and she, clothed within in garments embroidered with the flowers of spring, dared to forget the war and forget herself, and dwelt throughout the day, innocent, pure, and shining with delight. She had forgotten yesterday evening's moment of despair, and in the night hours had made herself a paradise, simple as a countryside, out of Sebastian's kindliness and kisses. It was a world of meadows, flowers, and sunshine, where consciousness of the body was left behind, and where silly bliss made the shepherdess among them free as a ghost from material bondage. Nothing happened during the day to shatter the serene and poetic world in which she had sequestered herself. Indeed, she was too far off to be recalled to earth by any but the most tragic circumstances. She was clean gone, and between the world and her was the unspoilt kindness of those kisses and the goodness of Sebastian's heart. She did not write to him, nor he to her. It did not occur to her to take action. Action was not taken in those meadows. As she walked there, the breeze ruffled her hair, which was turned corn colored, and the streams bubbled and gurgled under the kingcups and lady smocks. Not only was her hair turned to the color of oats bleached under the wind, but it was bound with sky blue ribbons, as blue as her new eyes. Her cheeks became pink and white like apple blossom, and the rest of her body no less beautiful. She was 17 again, as lovely as Watteau's milkmaid, with all the frankness of an English Sylvie and the charm of Botticelli's pagan beauties. And as if England, France, and Italy were not enough to make her lovely, she borrowed the wisdom of Plato, the joviality of Aristophanes, the tragic comedy of Spain, and throwing a cloth of fields and clouds over the rocks of human life, she walked alone with her imagination. When it was evening she went with Susan down to see Mary Laurie. Everything was enchanted. Lincoln's Inn Fields, through which they passed, was the fairy kingdom, and New Court an enchanted park and palace, where princes and princesses walked in a garden among birds of paradise, or sat at talk over the backgammon board in mysterious tapestried rooms; and without a doubt, in yonder hall, behind the long gray wall, the King of the Butterflies and his bride entertained noble youth and beauty with nightingales' tongues and other delicious dishes. Overhead stretched the soft blue sky, in which upon the darkening south a few stars were appearing; and as she looked up she lost her heaven only to receive a finer one in its place. The quaint old shops, out of which all tales of all old shops had poured, were lighting their windows,
and the little rooms above glowed not only with candles but with romance, and in the stale old offices, one of which her young man haunted by day, the musty smelling documents inflamed Quixotes of their own. It was 9 o'clock by summer time, and the deep May night was pouring from the heart of Venus, who, amorous, turned herself to Mars upon Olympus. As they went up the tortuous wooden stairs to Mary's flat, Susan said to Josephine, "Oh, will James be there?" "Surely not," she replied, hoping for her own sake at the same time as she feared for Susan's that he would be there, because she wanted him to see her in her new mood, though she did not know why. "If I were in a book," she thought, "I should be beautiful. Ugly faces jar on love." Susan cried, "Oh, I hope he won't be there!" And on another occasion she would have sheltered Susan, but tonight being gone, she was not there to do it. As they entered they saw amongst the roomful of people James Blanchard sitting by the wall, more golden and more shining, more free and youthful than they had ever seen him before. Blankness came over his face as he saw them enter, but in a minute he regained himself, and Susan did not go away nor cry, but comported herself with dignity that awakened admiration, not only in Mary Laurie's heart, but in the heart of Amaryllis, who was there also. Whether the atmosphere in the room was that which she had brought there, or whether already by force of another personality the room was filled with geniality and romance, Josephine did not know, but her fancy doubled in poetic intensity, and, as those who go in dreams all day long at night entirely succumb to them, so now she became wholly her fantasy, and saw all the world through it. "Sing, Denis, sing," somebody said, and a young man with the black hair and gray eyes of Corydon emerged from the back of the room. "Not to night," replied Denis Grant, who apparently was a real person upon a real occasion. Everybody importuned him, however, so that at last he sat himself on a cane chair in the middle of the room and broke into song, and as he began to sing, Josephine suddenly found her dreams matched and her thoughts of the day expressed for her. On a time the amorous Sylvie said to her shepherd sweet, "How do 'ee? Kiss me this once, then God be with 'ee, my sweetest dear. Kiss me this once, then God be with thee, for now the morning draweth near." He sang neither loud nor strong, but so tender and sweet, and with so much gentle art, that all the simplicity of love, the childishness that sees nothing behind the present and asks nothing of the past or future, and the purity that like the early morning is innocent and gay, came back to everybody there. All was inconceivably remote from everyday, transported into the heart of England, and into a mood where neither shame, wisdom, nor self-consciousness hindered the first thoughts or caught back the words that first came upon the tongue. Now Denis sang "The Importunate Shepherd," which, though the company was in the mood to hear, was too intimate and silly for all the world, and the music, which was three parts of the song, set everybody down beside the imagined true love of the heart. Whenever he stopped singing the company administered to his memory. "Sing me from all women my love is lent." "Oh, sing what shall I do to show?" "Sing whilst I listen to thy voice." "Sing near to the silver Trent." "Sing Broomfield Hill." "Sing O Waly Waly." "Sing the wind doth blow to day, true love, and a few small drops o' rain." "Sing Pretty Parrot." Thus he passed from the pure sentimental morning of love to those romances which are so much a part of England and human beings that they seem part of human flesh. He sang now that gay ballad, the last verses of which tickled the fancy of that age of sense of humor. Up then and spake the pretty parrot, "May Colvin, where have you been? What has become of false Sir John that went with you yestreen? Oh, hold your tongue, my pretty parrot, nor tell no tales o' me. Your cage shall be of the beaten gold, with spokes of ivory." Up then and spake her father dear, in bedchamber where he lay, "What ails the pretty parrot, that prattles so long ere day?" "There came a cat to my cage, master, I thought would have worried me, and I was calling to May Colvin to take the cat from me." The company was glad to follow Denis from the former mood, but Josephine was too much in love to do more than laugh, while the others, with the appreciation of the day for any turn off from passion or sentiment, applauded loudly the ingenuous comedy with its silk stays and jocund bird. Now without warning Denis broke into the mournful song, "Farewell and adieu to you, Spanish ladies, farewell and adieu, ye ladies of Spain." And the hearts of those present were drawn out to the burning hills of Andalusia,
and returned again to England upon the Song in wooden ships, with simple sailors on the deck, whose pleasure at seeing the green fields of Kent was greater than their regret for the Spanish bells. Next he sang of girls who went before the mast to find their lovers who had been pressed from them at the church door, and then he sang High Germanie and other songs where girls follow their stolen hearts, till in Josephine's breast there came up all the longing of young women after young men, and she felt in herself a longing after young men, but not after Sebastian, nor after any individual as far as she knew, yet some vague suggestion of male personality, not entirely unfamiliar to her, drew her heart out of her. Her gentle happiness was gone, her pleasant dreams were vanished. Now she was no more wise nor glad, but wretched and on foot in a hilly country with only one wish, and only one thought before her, and that to see her demon lover. A demon he seemed, he came and went from her in dreams. She saw him here, she saw him there, and all she knew of him was his openness of heart and singleness of mind. All she asked of him was that he should recognize hers. But when he vanished she doubted whether in that age such a creature was to be found, and pursued him into the future. To night she forgot again that she had been deluded before, and having caught a gleam of him she pursued him over the dark hills in the fading day. If she could come up to him and hold him, while his enchantment left him through the traditional changes, she would win. Once she had overtaken him, but he eluded her, now all her life must be spent in following him, perhaps fruitlessly. What matter? At least she had seen him, and some day he might be hers. She also suffered from an enchantment. The task of the beautiful princess was nothing compared with hers. She was laid under a spell. She could not wash her face and appear beautiful in a dress of starlight to captivate the prince. Nor had she, if starlight did not win him, dresses of moonbeams or sunshine in other walnut shells for subsequent occasions. The tasks she had to undergo were not as easy as emptying ponds with thimbles or sorting feathers. If they had been, she knew no fishes to drink the lakes, nor fowls of the air to identify their plumage. No cruel stepmother pointed out her way for her, no good fairy instructed her how to act in the final metamorphosis. Like the rest of humanity, she had to pursue her way on foot, unguided and misguided, with no promise of conditional fulfillment of her desires, nothing but hope to save her from herself. Her hope was frail, its object sometimes definite and clear, sometimes elusive as the Fata Morgana. She often forsook it, and yet whenever she pursued it she knew, and when she forsook it she knew that if she attained it, for one instant at least, she would join in with all life in praise of that which permeates the whole of creation, because she had become at last a part of it. To night she saw clearly the end and aim of her existence, but sighing now she watched it fade away into the far distance, and grow more intangible and more remote, until it was lost again in a suggestion of a personality, perhaps her prince in disguise, perhaps a cloudy presentment of James Blanchard. It did not strike her as ridiculous to think of rubicund James Blanchard as the Fata Morgana. She was too far away from earth for that, nor did it enter her mind that he was associated with it. What did enter her mind was to express this notion of pursuit, to sing it or shout it or have it sung for her. She grew fiery hot, but the inevitable came upon her, and she had to appeal to Dennis Grant. Her lips said for her without any effort in the next pause, "Sing 'If all these young men.'" Without a moment's hesitation, as if he understood her, Dennis looked straight into her eyes and sang on her behalf: "If all these young men were like hares upon the mountains, then all these pretty maidens would soon follow after," and all the rest of the song to the end. She knew that from the point of view of the world she had done what she should never have done. Blanchard's face was enough to tell her that. She knew she was a fool and had probably hurt Susan, and yet she felt that she had been not only her own champion, but the champion of all the women there, and had expressed something which they all had at one time wished ardently to express. Also, in a manner, though she could not tell why, she felt that she had behaved handsomely to Blanchard. At the end of the song she went back into darkness, and began to confound intangibility and Sebastian. The singing ceased, people began to chat, one or two went away, and Mr. Franklin getting up caused soda water to hiss out of a siphon into a glass of whiskey. End of Part 2.
Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 27 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Berkshire. Chapter 27, Transposition. It was Friday, the 17th of May. The brilliant radiance of the sun filled all the heavens, and from on high heat and light poured down upon the earth. Upon the green hills bloomed with haze the soft woods rested in close convolutions as ethereal as clouds, and down among the plains, with spires and windows sparkling in the sun, towns stood in small piles of angles and squares, rigid yet transparent in the refracted light, so that they appeared to be only cities of bright mist. Everything lay flat open in the morning sun. The hills broadened, the valleys widened, the trees expanded, the flowers spread their petals out, and over all the hazy land came the soft going sound of the breeze in the woods, dreamy, continuous, and faint. Everywhere the meadows were yellow with dandelions, and on the lawns daisies floated like foam patterns on the waters of a spent wave. In the orchard of Boxwell House the apple trees stretched their branches, pink with bloom, over the grass path. Bees buzzed among the waxy narcissus and the long green grass, and yellow butterflies fluttered above the broom and danced away in pairs over the high yew hedge into the rose garden. Josephine lay on the grass path and gazed over the field at the end of the orchard, at the distant woods, where cuckoos called monotonously to one another. Her dream of yesterday was come true, and she was transported out of London into a heavenly country. No thoughts disturbed her high serenity this morning, and nobody came down into the orchard to distract her wandering gaze or to wake her out of happy sleepiness. She lay a long time staring at the woods, and then turned over on her side and stared at the daisies on the grass path. If she lay on her left side she saw their white eyelashes thick around black lids, and if she lay on her right she saw their yellow eyes, bee marked with brown, staring wide open at the sun. She closed her eyes, and the pattern of the daisies swam up and down in the darkness. Then letting her head fall into her arms, she lay full length upon the rug and went off into a doze. Presently she stirred, and turning over on her back, blinked up at the blue sky between the pink apple bloom, and as the faint sweet smell of the blossom came to her nostrils she sighed and dozed again. She was perfectly happy. She was a dead soul gone back into the earth out of life's intricate movements and out of the madness of war. After an hour she woke again, and thinking she was alone in heaven, got up and began to pick some flowers which she made into a wreath with ryegrass. It was simple and pretty, with china blue bird's eye, puce flowered vetch, jade fobs of Solomon's seal, forget-me-nots and buttercups, and many another bright flower, and as if she were no longer in need of love, she wove it into black-headed plantains, which, with their stamens trembling with the bleached hearts of forsaken fairies, seemed to her the proper grave flowers of dead virgins. When her wreath was finished, she sat down under the budding mulberry tree and put it on her head. There was nobody present to see if she looked foolish or not, and as she thought she looked beautiful, doubtless she did. High out of sight the skylarks sang on shivering wings, and in the hedge a nightingale and 5 thrushes shouted out their crazy love songs. A train passed up the valley under a white trail of smoke, and the noise of it clattered for a few minutes amongst the woods and hills without breaking up the peace of the morning. In the bright morning Josephine was neither man nor woman, nor boy nor girl, but only a creature contemplating to no purpose the sky and grass, and wondering at them as if they were new sights created for her amazement and joy. Humanity, which she was aware existed in the world, was not here, nor were ignorance and knowledge and evil and good. This world was uninhabited. Far off a war was waging, but to Josephine it was a battle of the ants and midges, and its tumult made less noise in her ears than the buzzing of the bumblebees in the brilliant flowers. Away in a distant place slow humanity was consciously or unconsciously turning after the light of its perceptions,
but the movement of the flowers, as they followed the sun to noon, was clearer to her eyes. She was in love, and quite as mad as all lovers are when they have first fallen sick of love's fever, and quite as blank in mind as all men and women before they have gathered their wits enough to realize who has changed hearts with them. She said Sebastian's name once or twice to herself during the morning, but it did not mean anything. Nothing meant anything except the scene around her, and over this she was prince and lord. Morning turned to noon, and up at the house a bell rang. It was 1 o'clock by summer reckoning, and time to go into the house and eat mutton and rice and bread or whatever there might be for lunch. Josephine stood up. The hot sun which had poured down upon her head through the small leaves of the mulberry tree made her a little dizzy, and as she went through the archway in the yew hedge she leaned a moment against its harsh sides to steady herself. After a minute she went through the rose garden, and as she passed the fountain threw her wreath into the water to revive there or die there if it were past reviving. The flowers floated in the fountain like limp insects with crumpled wings, and Josephine stooped to push them under the water and watched the bubbles like little balls of mercury gather upon them. "Stop playing in the fountain, Josephine, and come and wash your hands and face for lunch," cried Susan from the garden room. "I'm coming," she cried back a little crossly like a child, and then obediently ceased dabbling in the fountain. The flowers bobbed up to the surface again, and she went very slowly along the gravel path and up the terrace steps into the house through the garden room that stank of creosote in the midday heat. The bathroom was white and cool, and as the water ran into the basin out of the silver taps it cast dancing lights upon the walls and ceiling, such as the sunlit lapping waters of a river cast upon the white belly of a yacht. As Josephine washed her hands lazily, she said to Susan, whom she had not told of her romantic condition, and who did not suspect it, "I feel like a train without an engine, now I'm let loose from work. I can only move by being shunted." "Well, hurry up and shunt downstairs then," said Susan, who also felt that she had no motive power, but it was not cessation of work which made her find even thinking too much trouble. In a few minutes they went down into the hall where Mrs. Sharp already sat at table. "Well, my dears, come and be seated," she said. "Have you had a nice morning in the garden?" "So sorry we are late, Mamma," said Susan, and Josephine added, "I went to sleep in the orchard." Josephine and Susan sat in their usual places on Mrs. Sharp's right, opposite the windows, and Everett, Chloe, and Horatio occupied the other side, while Charlotte sat at the end. The summer sunshine poured into the hall, bees hummed in the wisteria outside the window, and its fragrance came into the room on a light breeze that wafted the curtains about. "Wings of a Dove is marvelous," said Susan. "Henry James is splendid. He conveys what nobody else can." "I am just reading the Aspern papers," said Chloe. "Really, James is extraordinary." "I like the episode in the gardens," said Horatio. "In what?" said Susan. "It is Wings of a Dove you mentioned first?" she asked in her handsome, courteous way, where they walked down the alley together in sight of the old lady's house. "It is splendid. I am just re-reading A Sense of the Past. It is most awfully good." The whole family continued to discuss the works of Henry James, but Josephine, who could never read straight through any of his books, as usual did not join in the Sharps' conversations, which they carried on as if they were total strangers to one another. She wished somebody would speak to her, but nobody except out of charity addresses fairies or blackamoors or imbeciles with whom she felt they thought her a companion. This was certainly Everett's opinion, for Everett disliked her, and was bounded, in spite of her leaping passions, like all the Sharps, with reality and good sense. Under all circumstances they would preserve their integrity, whatever they might lose by so doing, and never dissolve into tragedy or war, or waft away on the wind, or filter away in moonshine. As she sat at the table among them with their steady, sane gaze, their intellectual honesty and upright hearts, Josephine envied them. "Sebastian is coming down for one night. I suppose he can have a bed, or I'll have to make him sleep in the dog kennel," said Everett, laughing. At once, at the mention of Sebastian's name, Josephine turned hot, but she did not blush. She found that she must admit him to be the cause of her morning mood, and though down in the garden his name had been an empty sound for her, she was angry now because he was only going to stay one night and had told Everett. She feared that it must be on her account. She realized in the same instant that the scene on Hampstead Heath had been an actuality and no dream, and a shock passed through her from head to foot. This was not Paradise, but the world, and all the actions and dreams of Paradise must bear earthly fruit. "I thought," said Charlotte, "that Sebastian was coming here for the week end. There is room for him." "No, he is going to East Newton to his cottage, and I am going there to the Pashleys'," replied Everett, and added, glancing at Josephine, "He could not face a whole week end of the Sharp family." Josephine's heart beat quickly, and she said, as if to match Everett's intention of spending Whitsuntide with Sebastian, "I saw him on Tuesday. We went to Hampstead Heath." "What?" cried Everett jocosely, and she laughed. "Oh, that we two were Maying!" "Yes, that's it," replied Josephine, rousing herself and looking straight in Everett's face. "It strikes me that you will soon be taking him off my hands. Eh, what?" chuckled Everett provokingly. "Very funny, Everett," said Susan in mock sarcasm. Mrs. Sharp spoke. She said, "There seems to be a great deal of merriment over your innocent visit to Hampstead Heath, dear Josephine." Everett felt the fun rising, and cried again very loud, "What? Innocent? I don't think." Mrs. Sharp laughed and murmured, "Really, really, my dear, I am hardly suggesting that Josephine and Sebastian behaved as indiscreetly upon the Heath as people are proverbially supposed to." "You seem to know a lot about it, Mamma," cried Everett, and here Chloe remarked, "I have heard from Harold that Major Mount has been killed." The conversation turned in a new direction, and Josephine, much set down by Everett's fun, became mute, and as usual sat and dreamed through the talk in which she could take no part, and, as usual, the Sharps did not trouble themselves to draw her into it. She thought a little about Sebastian, but beyond causing her to repeat his name to herself and wondering what he would first say when they met, her thoughts were not of any consequence. She wished lunch were over and that she could go back into the orchard where, being alone, at least she was not lonely, and where possibly as day waned Sebastian would come. Lunch seemed very long and the talk very monotonous, although carried on at a lively pitch, except by Charlotte, who sat with a clean empty plate in front of her and ate nothing. "The war has taken her appetite," thought Josephine. "Charlotte can't eat if she thinks anybody else in the world is starving." And her customary feeling came back to her for a moment, through Charlotte, of the all pervading monotony which the war cast over the life of those who watched it. It passed, and she retired deep into herself again, and saw the sun varnished spectacle of everyday life through her eyes, as if she were looking at a scene through two holes in a sheet. She fancied that she had only to turn her head in order to perceive in the gray half light of consciousness the vast evolutions of existence. She stared at the Sharps. War for them, it appeared, was like the sea seen from the top of a high hill, flat and unchanging, into which men descended and perished, and life they also probably found a mere condition. But at this moment Josephine saw men and material things only as the substance through which the movements of life passed from their unknown sources to their exhaustion. End of chapter 27. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 28 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Berkshire. Chapter 28, The Enchanted Hind. Josephine stayed with Susan all the afternoon in the hot garden room. She lay awake and dreamed of hot wharves and other spots smelling of sun-warmed tar, and in all these places she saw herself accompanied by a tall, pale young man who told her that she was the most wonderful woman in the world. She held long conversations with him among crab pots and upturned boats, but in the middle of some tender speech her dream fell away, and she began the whole inconclusive scene again. 20 times her fancies ended in the same place, and 20 times she found herself stiff with fear, watching Susan's face. Once, as a young man's voice faded in Josephine's ears, Susan stopped reading and said sharply, "What are you staring at, Josephine? What is it?" "I am jealous of the book," Josephine replied. But as Susan began to read again, Josephine knew that she was really jealous of the aching in Susan's heart and the emptiness in her mind. She wished her love were able to cure Susan. She longed with pain to fill her mind with happiness. In 2 years, she said to herself, Susan will come back from the dead. Leave her alone. But like the mother of Proserpina, Josephine wished to go down into Hades and drag her back into the world. She could not be patient because she loved Susan as dearly as Proserpina loved her daughter. Only the sun and books, thought Josephine, looking at her. I am powerless. Love's a poor thing. Have I lost her? My God, I would like to shake her. I can't fight against temperament. It's like fighting time. Once more she saw in Susan the million years of her descent from Adam and Eve. Christ, she thought. And sometimes their genius will all crop out in one place, and sometimes their pessimism. After tea Josephine went down again into the orchard. She was beginning to be excited. She did not wish to meet Sebastian first in the house in company with other people. At tea her excitement had showed itself in her face, and she had been gay and a little boisterous, and had felt that the Sharps were not so much opposed in feeling to her after all, but in reality they had not changed. Down in the orchard everything was gold and azure and verdant green. The gold sun blazed high in heaven, scarcely a third part from the zenith. In the north, slowly moving clouds reared their majestic heights, and among their efflorescent peaks fancy wandered down soft white valleys and in and out of foamy caverns. The afternoon was full of grandeur. The leaves, flowers, and trees had lost their colors in the green and gold, and become part of the solemn beauty of the day. Only the idle call of cuckoos fell upon the air, and all other sounds that had been sharp and clear in the morning were subdued in the afternoon repose. Josephine lay down upon her rug with a book of Shakespeare's plays in her hand, but she did not read. She thought only of Sebastian, of the time of his arrival, and of what he and she would say and do to one another. Presently, in the midst of her excitement, she began to feel sad. The old notion of enchantment came over her, and of inability either to be herself or to express herself. She could not change herself from the wretched thing the world thought her. She was imprisoned in it. She was buried in a living grave. She was a fairy condemned to be a beggar. She was a goddess changed into a mean woman. She was divine Venus herself in a mask. If Sebastian only loves me, he may find out what I am, she said to herself. Perhaps he loves me a bit. Perhaps he thinks me not quite so bad as the rest do. Dear Sebastian. She thought that perhaps he found her something less repulsive than an ugly young woman, and cared for her as he might care for an animal. One day he might even say, since he had begun to care for her a little, "Will you marry me, dear Hind?" as they said in the fairy books, and she thought for a minute she was an enchanted hind, and that the prince who led her about with rosetted ribbons was Sebastian. But the next moment she perceived that she was mistaken. The prince was her own prince out of dreamland. She laughed as if she were in a bower in Olympus waiting to entertain the thoughts of an earthly creature, and became so sure that she was Venus that she began to wonder if Sebastian were worth the condescension of so godly a girl. The shadows began to lengthen in the garden. The daisies closed, and the narcissus and lilac gave out a pungent odor. When the sun was descended so low that all the trees stood gold in the sunless green garden, Josephine heard a voice up at the house cry, "Hello!" Then another voice cried, "Hello! Hello, Sebastian!" And Sebastian answered, "Hello!" When she heard Sebastian's voice, Josephine became herself again. Venus went back to heaven. Fairies, princes, and young men sprang into their appropriate places in the book of dreams. And she sat alone in the orchard listening to the sound of voices in conversation on the terrace. There seemed to be any amount of talk, and she had half a wish to go and join in it. But presently she heard footsteps coming down the gravel path inside the yew hedges, and she knew that only one person was walking there, and that it was Sebastian. In a few moments she looked up, and there stood Sebastian outside the hedge, looking down at her and smiling. Josephine smiled back at him, but not a smile of welcome. Her excitement was quite gone, and she was not at all glad to see him. But if he had turned away, no doubt she would have called him back. She said, "How are you? You've come." "Yes," he answered, "I am very tired." And he came and sat down on a seat near her. She could see he was quite dazed, and smell that he still smelt of the city and of railway carriages. He looked very young, about 20, and both helpless and tired. The evening wind had dropped, the sun was spreading his fan in the northwest, and the chill of evening was descending over the garden. But up in the sky, among the gently moving masses of sulphurous clouds, it was still day. Cows lowed down in the marshes, cuckoos called monotonously in the glades of the dark blue woods, and close at hand a nightingale cried loud and clear. After a little while Sebastian said, "How long have you been down here?" "One day longer than you," she answered, and smiled in his face. "London is intolerable. I shall have to leave it," he went on. "I shall have to go soon too," she replied. There was no suggestion in either of their voices that they should leave it together, nor did they have a picture of each other in their mind's view of the future. For a minute each of them dreamed a customary dream of no war and freedom in the country, and then a sudden flood of kindness came into Josephine's heart, and she turned and smiled straight into Sebastian's face. At the same time she held up her right hand as if she were asking an alms, and Sebastian clutched it by the fingers, groaned with a laugh, and dragged her towards him. "Josephine," he said, and kissed her, and let her go. Neither of them had the wits to do or say anything more. They were both dazed, and sat staring at nothing and thinking of last Tuesday. Their kiss was a kiss left over from Tuesday. They had neither of them caught up with the present. Tuesday evening hung like a cage in the air, and they were in it, a couple of green parrots, shut into it by love's hand in an idle moment. A bell rang out. "There, that's to dress for dinner," said Josephine, as if she did not intend to obey it. "Yes, I suppose we must go in," replied Sebastian, thinking of Everett. Everett was just the same to his mind as usual. She existed quite apart from Hampstead Heath and this orchard. He wanted to see her as much as ever, and had the same things as ever to say to her. It did not occur to him just now that kissing Josephine might alter their relationship. Josephine stood up and put out her hand. "Come on, old sleepy Ned," she said, as he rose and yawned and stretched. He thought he would kiss her again, but he did not, nor did he even take her hand, and with faces devoid of every sentiment of love they stepped through the archway in the yew hedge, as if it were the gate out of dreamland into every day, and walked up the rose garden at a distance of about 2 paces from one another. End of Chapter 28, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 29 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Berkshire. Chapter 29, Warning Fires. "How do you do, Sebastian?" said Mrs. Sharp, as Sebastian came down the stairs into the hall. "I am very well, thank you," he said, walking up to where she sat at the table. "How are you, Mrs. Sharp?" "I have not been very well lately, I am sorry to say," she replied. "I am so pleased to see you. Won't you sit down? You must excuse us beginning without you. You are looking very well." Sebastian sat down at Mrs. Sharp's left hand, opposite Josephine. He did not look well. He was very pale, and had no life in him, and he felt that in order to keep himself in his chair he must fold his hands and rest them upon the edge of the table. He sat as upright as he could and stared at Josephine. His eyes were bright because he had been thinking of her while he dressed, and now they were fixed and dark and bright because he could not take his gaze off this extraordinary new Josephine who was opposite to him. Something mysterious had happened to her. She was gay instead of somber, and with her long colored dress and curly hair seemed to have come out of an eclipse. He was as fascinated as if he were looking at the other side of the moon, but he could not tell why. He felt that if he stared at her intently enough he could trust himself to let go of the table. "It is nice to see you again, dear Sebastian," said Charlotte, very cordially, as she opened her napkin, and all the others repeated what a pleasure it was to have him amongst them. "They are all saying nice things to you, Sebastian," said Everett. "Sit up and take notice." "Poor lad, he is tired," said Susan. "Pass him the claret," said Chloe. "I am sure you must want sustaining after your journey, Sebastian." "In that suffocating train," said Horatio. "I have been rather overworked lately," he answered them all, and then, as he was too tired to speak, he laughed. He resumed his stare at Josephine. He could not tell whether she were the same girl he knew in London or not. She seemed as if she did not care a fig for unhappiness. "Poor dear," said Mrs. Sharp, as she looked over the edge of the soup tureen to see how she was serving the soup. but Sebastian did not gather that the remark was intended to apply to himself. Susan asked him if he had been to any theatres lately, and drawing himself up and bending slightly forward, he said with an effort, "I went to Boris Godunov on Monday." "I hear you and Josephine have been to Hampstead Heath together," said Everett. To his relief, and partly to his amazement, as if he were witnessing extraordinary courage, Josephine replied, "There now, Everett, would it have been better if we had gone to St. Paul's Cathedral?" "What, to be married?" cried Everett, and added in a Cockney accent, "Now, Sebastian, I can't have these sort of goings on, it isn't nice, dear." Mrs. Sharp laughed ceremoniously and said, "I remember when I was young, nursery maids and soldiers and those funny red coats were the only people beside costermongers who ever went on the Heath, at least one was led to suppose so." "Oh, Mom, do tell us about it," said Everett, and let out a long string of laughter as she glanced from Josephine to Sebastian, but she was unable to touch either of them to night. "I cannot tell you very much about it, my dear, I am afraid, as I never went on the Heath in those days," continued Mrs. Sharp, who seemed ready, if she were encouraged, to be reminiscent. Josephine did not care what the conversation was to night. Any conversation amounted only to a few flat sounds in the middle octaves of human hearing, and was inaudible to the gods. She looked at Sebastian and thought he seemed poetical to night, like the really pale earth forsaken poet of the theatre. His face and hands were white, his clothes and eyes black, and in her mind he represented exactly that lyrical creature which men of action think a poet. All the man of action in her became romantic about him, and recollecting Hamlet and other pale men in black, she turned to Mrs. Sharp and said, "I suppose that Irving and the Terrys were the great people in those days?" "Well, my dear," said Mrs. Sharp, who was always glad to talk about the past, "I remember when Ellen Terry was married to Watts the painter. She was only 16." "Married to Watts in the Tate Gallery," cried Susan. "No, not in the Tate Gallery, my dear, but I am sure she must have found it quite as dull, for though I dare say he was a charming man, Watts was a great many years older than she was, and his house was always full of people of the age of Alfred Lord Tennyson and other important people whom it would only bore you to mention. I remember hearing a very amusing story about Ellen Terry, but of course I do not know if it was true." Josephine smiled at Mrs. Sharp in a leisurely, polite manner, because to be grand mannered and leisurely was her only escape from the confusion of Sebastian's stare. "Go on, Mamma," said Susan, and Mrs. Sharp graciously recounted the episode. "What a charming story, Mamma," said Chloe. "Where did you get it from?" "I don't know, my dear," replied Mrs. Sharp, who was feeling cheerful among guests. "One hears a great many stories in one's life. Let me help you to some more fish, Sebastian. I am afraid this is very wartime fare." When Mrs. Sharp had finished her story, Josephine laughed, and saw with her mind's eye the whole scene enacted as if she were looking into a camera obscura. After this Mrs. Sharp was led to narrate stories about Ellen Terry and Henry Irving, Max Beerbohm, Rossetti, Du Maurier, and a dozen others, until the people at the table in their ugly, simple, early 20th century clothes began to feel as if they belonged to that splendid past, and were themselves huge, handsome women of pseudo-Grecian proportions, with frizzled fringes and corset-molded torsos. Gradually the young people added out of hearsay to Mrs. Sharp's recollections, until they lost the sense of the present, and visited a number of dead historic haunts. But whether Josephine attended evening parties in Cremorne Gardens, or was present when Rossetti found his wombat, or Beerbohm met Browning at the Seville, it was all the same. A pale young man accompanied her with his bright, dark, staring eyes. Soon the austerity of the present forced itself upon Josephine, and she thought, the only thing for creation to do with all that flowering was to crop it off, and it has cropped it. She went away in a dream to think out her thought, and for a minute Sebastian's eyes stared upon the void. "Dolly Wordsworth!" cried Susan, and Josephine came back to Sebastian's gaze. Nobody at the table knew that he was staring at her. They thought he was exhausted by overwork. "There is some kind of heroism about Sebastian's overwork," thought Josephine, "especially as he don't care for humanity," and at the same time she said to Susan, "They used to walk by the Bristol Channel on starry nights." "Who did?" asked Susan. "Wordsworth and Dolly and S.T.C." "Who is S.T.C.?" said Chloe. "Samuel Taylor Coleridge," said Josephine, smiling, because it seemed that to smile and talk was the only thing to do with Sebastian there. Mrs. Coleridge thought they were all mad because they used to go on about nature together. "Did they?" said Susan, as if she were bored. "Intimations of immortality?" "Yes," said Susan, looking into Sebastian's face. "Wordsworth was on the right track." Susan said "Church and State" in the scarlet bosom of which Wordsworth seemed to her to repose like Lazarus. People only invented immortality because they didn't want to die. Josephine's heart quickened. She looked at Sebastian, and it sprang a little, and in the dark country behind her eyes a small beacon light appeared. Sebastian sighed, raised his wine glass to his lips, and looked away. "Have you read Peter Bell?" said Josephine, nearly blushing. "That is one of my favorite poems. It's absolutely perfect in parts." "We are seven," cried Susan provokingly. Josephine sighed. She wanted to weep over Susan's perversity. "I like some of the sonnets," said Chloe. "I was just going to say," remarked Everett, "what price 'The World is Too Much with Us'?" Josephine said yes, and smiled. She was conscious that under Everett's queer talk there were more current emotions than under the language of any of the other Sharps. She smiled again, and as she did so looked warily from Everett to Sebastian, as if there was an irresistible danger in his eyes. Her heart leaped up again, and upon a distant hill in the darkness of the beyond another light appeared, and before she could turn away two more lit up like stars. She sat straighter in her chair, as if she had received warning from heaven that to her was to be given an assurance of man's divinity. She looked bravely all round her, and in Charlotte's face alone met a glance that seemed to mean, "I know, I know. I am feeling very much afraid for poor Everett." It was no use to Josephine, she barely understood it. It seemed to her only a reminder of the all watchfulness of fate, but fate was an outworn goddess for Josephine. "Sometimes I think Wordsworth is the greatest poet," she said. Nobody paid any attention to her remark, and to her amazement each member of the family drooped her head one after the other, as if a cloud were passing over them. Josephine watched the shadow come and go, and as their heads were raised again she saw it was only one of those moments when people who love each other feel suddenly in sympathy, and perceived that they were quite unconscious of it. Suddenly it seemed wicked to her to look at Sebastian as she had just done, but now she was quite unable to resist glancing at him again, and as their eyes met they caught spark after spark from one another until it began to be light in their hearts. Josephine laughed and had a great desire to burst out into talk, but she only said, "At last we have conquered Greece." "What do you mean, Josephine?" cried Susan. "Why, these days make the glory that was Greece look a bit like moonshine." Charlotte sat up. Greece was very dear to her. She preserved her hopes and ideals in it as if it were Pandora's box. "Sometimes I go crazy with excitement over the look of life," went on Josephine. "I think I know what you mean," answered Horatia. "When you think of it for a moment, things are odd," said Everett. "Things are so odd," Susan ejaculated. "I simply don't believe in them." "I feel," said Josephine, conscious that at last Sebastian was listening to the sound of her voice, even if he did not hear what she was saying. "I feel as if we had at last got ourselves quit of those damnable Greeks, and I am glad. Oh yes, I am glad. We are going to have a near shave soon. Man is going to decide his destiny, whether really to be—" Josephine paused because she felt shy, as if an angel were hovering somewhere in the room. "To be what?" asked Sebastian suddenly. She looked him straight in the face. "Sons of God," she answered, and then became confused. "Or what?" said Chloe. "To fall into decay like leaf mould." "It doesn't matter anyway," said Susan. "Let us go out. Let us go out into the garden room," said Josephine, looking round helplessly at all the Sharps. Mrs. Sharp had risen and was sitting on her chair beside a little fire that burned in the grate. "Yes, let us," said Horatia. "I don't think I will come out, my dears. I am rather chilly," said Mrs. Sharp, as the others all rose, but Josephine sat still a moment longer. "This is fearfully interesting. Let us take our coffee out," said Chloe. "Do go on, Josephine." Josephine got up at last. Swift thoughts were coming to her, and many a daring exposition of ideas that she had never had before. There was an ebbing and a flowing in her heart, and a wild, clear excitement in her mind. She lingered last because she knew Sebastian wanted her to do so. She wondered if he would touch her as they went through the door. He did not. but she herself suddenly started, turned her head, and taking up an attitude of fear and questioning, looked up at him. In a second her fear passed without either of them having noticed it, and they followed the others out into the garden room. End of Chapter 29. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Chapter 30 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Berkshire. Chapter 30, Pathetic Fallacy. The people came out of the house door, mysterious in the fading light, like a procession of Boccaccio's women and a clerk of the Decameron, seen through the romantic distance of 700 years. They lit the candles in the dark garden room and sat round as if waiting for somebody to begin a story. Overhead the blue sky gleamed through the gathering darkness, and in the west a rosy glow spread up behind the delicate aspens and maples and acacias of the little plantation above the yew garden. Up in the mazy blue sky the transparent half moon and a few bright planets gleamed beneath the outermost heavens, where faint white constellations began to appear as the darkness quickly gathered upon the earth. The people in the garden room sat quiet for a little time, then one of them spoke. "Do go on, Josephine," she said. "There is no more to say," Josephine replied, and lay back deeper into her chair, but Chloe importuned her, so that with a sigh she sat upright and spoke. Charlotte watched her intently, but not more intently than Sebastian, who, with his hands folded upon the bowl of his pipe, reclined in a low chair at her right hand. She did not wish these people to stare at her any longer, and she had no longer a desire to make a declaration of her creed. However, she said, "Why, I think we will all become leaf mould, and then clay, and then coal, and then diamonds, like forests, if we have not enough energy to carry us through to the end. I am thinking of the notion of original energy. We outbid the white ants for the earth once. Are we to die off without having one turn round heaven? It seems to me we shall know soon." Susan came and sat down nearer Josephine, but she was not even intellectually interested in Josephine's talk. She felt that she wanted to be near her, as she always did when danger was about. "Nevertheless," she said, "did we outbid the ants?" "So I have heard tell." Sebastian shifted himself in his chair and lay further back in it, with his long body at sharp angles, his knees touching and his feet close together. The noise of his chair creaking made Josephine look round at him, so that he blinked in the flickering candlelight and smoked in a leisurely fashion, to pretend that he had not been looking at her. "That particular kind of white ant is to be found in Africa," he said, making a statement. "It is," said Josephine, and slowly turned her head away. She looked over at Horatia, who sat as usual in a corner, smoking, with some work in her lap, ready to be taken up later. "None of them have any sympathy with me," thought Josephine, but she went on speaking. "Life is a mad business. It seems all dreams, and when we get a fact or a truth it slips into the past and is lost. We know little enough for certain except the I amness of I, but what that may be we can't tell. We don't know our dark minds. We are strangers in ourselves. I am an optimist. Some aren't. But I don't know what on earth I hope for, except that it is right down here I hope, not after death. I hope we shall win clear of darkness. I believe in the impossible. If we lose the game, what of it? I don't care. Those who think it may be won are always part of the victory, even if it is lost." Josephine got up. She felt that it was impossible to sit in the chains of those glances any longer. She must go out into the garden, but before she went she said, as if she were very angry, "I don't care what you may say to me about pessimism or scepticism or determinism, I simply won't listen to the arguments. I know beforehand I can't refute them, so I cut them right out." "Oh, if you will cut out a whole side of life!" cried Susan, also angrily. "They make me feel deathlike," Josephine replied. "There is nothing but facts and deeds for me." "But what are facts and what are deeds?" cried Chloe. "Illusions?" asked Josephine. "The common sense of ordinary folk is good enough for me, and if ever I have a philosophy it's there I shall begin to look for it." Josephine at this point stopped speaking and went straight out of the garden room on to the terrace to the place whence she could see the river and the railway line down in the valley. Sebastian wished to start up and follow her, but he lost his chance to be spontaneous and found himself unable to move. He watched Josephine come back along the terrace and go down the little steps into the rose garden, and again he wished to follow her, but he let his chance go, and when she was lost to his sight, felt lost himself and exceedingly weary. The rose garden was full of darkness. Black shadows hung in the air and crept along the surface of the grass, and as Josephine walked under the high yew hedge, dark gossamer ghosts floated about her. When she had walked all round the garden, she crossed to the fountain and stared down into the black water, where the half moon and a few stars shone hard and bright. She looked up, and in the sky above saw their pale reflections. The fountain seemed to her a hole in the floor of dreams, through which dream creatures such as herself could look down at that sharp clear sky under which wars were waged and civilization dwelt in cities. She wished she were down there. She was tired of this vague, dreamy, moonlit paradise, and though it was one of her fantasies come true, and though she was already prepared to abandon it, she had only owned it for half an hour. She shook herself suddenly and said, "My God, this is not the right place." But she was not conscious of what she meant. Presently she left the fountain and, going out of the garden on the east side, began to walk up and down the dry gray lawn. She was out of touch with reality and ill at ease among dreams. She could neither visualize ordinary life nor feel or hear the war, which was still the center of human life, though it was working to its conclusion. She strained herself to return to the world where it went on continually night and day, as we sometimes imagine the departed dead strain themselves to return among the living. In the war deeds fell straight on deeds. In the world actions ultimately brought results, but even after 1,000 years of waiting nothing would happen. No reply would echo back to anything she might do or say in these empty, misty fields. She strained her mind again and tried to visualize the ordinary aspect of everyday life. And as she struggled against the limitations of human capacity in an endeavor to conquer the world, she clasped her hands tightly together, and her face became as ugly as if she were passing through the agony of suffering for humanity. She owned the country, and she owned the town, she owned the past and the future, but now she passionately longed to own all the people in the world, to be able to go everywhere in her own person and to be loved. It seemed for an instant that she could attain her desire by an intense effort of will, and for some time she stood quite still and forced herself to recognize the immense width of human consciousness. And then suddenly men and women appeared simple, and life appeared simple, as if behind all the diversity of existence there was a single truth. She lost her sense of unity instantaneously and began to cry like a child. There was a shadow between her and every day, an unconquerable spectre which loomed up huge and terrifying. She did not suppose for a minute that it was her own ignorance or her youth or her own heart. She believed unquestioningly in the supreme power of the human will, and therefore she attempted to see in the shadow some enemy from outside. Presently in her memory she recollected shadows she had seen before, shadows of clouds upon hills, shadows passing over the sea, and all at once she seemed to be at an evening party and to be watching a shadow pass over James Blanchard's face. She sighed and raised her head to meet the fears which were coming over her. She thought she had been a coward ever since she was born and would not be a coward again. Thoughts of Sebastian came to her as if to offer her help, but she shook them off. In order to live she would have to be brave enough to do without help, because she must do without fear. At any rate, she thought, I have myself. I'll make myself the best I can. No idea of good or bad came to her mind. Best did not appear to her as good, but seemed rather a part of that which has found its expression from time to time in the unexceptional work of the human mind and hand. She had stopped crying, and after a minute or two she moved and became natural. She felt happy, and at once wished to go up to the house and make somebody come out into the garden to look at it in the moonlight. She sang a snatch of a song and ran up into the garden, hoping that Sebastian would be brave enough to leave the Sharps and come down into the orchard and kiss her. She sang a few bars of a love song and wished very much that he would be able to break away from the restraint of all those people and come out with her. She thought, "I'll kiss him madly." But when she got up to the garden house and looked in at the people round the table spread with patience cards, she became embarrassed, and said as calmly as she could, "Isn't anybody coming out into the garden?" Some of the Sharps looked up and smiled, but nobody answered. Then Sebastian jerked himself straight on to his feet and said, "I am, Josephine." Josephine was sure that everybody must now see clearly what there was between Sebastian and herself, and she bowed her head to receive their condemnation. But as Everett Sharp cried, "Don't get lost, you two," she found courage to brave Charlotte's thoughtful eyes, and laughing back to say, "Oh yes, you will not see us again. There is a fairy cab waiting for us in the orchard." As he followed Josephine into the orchard wildness came into Sebastian's heart, and he felt as if he were swiftly pursuing on wings something that escaped him. He did not know where he was. He seemed to be dissolved into a new element, and to have left the sediment of himself behind in work and the war, whose unfinished ends stood out above him like huge unfinished walls that he was building alone. He forgot everything but the desire to follow the thin, strange, dark creature who went a little ahead of him through the yew archway into the orchard, and made up his mind, if the chance came, to capture her. She was not like anybody he knew in the world. She was mysterious and elusive, and in the darkness and weariness of his brain the sight of her caused a maddening and insistent pain, as if his intellect were struggling against exhaustion and annihilation. Suddenly he found her in his arms and kissed her passionately. But before he had entirely realized what he was doing, she was gone again. He thought she was not material and had vanished, then saw her slipping away among the apple trees and followed her. There she went, in and out of the white patches of moonlight, and though he followed her quickly, he did not overtake her. He thought the apple branches and the long grass were holding him prisoner. He shouted, "Josephine!" and she stopped, and in a minute he came up to her, but he was not quick enough to catch her. She swerved, stooped, and picked a narcissus, and before he had time to speak said, "It is getting wet in the hemlock. Smell this." She held up the narcissus for him to smell, and laughed a laugh such as he had never heard. Nobody had ever laughed like that before. It was surely the finest thing in the world. He seized her wrist with his left hand, and as she put up her other arm to balance herself, seized her other wrist, but she twisted herself out of his grasp with a schoolboy's trick and sprang away. She said angrily, "You are not to do that with your horrid strong hands. It hurts." "It doesn't hurt if you don't twist," he answered, and if he had not been so tired would have hit her on the head. "I say it does," she replied. "It doesn't." "I tell you it does," she cried, drawing in her breath as if she were sobbing. "I am sorry," he murmured. There were many other things he would rather have said, but he wasted the opportunity, and the next minute found himself following her back to the house. He had no command over her, and could not detain her a minute. She was as wild as an elf. Nor had he any command over himself. He had lost it in her, and must capture her to get it back. She went before him straight into the house, and, sitting down beside Charlotte, said, "Let me help." "Do come and join me, Josephine," said Charlotte, making room for her at the patient's table, and Sebastian sat down in a chair as near to her as he could get, stunned by her heartlessness. The Jackson queens and kings entered his mind, and their quality of having the same aspect both ways up fixed itself in his brain until he felt it to be a fundamental truth. Josephine played on for about half an hour until the game was ended, and to him the half hour was 30 times 60 interminable seconds. He watched every move of the stupid game he did not understand, and in the intensity of his concentration played it with the players from where he sat as if his life had become the cards and his continuity in the world depended on being shifted as they were shifted. At last it was over, and Susan said, "I am going to bed, and it is time you were in bed, Josephine." "Soon," said Josephine stolidly, and settled back into her chair. "Sebastian, it's time you went to bed too," said Everett. "I think I shall take a turn in the garden," he murmured clumsily. Both he and Josephine remained sitting, but all the Sharps stood round them in silence for one instant. Then Everett laughed and cried out, "Oh, really, you two!" "No, leave them if they want to sit up. It is dreadful to be driven to bed if you do not want to go," said Charlotte, and Josephine perceived that she was consciously hurting herself in the name of the family for the sake of other people's freedom, and knew that the rest of the Sharps would have acquiesced. In order to give color to his wish for walking in the garden, Sebastian got up as they said good night, and went on to the terrace, but directly the last of them had gone indoors he returned to Josephine. She rose and said softly, "They will hear," though he had not spoken. "Josephine," he whispered, and put his hand on her shoulder. "Yes," she replied, "I know." They stood quite still for a few minutes in silence, and then Josephine said, "Charlotte sleeps here. We will have to go." "I am going away to morrow," he answered. She seemed kinder, and he put his arm round her neck and kissed her gently. "We had better talk upstairs," she said. She could think of nothing else to say. "Come in now." All at once he became patient, and followed her into the hall, where Everett was still sitting, reading by the fire. "What, over already?" cried Everett. "What is over?" asked Josephine. Everett laughed. "You two idiots." Sebastian stood in the hall long enough to gather his wits together and light his pipe, and then he went very slowly up the stairs in a state of bewilderment. Josephine was not in the least surprised to see him standing outside her door when she came upstairs a moment later, but she did not say a single word to him, and merely warned him by a look to go into his own room. She went in at her bedroom door, and presently Everett came upstairs, knocked on Sebastian's door, and called out, "Good night, Sebastian." Josephine heard him answer, "Good night." End of Chapter 30, recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine.
Part 3, Chapter 31 of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. Part 3, Berkshire. Chapter 31, Dawn upon Olympus. Josephine was afraid. It seemed 1,000 hours since the morning, and 1,000 years since she had first met Sebastian in the twilight of friendship. She thought that if life were all as long as this she would never be able to live it. She crossed over to her bedroom window and sat down on a chair, and her fear grew so great that it appeared impossible for her to live. It filled her heart and mind, and, soon rising to its crisis, pressed outward against the sides of her body and her head. She wished to creep away out of her room and spend the night until the small hours in some corner. At 2 o'clock she would creep back to bed and sleep. Sebastian would never come after 2 o'clock. Soon she saw that that would not lessen her fear, because it was not Sebastian that she feared, but the continuation of her intolerable existence. The crisis went past, and her fear shrank down again, and remained only a small sharp pain in her mind that every few minutes leaped, and when it leaped her heart jerked wildly. She was so afraid that she forgot to move and lost control of her imagination, which repeated for her over and over again what she thought she would say to Sebastian if he came into the room. Over and over again she said a great many senseless words until the idea of his coming was played out, and her thoughts went away like a cloud of birds from a cornfield. She sat still on the chair by the window a very long time, until every sound in the house was silenced, except the occasional striking of a clock and the sounds of giving that go on in the house all night. Time went by quickly. The quarters appeared to follow one another every 5 minutes, and yet the minutes were very long. Josephine could hear the blood beating in her ears, and gradually heard no other noise, and could think of nothing else. In time she forgot to listen to it, and, rising, went to bed, thinking she was a fool ever to have fancied that Sebastian would come in. But when she lay down and tried to sleep, the idea that he might yet come kept her awake. She tried to remember all that they had ever said and done together. It appeared to be very much, and the past poured over her in confusion. She lost the truth, and thought that they must have been very passionate, and had said a number of things which she regretted, though she could not remember what they were. She recollected once holding his hand, and that seemed a great and significant fact, and its very greatness and significance brought her sufficiently to her senses to think that if he actually came she would have to discard all that had gone by, start new with him, and create a present out of her own mind. Her thoughts became a little clearer, and she recognized that the confusion of her memories must all be swept away, and that at the second of his entrance she must be free of all the rubbish into which fear had turned to-day and the days before it. Recollections came back in the form of new thoughts, and she fancied herself happy with him in the future. She knew quite well that in a normal time he would never be so stupid as to walk into her room at midnight. But the times were not normal, and he and she were not normal.
The last 6 weeks had destroyed everything in them but their actual lives. She imagined that she lay awake a very long time, and the whole world seemed to whirl round her; round and round it spun, dizzily and madly, so that everything upon it went into streaks, which, as it spun more quickly, became thin circles whirling round a fixed centre which she thought was her mind. She went to sleep and dreamed, but she thought she was awake. She dreamed of aeroplane propellers whirring madly, of gramophone discs, and of every kind of centrifugal violence. Suddenly she woke right up, crying like a man in a nightmare, "Who's there?" The world rocked. She thought she was on patrol, in the dark, over rough ground. Somebody was knocking softly at her door. "Come in," she cried, and sat up in bed. Sebastian entered and shut the door with great care. "Make no noise," she said roughly, and lay down in bed. She became quite calm, and watched Sebastian walk over to the window, where he stood staring into the dark garden. He stood with his back to her and put his hands in his pockets. Josephine was glad now that he had come. She was very glad indeed. Now that he was here she felt that life for her lay upon the other side of what they were going to say to one another. She could not tell what that might be. She knew that she was going to speak the truth. She knew she was not going to be noble or sentimental. She knew that for once she was going to be her best, and waited patiently till Sebastian should turn and say what he had in mind. They were both quite still. Neither of them moved an eyelid and hardly breathed. Josephine watched Sebastian with eyes that saw not only his body but his mind. She loved him very much, and was glad that he had come down at last to something so simple and so fine that his whole life depended upon it. She did not flatter herself that she was the cause of his simplicity. She knew that she was not, and yet when he moved and she saw his face she thought she was mistaken, and that she might be. She could see the set of his jaw and cheek bones, and they expressed for her his very self, which was here at the window looking towards her. She knew he would come and kneel down by her, and he did; and she was so glad that she forgot everything except his simplicity and the clear look in his eyes. She put her hand up and touched his face. "I have lost all my illusions, Sebastian," she said. "I know illusions are nothing so fine as facts." Sebastian did not care what she said. He did not recognize her voice, but it seemed to be part of that which begins and ends us. He would like to hear her speak a great while. She might help him to find what he had lost. He had been mad for 2 hours, and now his act, which he thought was mad, seemed quite sane. Everything was perfectly sane in this room, and right and quiet. He had lost everything except the ability to feel that he was in a safe, sane place. Josephine looked calmly at his face again, and she thought he was something wonderful, a wonderful secret and a beautiful decoration. She dreamed a minute and thought, "The lady of the decoration," and smiled. And Sebastian said, "What is it, Josephine?" and clutched her hand. "Nothing," she said, and recognized that he was displeased. She must not go off into thoughts just yet. Sebastian felt his mind break loose while she was occupied with her own thoughts. The calmness went away with a jerk, and he kissed her. "This is my fault," thought Josephine. "I must make an effort of will. What shall I do?" But she was not afraid. He gave her a very long kiss, and at first she kissed him back, but soon her mind began to run swiftly, as if in a race. She had a temptation to turn aside like Atalanta in the foot race, but she did not know what it was she had to turn aside from. There was this beautiful, simple creature here, something she would never see again. She must not misuse it. It seemed like a Hermes, and she thought, "I must send it to the museum. It is too lovely to keep in a private house." Many foolish ideas came into her mind. Like a man drowning, she was inclined to be a little gay, and even wanted to sing, but soon her hand caught hold of Sebastian's black coat. She fancied there was a chance to survive, and became at once serious again. In a minute she woke up out of her half dream and sat up, and instantaneously Sebastian fell away from her and went back straight to the window. He raised his left hand and stroked the back of his neck. "I am mad, Josephine," he said. "Oh, we are neither of us mad," said Josephine. "It is quite all right." There was that voice again, only it seemed to him to be further away, the lovely superhuman voice. "What is?" he said, hoping with wild delight that she was going to say something to make him happy. "Oh, we are right, I know." Josephine was perfectly calm, and in the pale summer darkness he could see her sitting up in bed, quite calm and still. She looked like a child. "You are beautiful," he said. "So are you," she answered, "and it is quite all right." He did not understand what she meant by her words. She spoke again. "I am not afraid of anything now," she said. "I am not afraid of the truth. I was afraid of you. I thought perhaps you were stupid, but I am so happy." He thought, "Here is some awful philosophy to get rid of me," and said, "Don't talk rubbish to me, Josephine." "Indeed," she said, "I will not." For a minute he thought, "I mean to win," but again his ears were charmed by that voice he had never heard before. His mind swam away into the thin air, and he lost all power of volition. "Kiss me good night," said Josephine, and he came up to her and kissed her. She put her arms round his neck, and he thought she was something superhuman that he ought not to touch. "Thank you," she said, "for being so good to me." Her voice filled his whole soul, and he felt good. He did not understand her, but it seemed as if he had a new life. "Thank you," she said again. "I will never forget." She took her arms away from him, and he found himself going to the door. He had to do everything she wished. When he got to the door he said, "Good night, Josephine," and had the ancient mannish instinct to salute her with a military salute. His sense of humor came back. He laughed at the idea. He felt well and happy and kind and good. "God bless you," he said. "Bless you," she answered, and again he wished to pay her some kind of respect, but he was a modern and a clever man, so his hand fell to his side and he opened the door and went out. Directly he had gone Josephine lay down again. She was in the right direction, she thought, straight ahead for the open sea. She had not the slightest idea what she had said or done, but she felt very fine and free. She lay still for a little while smiling happily, and then got out of bed. She wanted to dress. She wished to go out in the garden, but was afraid lest she might cause the dog to bark and wake the people in the house. She walked quietly about a little, and then stood at the same window where it seemed that she had sat in fear so many years ago. To-morrow she would have to go down into the world again and begin to live once more. In the morning her new life would begin. She could not slide out of existence as she had done lately. No doubt it would not be much better than her last life, still she was not afraid. Those who have died once lose all fear. She had no fear, and was ready to go back into human existence, and to be this time more sure and more courageous. As she stood at the window she was glad that she was again to have the opportunity of living upon the earth, and as the gray of day lightened the east for the first time she found herself in the regionless calm of fearlessness and peace, and saw dawn upon Olympus. End of chapter 31. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. End of If All These Young Men by Romer Wilson.